What is this about? 3 students die after being hypnotized by principal? Docu-series.
Did being hypnotized lead to their deaths? That's the question about 3 high school students who died within weeks of each other after allegedly being hypnotized by their principal. Allison
Why is the principal hypnotizing people?
Hall has the details.
These 3 teens from the same high school died within weeks of each other, and they had all undergone hypnosis by their school principal. Now the baffling story is the subject of a new investigation discovery documentary, The Curious Case of the Principal Who Hypnotized His School.
How dare he?
Principal George Kenny
Is that the principal? Why is he dressed like that? Why is he dressed like a pope?
hypnotized 16-year-old Marcus Freeman to improve his football performance. But Marcus lost his life in a car crash after he apparently hypnotized himself.
What?
His girlfriend Carly O'Boyle was in the car and survived the 2011 accident.
Can you talk about the day of the crash?
He hypnotized himself while driving?
What happened?
I look over. Oh, this is a nightmare image in my head, mind you. And his arms are like straight and his head is just back. Like that. Like he's out of it.
Then another hypnosis subject, 16-year-old Wesley McKinley, took his own life. And Wesley's death was followed by yet another suicide, that of Brittany Palumbo,
He's making students kill themselves?
who was allegedly hypnotized by the principal months before for test anxiety. After an investigation, the principal was charged with practicing therapeutic hypnosis without a license.
Yeah. I don't even know why he thought this would be a good idea. I wouldn't let a principal hypnotize me. That's some weird shit.
A misdemeanor. He pleaded no contest. He was put on probation and resigned.
It's a misdemeanor, but he resigned. What the fuck is this docuseries?
Wesley McKinley's parents say they are speaking out to warn of the dangers of unlicensed hypnosis.
Nothing is going to bring Wesley back at this point. And if we can help one kid stay alive, we've honored him.
The new documentary includes an interview with a former student who praises the principal's hypnosis method.
I would say that I was hypnotized at least 50 times.
He's just hypnotizing everyone? Like, you call down to the principal's office, we're gonna hypnotize you. You're getting bad grades, we're gonna hypnotize you. You're trouble in school, you're losing the football games, we're gonna hypnotize you. Maybe these kids just, you know, maybe it had nothing to do with the hypnosis and they just kind of killed themselves. But why? I still don't think you should be hypnotizing anybody. That's not in the job description of a principal.
Give or take, you just feel much better about yourself.
Carly sums up her feelings for her long
Was that the principal? Said doctor somebody. And he got charged with, like, operating without a license, so that can't be him.
deceased boyfriend this way.
He is with me all the time and I will see him, again one day.
George Kenny did not respond to our request for comment, but has denied any connection between his sessions and the 3 deaths.
Yeah, I would too. Anyways, that was interesting, kind of. That was weird. Where is... Do Lucy first? I might do Lucy first. That might be easier. Because she's the only one on TikTok. And I think there's only like one video. So let's get caught up on Lucy so I can close TikTok, because I hate TikTok. TikTok is a stupid fucking app. But since we were caught up on her, we should just probably stay caught up on her. So it's last time we watched Lucy. What happened? I can't remember. She's still mad about the kids being taken and stuff. Keeping my spirit strong with evolved urine shots and mirror pep talks.
If you look inside your heart, well, you don't have to be afraid of what you are. There's an answer if you reach into your soul.
Stranger Things principal? Was he hypnotizing people in Stranger Things?
Oh, and the sorrow that you know.
Okay, how long is this stupid thing? It's a minute. We're halfway through.
Will melt away. And then a hero comes along
So where is this? I thought she got evicted.
with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside.
Okay, I'm done with that. I can't listen to that shit.
Okay, guys, I've been sitting processing what the child safety whistleblower, the lady who used to work for child safety, said to me. And I've just been mulling over all of the information that she gave me and just really refining and just seeing what's relevant to share. One of the major things...
Hey, listen!
I've just been here doing air duster for 4 days, or 2 days. I never smoked air duster in my whole entire life before this.
At BetterDaversize-YL3X super chatted $10. Sending some love heart to my favorite YouTube channel with the best chat wawawa W-O-E.
Thank you, Betty Davis. Thank you for the 10. I hope you're doing well. Let me center that better so we can see all the words there.
...that came through for me, because of this is what has been happening to me through child safety, is the demonization of the emotion anger. Now,
You should keep your shit in check, Lucy, for your kid's sake. Yelling isn't a boundary, yelling is a lack of emotional control. That's true. Lucy replies with depends entirely on the situation and what the yelling is about. No, that's a bad example to be setting for your kids. Anyways, let's this is 9 minutes, and then I think this is the only Lucy Aura update. And I'll get into Daisy, and then oh yeah, Rev. I have everything queued up today.
the lady on the phone said that what child safety says is that you're not supposed to yell at your children. If your child is behaving badly,
You should probably try not to yell at your kids, right? Do you want to yell at your kids?
so to the point that you need to yell or put a boundary in, because that's what yelling is, it's effectively saying, no, that's not okay. They said to call the police. So they're basically saying what you need to do is completely betray your child rather than have boundaries. Now, the issue is, because anger has been demonized so much in our society, no one feels like they're able to actually feel it in a healthy way.
Well, I don't know. Like, it's not like people don't yell at each other, but you should probably... Why are we arguing with the social service lady about yelling at the kids? Right? You could probably have a conversation with the kids. I can see the kids yelling. I don't know. What do you guys think of this? I would say, yeah, probably we shouldn't be yelling at kids. Then again, like, there's... What kind of yelling? I guess, what kind of yelling? I'm not condoning verbal abuse. I'm just saying... it doesn't matter.
But it doesn't mean that it's not there. And it's coming out in all sorts of crazy, unhealthy ways. So repressed anger can actually look like depression and anxiety. It can look like migraines. It can look like heart issues. It can look like all sorts of different things that this charge, basically this energetic charge that's coming through you that wants to be released, you're not letting it out of fear of what's going to happen if you do. The other way that it comes out is what I've been experiencing is through passive aggressiveness, sarcasm, bullying. And people in real life, you can feel the energy of people who are angry and they're pretending to be fine. They're pretending to be calm. But you can feel the energy. So communication is 95% nonverbal. And I think we're moving more into a place when we're more aware of one another's energy. Because this gaslighting is, no, I'm not feeling that, when you can feel that they are feeling that, This is quite a personal thing for me, because I'm being criminalized effectively for feeling sacred rage at my boundaries being crossed. Now,
This is, if anyone forgets, the haircut. Are we talking about the haircut again? Your daughter got her haircut and she freaked the fuck out. That's not a valid reason to be yelling at your kids. They can cut their hair. They can get a haircut.
I did a big dieta with Mama Amanita last year. So Amanita muscaria mushroom. She's the mother spirit. And if you go back on my videos, you'll see that I was bringing up all this suppressed anger, actually, and it was coming out of my skin. And what I was saying was that the mother
What?
is angry. The mother is angry. The children are being taken away from the mother. And that means that the children are being taken away from the mother's right to be able to discipline and set strong boundaries for our children, because at the end of the day, we need...
No, she doesn't have boundaries either. This is the one that like was putting urine in her kid's ear, and she rubs her period all over her face, and she lives out in the rainforest. But you can't cut your hair. No, that's crazy.
Boundaries. We need boundaries for one another. We need to know, hey, you've crossed my boundary. That's not okay, you know. And if we're allowing our children to just constantly cross our boundaries all the time because we don't know what our boundaries feel like, but we know that we've got this irritation. It comes up as irritation as well. Anger also comes up as, you know, road rage. If you've got this like constant underlying irritation, you know, it can come up as even like all sorts of addictions, obviously, to suppress this feeling of irritation all the time. A lot of men, you know, are alcoholics, and then their anger will come out when they're drunk. And this is what happened with the father of my children and me. I would...
I mean, like women too, just people in general. Alcohol shit.
You know, I would push him when he was drinking, which is pretty much all the time.
You would push him? Why? Why are you pushing him at all? Did I hear that right?
And say, you know, the mortgage isn't being paid. The bailiffs came again today. Can you walk the dogs? What are you doing? And I'd end up, you know, pushing his buttons, pushing those trigger buttons. Because this anger comes up when we feel disrespected. And this disrespect has its roots in our childhood. So those first times where you were disrespected, you know, what were those boundaries that were crossed? What were those? No, you can't get angry about that. You're not allowed to get angry about that. But you can't help it. It's a sacred rage. For me personally, I was highly suppressed as a female in my family. My mother used to favour my brother, and she used to say to me, "Are you jealous?" A lot of the time, and I'd just sit there and be like, "Well, I'm not jealous, but it's not right," you know. And also my dad used to favour my brother too, and to the point that, you know, me and my sister wouldn't be included in certain things. It would be like a boys only.
Kid wanted to get her hair cut. Lucy didn't. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Lucy didn't want her daughter to have her hair cut. But when she was with her dad, they basically live with their dad full time now. She got her hair cut on her birthday, and then Lucy freaked the fuck out to the point where they had to call a wellness check on her. Like the child services people called a wellness check on her because she was freaking out so much. And I don't think it was that serious because she was out clubbing like that night.
And my brother, bless him, is the golden child of the narcissist, and he always used to say to me, "Oh, why are you so fucked up?" You know, and now I'm realizing more and more why, because he had a lot of privilege over me. He definitely wasn't sexually abused by our father either.
Which is something she just thinks happened now.
And so anyway, it's really interesting for me because what's come up within the father of my children's family is quite relevant to this as well. Now, I didn't really want to talk too much about the father of my children's girlfriend. I have had a lot.
She's brought her up like a fuck. Every time we've looked in on Lucy lately, she's brought up her ex's girlfriend. So I don't know what she's on about here. She didn't want to bring her up. You bring her up all the time.
A lot of issues with her since the very beginning. I feel like I've kind of tried my best, but she has a lot of repressed anger, and it comes out a lot towards me. She has hit me in front of my children, and then she has lied about it as well. And that's shame.
What? What? She told us this before?
You know, that's...
I don't remember this. She said the new girlfriend is beating up Lucy in front of the kids now.
I pushed her buttons in that moment. I was telling her that, you know, I have not received any child support from her boyfriend, $21,000 worth of child support, and I was pushing her buttons. You know, whatever that is, you know, maybe she was feeling her boundaries were being crossed because I was telling her things that she didn't want to hear, and she was wanting me to be quiet, and she lashed out. And then she lied about it because there was shame come up around it. That's understandable, but it's not okay, you know. And so this anger needs to be felt in all of us so that it's not coming out in all these other ways when we're drunk or we're, you know, effectively abusing our children by
cutting their hair,
having this repressed anger directed at the other co-parent or, you know, the other mother in the situation, if you're the stepmother or whatever, you know. And the other thing is, I didn't really want to say this either.
Then don't. You don't have to. You can stop right now. You don't have to upload the video either. You could have edited this part out. But what is it? We're going to hear it, I'm sure.
But, however, you know, it is so relevant, and because my children are involved, and I just want to use it as like a case example of where this is not working in the system, you know. The father of my children's girlfriend's son, I believe he's like 22, and he has threatened me. He sent me really, really aggressive threatening messages.
What is he saying? I'm interested in what he's saying.
Actually threatening my life. My kids told me that he came into their house and he got really, really angry and started punching walls, and she called the police on him. Now, this is what child safety says to do. And when they said it to me, I was just like, that is traumatizing, and that is going to feel like betrayal for him, because she's not asserting her boundaries because she doesn't know how to. She hasn't felt the anger. So what anger does, moves up our spine, gives us this charge, and allows us to have a strong spine, and it allows us to speak up and say, no, that's not okay. But
why was he punching walls?
if we're not allowing ourselves to feel this anger in the moment when we're, you know, whatever it is, we're suppressing it, or we're out of control with it. We don't know what to do with it. So we're scared of it. And so we call the police. Me, with my anger, I can use my words. I don't ever hit anybody. I use my words.
I can't think of an example where she's hit anybody. So I don't know. I don't know if she's lying there or not. But she might be lying. I don't know.
I maybe have lashed out once.
Okay, there you go. Maybe I've lashed out once and hit somebody.
Or twice with the father
Okay, or twice.
of my kids, but he used to
Yeah, she has a domestic violence charge. What am I saying? Yeah, she has. So there you go. There you go.
really abuse me, and he would also hold our son in between that as well, in between us. So if he was physically attacking me, he would hold our son in between us. And my son now has really, really big issues with his own boundaries. And I feel like, you know, if anger is demonized, then it's repressed, and then the children will, my children are likely to turn to addictions when they get into their teen years.
If they're likely to turn to addictions, it's because they saw their mom doing drugs in a bus for very formative years of their lives.
And this is why I've got videos, you know, I've got that video of my son.
And they have to listen to this shit. Thank God they don't listen to her. I mean, like, if they did, then I imagine they would want to see Lucy more and stuff. And that'd be concerning. But they don't. Remember that woman who she turned her kids against her dad, and she ended up shooting a cop, and then the cop shot her, obviously, and then she died. She was like, she reminds me of Brooke, actually. She was Southern. I can't remember her name. I could see some shit like that going down with Lucy.
Me saying that he couldn't have any cheese before I gave him cheese at dinner.
But not with the kids. The kids aren't on her side. Thank God.
And everyone would say, oh, you should just give him cheese. No.
Yeah, you remember who that was? I can't remember her name.
That's a boundary. If he's got anger around it, release the anger.
I want to say the something Gemini or something.
So I gave him a boxing bag and he released it. There's lots of really, really healthy ways to release anger. We can't shame it. Me and my children, we go down to the river, and if there's anger,
We just should identify why you're angry. And probably not be angry. I don't know. You like being angry?
anger come up, we scream, we shout, and I do it too. You know, and I'm getting to the point now where I have become so aware of all of my patterns and triggers around the anger, like the man in the park who fully disrespected me as a woman in front of my children, and also really disrespected my children. And that is something that is a personal trigger of mine because my dad was quite a bully. So this is my first video about this. This is a really, really big topic. I was speaking to a friend yesterday who was in jail, and he said that, you know, he can't feel anger because of the fear that he has around his own anger. And this is a massive, massive topic for a lot of men who are out there, and a lot of kids also who are turning to drugs because they have had their emotions demonized. Okay, guys, I've been sitting
So that is the update with Lucy. A whole bunch of nonsense, pretty much as usual. That's like feeling all our negative feelings allows us to feel positive feelings more. The gratitude I feel today for life today has brought tears to my eyes and even more love into my heart. Feeling is healing. Blah blah blah. And then that's it. That's it for Lucy. Thank God. Well, I can't wait till she loses her kids entirely. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. The walls are closing in. We need moth capes. She got baptized. I don't know if she kept the moth cape after that. I don't know if that was a one-off thing, but she has a moth cape. Okay, so Daisy got arrested the other day, and I didn't really care about it that much. That's what the thumbnail is. Hold on. Why am I doing it like this? I can just open this video. What am I okay. Center. That's what she posted. Her in handcuffs to TikTok. And I downloaded the video because it's 4 seconds long. I don't want to open up TikTok for that. Even though we just had TikTok open, it doesn't matter. Then she got out of jail. And this is on Santa Monica Close-Up's channel. And so we're going to see what's up, what happened. I haven't watched this, so let's see.
So here's one of the 4 gardens I just started. And if you look, there's a little ladybug here. You did not see ladybugs or hummingbirds or butterflies here before, but now you do. This is milkweed, and it's the sole food source for monarch butterflies. We have a very big monarch butterfly population here, and milkweed is very important for them.
Just tell us why you went to jail. Do we know why she went to jail? I don't even know why she went to jail. Oh, I think because she didn't go to her court date for something, which is actually really disappointing. Daisy's slipping. Daisy's like pimping out fucking vegan patriot and stuff. I don't know if they're still doing stuff together. So mad she planted the orchids in the dirt. Oh yeah, I guess I need bark. I had an orchid once.
This is corn, and it's gonna be like 20 feet high. And here's flowers and beets and cucumber. This is a lemon tree, and of course purple daisies, mint. Do not know what this is. This is a peach tree, and these are orchids. And here's kale.
Yeah, I mean, like, she should know that, right? She picks up all these plants from some plant place at the thing she's living at, and they all come and bark for a reason. They grow on trees in the wild, that's why. So they're not gonna like soil. They're just gonna die in the soil probably.
Kale and more flowers.
They're gonna drown.
And sage.
Get root rot.
I'm doing a lot of gardening. This is a dragon tree. It has like these 3 little trunks that come out. That's how you know it's a dragon tree. And these are yellow flowers. And this is an orchid garden. So we already have 2 little orchids here.
Wow.
You're waiting for these guys to flower.
Did you plant all?
They're all like, all of them are dead. They're all hunched over.
All these?
I did.
Look, see, that's supposed to be up, not on its side.
And we planted a tangerine tree today in front of the courthouse. I figure I've been talking about biodiversified food forests for so long that I may as well just start planting them instead of asking everyone else to do it. And I did it kind of without even thinking. Here's some seashells I collected. And I put little dried flowers and moss and...
Imagine Santa Monica Close-Up comes over to my house. I'm just like, yeah, come on in. This is where I keep my guitars in a fucking bathtub full of water. That's where they belong, don't you know? I don't know why I have to keep buying new ones all the time.
Try to make it mystical and beautiful, and sometimes people come and play with the seashells and the dried flowers, and they might take 1 or 2, and I just bring more. So I'm gonna start doing a lot more gardens, and my work got disrupted last week. On Wednesday, I got kidnapped by the bounty hunter.
Kidnapped.
For the love bomb threat, and thank goodness,
She did another love bomb threat, or this is just the ongoing court case that she just didn't go to?
Whoever Jill is, I love that goddess, because she downloaded the video, put it on YouTube. We were able to get it to the other attorney for evidence, and she had it time-stamped. But what happened was, it was like a year and a half ago, and...
She's talking about Jill? Is that, she got the video from Jill's channel?
They told me when I went to court that they are not going to charge me right now, but they could charge me anytime in the next 3 years. So I missed that court date, and I had bailed out for that charge. So they sent a bounty hunter after Daisy, and Daisy got kidnapped.
A bounty hunter got you?
Yeah, it made me realize a few things. So I'm glad it happened because it made me more wise. Like, I was able to identify in my body that I went through this acute trauma experience, and that I was flooded with adrenaline and cortisol. And I was able to also realize that it was poor people, addicted people, people acting out.
I'll play the video if you guys haven't seen it. I just gotta find it quick.
Out in the community harming people, or people acting out in their home for domestic violence. There was those 4 categories. And it was pretty much everyone there just needed love and resources. It was very stressful. And Daisy got bailed out again. And
how long were you in for?
Who bailed her out? I wonder who bailed her out. So this is the video that she's referencing here.
That was filed in paper through the file. That's not in there.
I'm not a fucking lawyer. I'm just a regular person. I'm not a lawyer. I don't file stuff through paper.
I'm sorry, ma'am. A lot of proofers do that all the time. So,
well, you guys are gonna have to wait then. I could probably be there at 10:30.
So I can make a note that you're running late. I cannot tell you that we're gonna hold it till 10:30.
You guys ready?
I'm not allowed to do that.
Why aren't you allowed to do that? You're allowed to alienate kids but not hold the court hearing? Oh my god, it's gonna be fucking on. Tell them I'm doing a bomb threat. I'm gonna blow up the whole courthouse, okay? Tell them.
No love bomb. This fucking thing.
I'm gonna blow it up. I'm gonna drop a big bomb on it. And then guess what? We're gonna have a biodiversified food forest. So evacuate everyone, okay?
Give me a second. I'm writing that down right now.
Tell them it's going to open everyone's hearts and their eyes are going to twinkle, and instead of wanting to judge people, then
they'll be obliterated because it's a fucking bomb.
They're going to want to relate to people.
You want to repeat the threat, ma'am, so I can make sure I can get that?
It's a love atomic bomb.
Okay, that's where it was clarified. It was a love atomic bomb, all right?
It's a love atomic bomb, so that all of you guys can have empathy.
Can you please repeat your first initial threat, ma'am?
Oh yes, I'm going to drop a love atomic bomb, and the love atomic bomb.
Thanks so much. We'll see you later. And look, seeing Jill. So that's why I was like, is that Jill? She's like, I love Jill. Crazy. I didn't know we'd still be talking about this fucking, like she said, a year and a half later. She's still going to court for it. Ay.
24 hours. Yeah, almost to the dot.
In Santa Monica?
They took Daisy all the way down to Orange County. So I was in Santa Ana. And then it took me 5 hours to come back on 1 bus and 3 trains. My friends had to raise $3,000 to bail me out.
Who were her friends?
And I went to court, and the judge saw that I'm still in the full wraparound care program. And
imagine this vegan patriot. Vegan patriot bail her out.
I had really good letters from my team, and the judge dissolved the restraining order with my kids. So there's no restraining order with my kids.
Wow.
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't really care. She says there isn't. I guess we'll find out.
And my oldest son told me he does not want to talk to me or have a relationship with me right now, and so did my 15-year-old. And that is normal with parental alienation. Anyone can Google it. It's very textbook. The caregivers alienate the other parent or caregiver, and then the kids don't want to see them and think bad. So my oldest is going to be 18 in 4 months. He can decide for
Wraparound services. So basically, instead of going to jail for making bomb threats or showing up to the courthouse with a gun, because that was the other reason she got arrested. They will just give you an apartment for $50 a month and say you just be good. Even though Daisy's not good. Like I said, she's been pimping out Vegan Patriot and not showing up to court. And she obviously has the money somehow. She has $3,000 to bail herself out of jail. She has like this, I don't know what to call it, an ice machine, but it's an ice machine so you can do like cold plunges. It's super expensive. Like she just has like a bunch of, it's just, she's, I don't even know what the point is I'm trying to make. The justice system is soft as fuck. And if you're Daisy, you can get away with anything. I think that's the point I'm trying to make.
For himself, then I think he'll, because right now I don't really feel like it's him deciding. I feel like it's just under the duress of not being in the approval of the caregivers. And I am sharing that as an update because
She's down like a flamingo.
kind of makes me feel peaceful. My daughter's only 9 and she can't really choose. However, I can continue to work on myself and create videos for my kids and for the caregivers to tell them how much I love them, because I don't have any bones to pick, certainly not. I just want to be able to co-parent and love my children with people who they're with. Obviously, my kids love them, so I'm not trying to take anyone away from anyone. And Daisy's going to be really patient, and my work's going to be
Killing orchids.
continuing to see, you know, my mom is responsible for the 2 boys, so it's not even about forgiving my mom, but just offering her unconditional love and asking, please forgive me, and how do I help, and I'm sorry, and I love you.
Yeah, fuck Daisy. I don't like Daisy's mom.
And that's been my work, and gardening has been helping with that. Also, I was supposed to go see urban forestry, and instead of seeing urban forestry, I went to go meet this bounty hunter guy, because my caseworker comes and sees me once or twice a week, and this guy tricked me.
Where did the bounty hunter, where did he get you?
All the way in East LA.
So you went there to
go meet him, thinking I'm going to get signed out, and no, he kidnapped me. So that was traumatizing. And
Smart bounty hunter.
it made me realize that I really do have to speak up for the vulnerable. I want to be working with the government, so I submitted like a slideshow in PDF and to DCFS, Department of Children and Family Services, and
Just do what you're supposed to. Mamma mia.
Rico, the head of Parent Partners, is going to be referring me parents to my healing circles, and then I'm going to get certified to teach parenting classes so that we can start a love-based revolution and get the government out of our families. And I figured that the way for me to be most impactful and effective is to actually work with all these systems that I am protesting against and wanting to abolish, to just go work with them. That's how we do love-based revolution, not by fighting.
I feel like Daisy's just in a constant cycle. It's getting in about 6 months' time, she'll be getting married again and saying that everything's going good, and I'll be like, oh yeah, no, there's hope for Daisy. And then in another 6 months, she'll be doing some dumbass shit and getting arrested again, and then she'll be having the same conversation with us, and then I'll just repeat. Because that's how it's been for the past 3 years, dude. We went, what, Perfect Prince, and then Jeff. Wait. Perfect Prince was Jeff 1. Sorry, I was going to be like, we're at Jeff 2. So there's Perfect Prince, he was Jeff 1, then Jeff 2, and then we had John Allgood there for a bit, but she never got married to him. And then we had this like Italian stallion or whoever the fuck that was that she just got married to. Don't know where the fuck he went. And then just all the legal bullshit. And we're still I didn't know we were still going to court for the bomb threat. That's crazy.
So this arrest, was it because you had a warrant?
I did have 2 other warrants, but this was a bounty hunter because if I got bailed out before, then technically if I don't go to court, it's on that bail.
Oh, I see. So you didn't show up to court.
So then they revoked the bail, and then the bail company called the bounty hunter.
I see.
And it's actually a ransom. Bail is ransom.
If everyone wants to help the children, can't they support the family as a whole without splitting with the mom and the kids? Yeah, if they want to cooperate. Daisy didn't want to cooperate. She's even admitted that. She just kept doing coke and drinking alcohol. Like, so she lost that chance, and she wants to go be a homeless lady on Venice Beach. Like, there's no place for her to have her kids. It's kind of like Brooke, like, where they're gonna have the kids in the truck. At least Brooke has a truck. I guess she has the apartment now. She has the apartment for $50 a month, but it's not a place for kids. The apartment itself is full of a bunch of crazy people, other crazy people, and it's just like she just brings over a bunch of guys, and like she said, she's pimping out Vegan Patriot, and she doesn't care about her kids, and she just uses them as a prop for people to give her money, so people feel bad for her, or not even money, but like, well, so you can spend your money on things that she wants, basically. The ice machine, her fucking surgery, etc. and so forth. Heather Gillespie, I'm dying today.
Ransom, because if you kidnap someone and then you tell their loved ones they have to pay, that's ransom.
So for you to get out of jail, you had to raise another
$3,000
to pay that bond. So you paid that bond and you're off the hook.
Yeah, and the lawyer Steve Aronoff came and saved the day again.
Oh, okay. So now that's all behind you?
Yeah, and I'm really lucky to have so many friends and people who care about me. Not only my caseworker and my team at Step Up, who was really supportive. When I got out of jail, my therapist and my caseworker came over to check on me, but also my friends. My friends have really been there for me.
How was it in jail for those 24 hours?
If you're a train wreck, just go to California. You get a billion chances, and people will still fuck with you. Even if you never learn anything.
It was pretty hard. I just assumed the role of the healer, and typically there's women ODing or coming off stuff and suffering or traumatized or scared, so I'm always like giving empathy and helping everyone else. And I do pretty well in jail because I'm very high compliant, so they're slamming the doors and yelling at people, but Daisy gets special treatment in jail.
Yeah, how was the food?
Daisy didn't eat or drink anything in jail. The bounty hunter took me to Carl's Jr. and bought me food, which felt really creepy and weird.
Afterwards?
After he kidnapped me.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, then he's trying to be nice to me.
It's just his job. You're the one who didn't go to your fucking court date, you wackadoodle. Why are you getting mad at him? Buy you food.
Get him to come and arrest me! I just walked 12 miles!
And that is perfectly fine, and I will allow you to pay for your...
Hurry up and check me out before I go to jail!
At Rochelle-SJ5Z super chatted $5. Hi Steve. I've missed a few streams and missed all of you. Hope you are good.
Hey. I didn't even stream yesterday. I hope you're good as well. Look at Daisy's face here. Anyway, he didn't have to buy her Carl's Jr.
It's real weird. Yeah, we gotta like change our system to get more loving.
And how were the guards?
Yeah, a bunch of them remembered me because they know I'm Daisy the Venice Healer, so they remembered me. And
okay,
you know, I don't like go.
Fucking Fabian. Okay. Where are we going with this story, Daisy?
Go in for stuff that, like, even the stuff when I run away from cops or the love bomb threat, I don't do anything despicable. If you do despicable stuff in jail, then that you don't get treated that good. But if you are very alert when they're speaking to you and you don't look at them, you look straight and you tell them, I'm not going to do anything you don't tell me to do. I'm just here to make your life easier. And you just say that in little pieces to anytime they speak to you, and you don't speak unless you're spoken to. Like, there's just a certain etiquette, and if you follow it, then you do fine.
Okay, well, thank you for the update.
Yeah, I wish it was a better one.
There's Fabian. I mean, it's not the worst update. You're out of jail. That's a good update, being out of jail. Fix the volume. I'm lazy. Come on, go to the next one. All right, look who it is, you guys. Remember, he was like, "I'm not gonna do any live streams. I'm not gonna do any more videos. Only the one." Well, we got another one. We're gonna see that coming.
Hey, Mob.
Oh God, why is your audio shit too? Everyone's audio is shit.
I see down the corner, Marv, that there's some good stuff we can lift. The sticky-handed bandits. Yeah. Rev here. Looking like Joe Pesci in Home Alone. Because I traded jackets. I'm still the wizard, though. I made
Well, no, now you're Joe Pesci. You can't be the wizard in that jacket.
a trade for this jacket, which is fucking... Damn. So I have a development for you guys. Wow. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm going to talk about what's going on in my life.
Was he being silenced before? I don't know how you could silence him. I mean, he's homeless. What are you going to take from him? I guess his jacket was taken. I don't care. I'm going to talk about it anyways.
Why? Because I want to talk about what's going on in my life. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to talk about it.
Who would be threatening this cigarette fairy? I guess I'd just give all the homeless people cigarettes.
I got a call from somebody yesterday.
Shannon?
Who? Take a guess. Her name starts with an S. Yeah.
Susan.
Jesus Christ, this weather is fucking... At least it's not raining.
Is he smoking a butt off the ground? Like, it's... Is that like, it's brown. Like, the part that's supposed to be white is brown. Like, it's been on the ground in the wet grossness.
I got a call from Shani yesterday.
She doesn't have an inheritance anymore because her mom remarried her dad on his deathbed and then took all the inheritance. And then she lost, like, all of her assets during COVID because she's not good with money at all. But yeah, I know she is the daughter of a famous violinist. And I can't remember his name. It's something, though. That is right.
And I just got off the phone with Shani. Why does shit always start happening?
No, I didn't have a nice day off. I wasn't planning on taking a day off, so this is what happened. If you remember and you watched the members only streams, I was trying to do the stupid fucking song, and then I didn't do it, and then right after that, I had some food, and then my jaw just started like, wow, killing me. And then I didn't even want to do Feral Friday, but I did it anyways, and it just continued to hurt until this morning. Was it this morning? I don't know what time I woke up today. But that was brutal. Yesterday was completely fucking brutal. And I'm alive. I'm alive now. I'm okay. We made it. Everything's fine. It happens like every 3 to 4 months. I don't think it's I can't pinpoint a pain on any of my teeth. It's like something to do with my jaw, like the bone in my jaw. I'm going to have to get rebuilt one day. I'm going to put like a metal jaw line in me or something. I don't know. I don't want to know, to be honest. But yeah, that one was pretty brutal. Anyways, if that's why you were wondering why I wasn't around. What's TMJ? Tony Michael Johns?
On this goddamn alleyway when I fucking start making a video.
Stands for money, knows he had.
Holy shit.
Oh, you get infections from a tooth that goes down to your jaw and slowly eats away the bone. That's good to know. That's great to know. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I should probably figure that out.
I was following the lust of my heart when I started to focus on and wanting to be with Ezzy.
Oh, God. Ezzy. No, I don't have Mountain Dew anymore. I quit Mountain Dew. And this is what I get, man. This is what I mean. I was like, fuck. I'm being healthier. I get repaid by the TMJ disorders. TMDs are painful conditions affecting the jaw joint. Surrounding muscles constant like jaw clicking, locking, tenderness, headaches. Yeah, I know. It goes into my ear. And it was starting to go down into my fucking neck, which it's never done before, which was concerning. Nah, it's fine. It's fine now. It's gone. That's why I mean it goes away, so I don't know what it is. And honestly, like, unless it's like completely swollen, the doctors aren't going to do anything. They're just going to be like, go to the dentist. And then the dentist is going to charge me thousands of dollars. I don't have thousands of dollars. If I can pinpoint what tooth I want yanked out of there, they'll do it for $200. But I could either pay my taxes, go to the dentist, or eat. So first I'm eating, and then I'm figuring out my tax situation. And then if I'm still alive, I have enough money, we'll figure out the dentist. The other thing, too, is like there's some Canadian dental program where it's supposed to subsidize people with low income so they can get dental benefits. But my fucking bank card cracked, and I got a new bank card, and the account number stayed the same, but the bank card number changed, and that's what I used to sign into the Canadian Revenue Agency site, which is what I would need to get into to sign up for this stupid fucking program. And then when I try to like call them over the phone to get that fixed, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So it's like, I'm kind of fucked. I just got to make enough money to pay a fucking dentist, and it's just whatever. It's just life. But I'm sorry I wasn't around yesterday, is the main point. Anyways, Rev is talking about Ezzy. I'm getting way off track here.
And as I'm speaking in this video right now, I have not told her about this. Have I been in contact with Ezzy this whole time? Yeah.
He's been in contact with the catfish this whole time?
I told you guys that she was out of the picture.
We have free healthcare, just not free dental.
Lied to you. Deliberately lied to you. Because I know that you fuck with people's fucking families.
Like, I'm not gonna die. You guys don't have to worry about me dying. But if I'm not on the verge of death, they're not gonna do anything for my teeth. They're just gonna be like, go to a dentist. You know what they said one time? When I was going through hell and my face was all swollen up, and I went to the doctor, went to the ER, and they just gave me antibiotics, and they're like, you're gonna have to go to the dentist. I'm like, I don't have any money. And they're like, do you know anyone with money? And I was like, no. And they're like, oh, you're gonna have to find someone with money. Like, well, there's nothing we can do. I don't know. It's kind of like that with your glasses too. I don't know about any like way to get. There's probably a way to get discounts on glasses. I just know my prescription, and then I order my glasses from like India for like $20 a frame.
All the time.
It's a catfish though.
But the fact of the matter is that, yeah, me and Ezzy were in a relationship. And you guys were right. She catfished me with those pictures. That wasn't her. And that was the main thing that attracted me to her, was her looks. That's the truth. We talked once on the phone, and I felt like we had a very good spiritual connection. And yeah, we jive, me and the real person that's named Ezzy. We jive. But the fact of the matter is that her life, she's got her own life. And let's just say she can't find much time to talk to her boyfriend.
That's her? Him? Like, I don't know if, I think that he's saying him. Is she cheating on her boyfriend with Rev? Or she's just not talking to Rev because she has a life. And Rev is a homeless bum now.
So,
what do you think the conversations are like? What are you doing, honey? I'm just sitting here on the street smoking butts off the ground with this guy that I traded jackets with. We're going to sleep in the kitty tent later tonight. I really want to meet this guy that he's hanging out with. Like, I don't even know how you would have a conversation. Yeah, I wouldn't be talking to you either.
I'm making a decision. I made the decision, well, not too long ago, I made the decision. And I was walking from Sheets back to the place that I spend the day. And I looked up in the sky and I said, Lord, is Shanny the woman that I was meant to be with in my life? And he said to me very clearly, duh.
I got talks. He was looking up in the sky, like, you know that scene in The Lion King, Where I think it's, yeah, Simba's looking up at the stars and it turns into Mufasa. But it's God. And he's just like, duh. All ominous. Duh. You know?
How many signs do I have to show you to make you understand that that is your girl? Fucking wind. The weather here has been absolutely horrible and nuts.
You know what I was doing yesterday? I was just drinking rum. I like maxed out on Tylenol and Advil, and it still wasn't working, so I was like, I guess we're just gonna drink rum until this goes away. It worked. It worked. But fucking alcohol, I hate alcohol, man.
So what do I got to tell you? Shani was in a mental facility. Is in a mental facility. Her healthcare coordinator is useless. Let's just say that. She got her put in there just so she had a roof, and she's going nuts in there.
So what's the plan? I thought she was gonna come visit you or something. That was what he said. Yeah, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday.
Oh, she called me yesterday saying, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get out of the situation. She's been in that place 2 fucking months straight. There was no way I was going to hang up on her and block the number. There's just no way I was going to do that. Why? Because I have a goddamn conscience. And I don't care who gets pissed off at me. I don't give a fuck. This is my life, not.
He's getting so angry at nothing. I'm just imagining. Could we have foreseen this like a few years ago? That all these YouTubers would be in jail. Brooke's in jail. Shani's in a mental hospital. Rev is homeless. Who else is in jail? There's someone else in jail right now. Can't fucking remember who. Oh, Daisy was just in jail. I don't know, just like they've fallen. They've fallen so hard. They used to have so much. Oh, Tony's in jail. That's right. Tony is in jail.
Not yours. And I'm not going to make horrible decisions and have bad character for you. You could fuck yourself.
Letitia, yep. They were on top, man. They were on top for a bit. Living large.
So this day shelter here in Scranton that I have been spending my days, Shani's going to be coming here.
I am still here. Yep.
And we were talking on the phone. Me and her are meant for each other.
It's because, I don't know. I plan a little bit ahead, right? I plan at least 2 months ahead. That's why I was like, I have 2 months to find a real job. Like, I can make no money this month at all. I can make $0 fucking dollars. I could lose my whole channel and I'll still be good. I'll still be good for 2 months. It's just sad. It's just like, it felt like a defeat, but I'm not gonna become homeless. Fuck that shit. Pfft, homelessness. These guys are crazy. All these guys, but I'm the recession proof. There's no, I'm not gonna die if I don't get views or whatever. So I'm just gonna kind of accept the fact that we're not gonna get views, but we're just gonna do whatever the hell we want.
Just are. We jive so perfectly together. It was so good to hear her voice. Because Ezzy is absent. I was putting everything into the communication, sending her gifs of, I love you, honey, all this in the morning, and there's barely any communication with her. Like, yeah, she'd say, oh, I love you, but it's empty. She barely ever talked to me on the phone.
You got catfished. Why is this catfish even still going? So what does she actually look like? Do you know what she actually looks like? What's the end goal here? Was this just was there an end goal at one point and it just can't, have we missions accomplished? Rev is homeless or something? Why is the arm so cracky today? I just don't get it. I don't get why they're still talking.
I was putting everything into it, and she was giving me 2%. So, big announcement.
Thanks for the beans. You're up in my broadcast throwing me beans?
That's so loud.
At Johnny Jump Off super chatted $14.74. For your next toothache running cocktail mate, running WWAAWAWEEUUUUYYUHHHHHHO.
Thank you, Johnny Jump Off. I appreciate you. I like the new profile picture. Is that your cat? That's a cute cat.
Shanny for Christ and Revelation News are back together.
I didn't get this far into the video. I just assumed they were back together, but now it's a I karate chopped like the fucking laptop at the wrong angle and it pinched me. Anyways, they're back together. It's official. No. That's that. Okay. So this trial, why is it starting off here? What's going on? What is going on right now, man? Okay, so this is the trial. Oh my god. Oh, this is day one. How am I gonna? I don't know. We can. See, this is what I wanted to do yesterday. I wanted to try to get into this, and I was like, could we get through it all? There's a whole bunch of not gaps. They go like for recess and stuff. It's not like a full 8 hours, but I wanted to do like the opening statements, and the interviews and stuff, the cross examination. So this is the case. This woman killed her husband, or at least that's allegedly killed her husband, and this is what this trial is about. She was like millions of dollars in debt. He was found to have overdosed on fentanyl after she made him a drink. She was having an affair with this other guy, and this is a big whole hubbubaloo, and it's a thing that's happening. The next court date for this is tomorrow at 10:30 Eastern time. I'm pretty sure it's 10:30 Eastern. We can check right now, actually. Let's open this in a separate tab, go to the live tab. Yeah, 10:30 a.m. There's 9 people waiting. Like, I guess not more than 24 hours away. Anyways, people were suggesting this, saying that it might be interesting. I thought it was pretty interesting from what I was like. I just got like a kind of rundown on it. This isn't in chapters, so I just want to get to the open statements. I wonder if there's actually. Oh, here we go. It'll be all right. Because the first bit is like just them talking without the jury even there, and them trying to like withhold evidence. Like the defense was trying to say like, oh no, we shouldn't allow this into evidence because it would make, this is the lady by the way, it would make her look bad. As Kouri Richens. Let's see if we can find the opening statements. I would try to let me just.
Defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. The defendant.
Is there no transcript? What?
Defendant does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. To their computers to research issues or share information about a case.
Robert for his 3.
All right, here we go. And this is on Court TV. If you wanna watch it, just like, I don't know if they're cool or not. Hopefully they're cool.
Glare minimized.
I'm surprised there's no transcripts or closed captions, though.
It is the evening of March the 3rd, 2022. The defendant, Kouri Richens, her husband, Eric Richens, and their 3 children, 9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston, are at their home in Camas. Eric Richens lived for his 3 boys.
Hold on, that Steve Yoon live is a Canadian bomb. I don't know who that is, but that's the guy that reported my channel, and like has been bullying
No.
my channel. He's literally riding off of my coattails. That one guy, the Steve guy.
At Jill_PX super chatted $13.41. Love you, Steve. Was bad same time last year and picked up. Come on, chat, like and subscribe or become a member for $1.
Aw, you're
It's the
sweet.
least we can do to show support for someone who's working hard to entertain us.
You're sweet. Yeah, I really appreciate you. Thank you for the 10. I mean, if you guys want to do a membership for $1, if not, that's totally cool too. I'm trying out here. I'll get better. Things will pick up, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, it'd be better. I think it would be just better for content in general if I didn't have to rely solely on YouTube. Then I can kind of not stress so much about views and just worry about the content itself. Dale, thank you for the 10. Jump in cheerleader. That's a pretty fancy shit. Thank you.
At 7:22 p.m., Kouri Richens' boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts Kouri Richens an image of two people romantically kissing.
The gifts, see, that's what Rev was sending Izzy, but Izzy was like not having it. She's like, I don't give a fuck about Rev anymore.
The image is captioned, "Love you." At 8:36,
Jared, thank you for gifting 10 memberships.
Kouri Richens replies, "Love you."
Oh, see, I was listening to this in my ear as I was doing dishes the other night, so I didn't even get to see these. So this is what they were texting to each other. This is the guy? All right, hold on. This is the guy that she's cheating with?
The boys go to bed. Kouri Richens makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. He drinks on the bed. She departs the bedroom. Kouri Richens returns to the bedroom at about 3:00 a.m. She feels that Eric is cold. She nudges him. He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide open. At 3:06 a.m., Kouri Richens unlocks her cell phone. She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m.
This is actually really interesting to me because I didn't know that they could just pull this information so easily. So they know exactly the time she unlocked her phone. She knows exactly the distance she traveled, and what she was looking at before she even called 911. And this can be used against you in a court of law. And I was like, maybe I should have known this. I've just never seen it been used. I guess I'm not watching enough court cases in life, but just be a good person. Don't do dumb shit, and then you won't have to worry about this. Johnny Jump Off, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Welcome, good little angels.
She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10.
Oh no. Hold on. I don't know if you can see anything. I can't see anything. I'm gonna have to restart the screen capture. There we go. I fucking touched my computer. And it, I don't know. If I jiggle an HDMI cable, stuff messes up. Sorry about that.
And twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Kouri Richens unlocks her cell phone and calls 911. Paramedics respond, but they are unable to revive Eric. He has no pulse. He is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while. My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I am one of Summit County's criminal prosecutors who, along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Darden Richens for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richens. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richens, Kouri Richens attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery, she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
That's... Oh, I think they're actually gonna... They're gonna be like, no, we need to talk to you. Yeah, they're gonna, I don't like this opening statement shit. So while they're doing this, yeah, no, apparently, like, that's why these services like Aura, and I can't remember any other ones off the top of my head, but they'll basically scrub your data, your metadata that you don't even know is out there, so people like this can't get a hold of it and use it against you in court and stuff. Or, you know, just like hack your stuff. Your shit's out there for sale. I should get a sponsorship with Aura. Use Aura. Discount code, blah, blah, blah. All my shit's probably out there.
Attempting to murder Eric Richens, Kouri Richens took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks after Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy. In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days, perhaps weeks, so that you have a
Giant jump off thing, we're gifting another membership.
framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richens murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success.
Yeah, she's millions of dollars in debt, so even if this like master plan worked out, it would just put her back to zero. You know what I mean? It wouldn't even... It's bad. It's bad. Like, what a bad position to be in.
Kouri Richens owned a house flip.
An author? I don't think she's an author. I as far as I know, she's just a real estate agent. She might be an author. I didn't know she was, if she is.
She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful.
She wrote a kid's book?
The evidence will prove that on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richens owed...
She wrote a grief book for the kid. What the fuck? That's like some Heather Gillespie shit. Oh.
over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders. And she did not have the ability to service that debt because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted. She had been taking out new loans to include payday loans to service existing loans, but her new credit was drying up.
There's a TV interview? Hold on, let me see if I can find that.
In the 5 months leading to Eric Richens' death, Kouri Richens overdrafted over 200 transactions, totaling over $300,000. And on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richens was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt. She did not have the financial ability to service that debt.
I'm going to let him finish the opening statements, and then there's like 2 interviews here that I want to play after.
To rehab the mansion or to hold on to it long enough to resell it. The mansion may appear impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade.
Yeah, it doesn't even look that good. It's like there's no doors or anything on it.
On the other hand, on the day that Eric died, his estate was worth over $4 million. And the evidence will prove that Kouri Richens believed she would inherit it all. She believed that she would inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get all of if Eric died while they were married. She believed that she would inherit the $1 million or so dollar home that they lived in, but that Eric owned separate and apart from her. And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life, to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died. Now, for Kouri Richens' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richens' money to get her fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richens was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not. She consulted with a divorce attorney in the months leading up to Eric's death. 3 months before Eric's death, Kouri Richens booked a $4,000, 5-night, all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, at the Secrets.
So this boyfriend, like, did the husband know? Obviously he wouldn't have, unless they were getting a divorce or something. But to my understanding, I'm not like, I don't know everything about this yet. I thought she tried to get a divorce, and then when she realized she wouldn't get anything out of it, that's when she decided to kill him instead, right? So that would be really weird if he knew about the boyfriend. So I'd imagine she was seeing this guy behind his back, right?
St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean. They were to check in the month after Eric died.
Her name's Kouri Richens. It's in Utah.
3 weeks before Eric's death, 15 days before Eric's death, 1 day before the charge attempted murder, Kouri Richens text message.
The pictures that you if I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, would you? You the woman's asking the guy to marry?
Josh Grossman, if I was divorced right now and asked you
Jessica, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome, Guild Angels.
To marry me tomorrow, you would? I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you. Watch a murder documentary and snuggle.
Get some ideas.
5 days after the charged attempted murder and 11 days before the charged murder, Kouri Richens text messaged Josh Grossman, "Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up.
Listen to this poetry, you guys.
I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go
I do want to figure life out together." It sounds like a caveman wrote this, bro.
away.
Me love you.
Just be
Me
here.
love you lots.
Life would be so perfect.
Me kill husband. We run away together.
I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry.
And this guy, if he could just go away, I don't know what his. I don't even know if he has an accent.
9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder, Kouri Richens text messaged her boyfriend, "I have a crazy dream."
I like the way he said that, the emphasis. I had a crazy dream. Hold on. Let's put that back just once.
Kouri Richens text messaged her boyfriend, "I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce and come up with millions and millions."
Not just millions, but millillions. Millillions. Millillions and millions.
We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm. Deal?
Deal? Like deal or no deal?
Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richens' death, Kouri Richens text messaged her boyfriend
It's like Kouri Richens trial.
a link to the secret St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean and asked, "Are we there yet?"
I love how this guy's response is either nothing or like, he just needs to go away.
1 month and 5 days after Eric Richens' death, Kouri Richens texted, "I think I want you to be my husband one day."
She bought her boyfriend cars, like this guy? With other dudes' money? Wild. Jared, thank you for getting 5 memberships.
Now for the attempted murder charge. Carmen Lauber was a house cleaner who worked for Kouri Richens' aunt's house cleaning company. She cleaned Kouri Richens' house. She knew Kouri Richens for nearly 9 years. Kouri Richens knew.
Everyone on Judge Judy is always like, yeah, I don't have that phone anymore, with the text messages, with the evidence. And Judge Judy's like, you know, no one seems to have their phones anymore, you guys. I have every single phone I've ever owned. Actually, minus one. There was a guy at one of my jobs. He had like a fucking flip phone. So I gave him my iPhone 4 back in like, I don't know. It was a very outdated phone at the time. It was still functional, but that's the only phone that I know I don't have from my past.
That Carmen Lauber had a criminal history involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber at...
That's crazy. She tried to kill him before on Valentine's Day.
Kouri Richens' request.
Allegedly.
Purchased illicit pain or illicit pills from a street drug dealer who was a friend of a friend.
Most of all of the questionable things that I've searched like live on stream. So if anyone was ever like, "What are you searching this?" I could just play them a clip. I'd be like, because I saw somebody say this and I wanted to see for myself if this was actually factual. And I'm not going to kill anybody. I just wanted to know if mixing these two chemicals would actually be fatal or something. You know what I mean? So I think I'm okay. I'm honestly, that's why I don't care if they're tracking me. Like, they're gonna have a really boring time tracking me. I'm not very exciting.
And she gave those pills to Kouri Richens. That street dealer's name is Robert Crozier, and he sold Carmen Lauber the pills at a
I've not heard of Laura Owens, no.
draper in Maverick. 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richens purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner and left it for Eric Richens. She then departed Camas and met up with Josh Grossman an hour away.
Alright, the fatal sandwich is there. It's bang on Valentine's Day while he eats the sandwich and dies. Is that what was supposed to happen?
11:33 that morning, Eric texted Kouri Richens, I'm gonna lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm gonna head to the hospital soon.
And my understanding is like he was being dosed with opiates or opioids. So yeah, if you don't know what the fuck you took, you probably feel pretty crazy, but then you probably feel pretty good. You'd be all right. But if you don't know what the hell's happening to you, that must be scary as fuck.
Shortly,
usually you puke the first time. If you take too much opiates or opioids, you puke. So the first time, if you don't do them and someone's trying to kill you by overdosing, you're most likely going to puke. But then after that, you feel pretty good.
Thereafter, all activity on Eric's cell phone ceased for nearly 90 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Once activity resumed, Eric Richens called his two best friends. They sounded to him scared, somber, confused, bewildered. A few days after that, Kouri Richens asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger. The evidence will prove that on February the 26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death, Carmen Lauber, again at Kouri Richens' request, purchased pills from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper.
I think she's so cooked. Like, unless they're going after the death penalty, I don't think she's gonna get away with this. Also, even if they were going after the death penalty, I don't know if they are or not. I don't even know if the death penalty is a thing in Utah. Her attorney, the defense, is shit. Wait till you see him. Wait till you see him. They are clunky as fuck. They do not have their shit together. It's not like Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony, they were trying to get the death penalty, and she had a fucking really good lawyer. So I think she's probably gonna be fucked.
And she left those pills at a home that Kouri Richens was just finishing up a rehab on. The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl.
What's this?
The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richens died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental. The evidence will prove that time and again, Kouri Richens tried to cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richens. When confronted with Eric's reaction
I don't think he's spoken about her best. I don't even know about that.
on Valentine's Day,
Kay's best friend. So Corey's best friend destroyed her, took her life savings for a house that was never actually transferred to her. What the fuck?
Kouri Richens text messaged her friend. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to nap. No hives, no EpiPen. Kouri Richens was an hour away from Eric Richens with her boyfriend. Regarding...
Well, that keeps coming up for you as Jeremy DeWitt, the cop impersonator. Yeah, I don't know. I've given up trying to make sense of it. I have some new theories, but they're probably not. I'll get off track.
The morning of Eric Richens' death, Kouri Richens wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m.
Hey, Todd, I'm still fighting, but the tumor has shrunk over 30-40%, something like that. So radiation is hell yeah. Hell yeah. See? You're gonna make it. Here we go. I'm so glad to hear that. That's good. That's good shit, Todd.
a.m. She saw that when she nudged Eric, nothing happened. She grabbed her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes.
How would you excuse that? If you were innocent or whatever, and your spouse is dead, even if you're not on good terms anymore, even if you're having an affair, and you're not in love, like, you don't want a person to die, hopefully? The father of your children? You want your children to grow up without a father? Why would you wait 15 minutes to call? You'd be calling right away, right?
The evidence will also prove that Kouri Richens had a guilty conscience. The morning that Eric died, his family came over. Kouri Richens could not face her children or
Oh, good point. I have staging the scene.
Eric's dad.
I'm not trying to help people get away with murder, but maybe don't touch your fucking phone. Like, if this is what you're doing, would you check the time or something? Go look at the microwave. Mamma mia. Not very smart people. I'm glad that the dumb ones try to murder. Honestly, the smart murderers will never know. We'll never know who they are, probably, which is scary.
Eric Richens. She didn't speak to him. A few days after Eric's death, Kouri Richens and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Kouri Richens asked Josh, while serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone? When he responded, she asked, how did that make you feel? Along the lines of both cover-up and guilty conscience, Kouri Richens' text messages and other data from Kouri Richens' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richens' death and a week or two after have all been deleted. Police seized that phone. She got a new phone. And on that new phone, there were the following internet searches. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without...
Look how she spelled everything. Can you delete everything off of an old iPhone without having oots? What the flip? Why? How? Is she high? She must be high. Jeez Louise.
actually having it? Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely? How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely?
Can't. Well, I mean, pretty much can't.
On April the 13th, 2022, about 5 weeks after Eric Richens' death, detectives informed Kouri Richens that the autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning. Thereafter, searches on her phone include if someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America.
You're not rich. You're in extreme amounts of debt. She thinks she's going to prison for the rich and wealthy? Who does this woman think she is? What was Eric doing with this chick?
Almost a year after Eric Richens' death, when Kouri Richens knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richens published a children's book.
I mean, maybe this would be a good way to segue into the children's book. I really have to pee though. I'm gonna smoke a bar real quick. So we'll just put it back 5 seconds just for the setup. And then I do have the children's book interview here. This is it. And then some other interview where she's completely shocked. I think that'd be an interesting one to watch as well. So I will be like 2 seconds here. Just 2 seconds. Christopher, thank you for the PayPal. I appreciate you. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Got some Mios soon. All right. So, what does this guy say? What did he say?
When Kouri Richens knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richens published a children's book.
A children's book? Let's see if this children's book.
Parent, a sibling.
Whoa, you know how to do your audio. Give me a second.
Or friend. Talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject.
Joining us now is author of Are You With Me? Kouri Richens, to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Kouri, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed
Well, I killed my husband and I tried to cover it up, and I think I'm a millionaire, but I'm really massively in debt.
away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And you know, we kind of, my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year, and you know, hoping that it can kind of help other kids, you know, deal with this and kind of, you know, find happiness some way or another.
And to make sense and process, I'm sure, and I'm sure you felt that going through and trying to explain it and articulate it for you and your boys.
Yes, exactly. And so I've done, you know, I'm new to all of this, so kind of doing all, you know, research and reading books and things to try and understand, you know, not only how to grieve as a widow, as a wife, but also, you know, with my kids, how to help them understand what just happened. And what I have kind of found is, as I mentioned, it's kind of the 3 C's is how I visualize it, and it's, you know, connection, continuity, and care. And it's, you know,
Your kids? We put a word continuity in a kid's book?
making sure connection is the major one, and making sure that their spirit is always alive in your home, you know, and memories are always brought up, and doing things that your loved ones love to do, whether it's riding bikes or their favorite dinner, and just constantly, you know, talking about them.
And Kouri, do you mention at dinner, here's Dad, or Dad would like this meal, or Dad would, let's bring Dad on a bike ride?
Yeah.
What?
Exactly. And it's, you know, explaining to my kid, just because he's not present here with us physically, that doesn't mean his presence isn't here with us, and he's doing these things with us. And
I just don't get that.
He's, you know, here for birthdays, and he's here for Christmas, and, you know, and it's just comforting to them to know that, you know, they're not living this life alone. Like, Dad is still here, it's just in a different way, a different version.
Well, I opened up your book, and one of the first pages I saw is a little boy. It looks like he's standing in a hallway at school, and he's saying,
Look how fucking... What? Are you with me? And that's him in the sky as an angel and playing soccer? I don't even know what to say about this. It's just put in bad taste. That's what I'll say.
saying, are you still here?
Yes, yeah, and it's, you know, and that was like the first day of school, and, you know, all the nerves that kids face on the first day of school with new, you know, and just hoping, you know, Dad, like, walk with me, like, help me get through today, like, give me the strength to do that. And it has found, you know, it's been a lot of peace for my kids to, you know, to really remember that in the back of their head, that they're never alone, you know, so.
So you
To monetize Dad's death.
actually wrote this book with your children.
I did.
And it's only been a year. How did you process and say you go from
The kids are the ghostwriters? Do the kids know how to spell better than her?
processing death to I need to write a book and help others?
You know, I just watched the struggle that my kids were going through, and I actually, you know, I went on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and trying to find something that we could use to cope at nights. Nights are the hardest, it seems like, for everybody when, you know, dealing with
This lady's there. I don't know.
anything, but I just wanted some story to read to my kids at night, and I just could not find anything. I couldn't find anything that really, you know, suited them or helped them find comfort and peace, and so, you know, I was like, let's just write one. And so, you know, I took things that my kids have said to me this last year, and we kind of articulated it and put it into a story, and, you know, just have hopes that it will help other kids.
Grief is not linear, and this sounds like it's a touchstone when you need it to come back to for you and your boys. So the first one you had mentioned.
I could see other Gillespie totally doing this in a parallel universe, like killing Xavier to be with Dylan Smith or some stupid shit. I can see it.
Was connection of the 3 C's, keeping the person's spirit alive. The second, continuity.
Yes, and that,
And then getting on TV with a fucking kid's book.
you know,
She just doesn't have any follow through though. Heather Gillespie comes up with ideas, but she doesn't actually do anything with them.
just making sure you're trying to stay, you know, as much as you can on routine, and, you know, whether that's, you know, sports or pick up and drop off from school, or community activities, just, you know, trying to stay in a routine as much as possible.
This is the first time I've actually heard this lady talk. I've only seen, like, her face in court. I've never seen her talk, so this is actually a little interesting to me, I guess.
And then the last C is care.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So,
She's worse vocabulary than me. I have pretty bad vocabulary.
you know, on top of just loving your kids and hugging them and kissing them and, you know, extra cuddles and everything, I think it's important that I've learned to really affirm, you know, their feelings. When they're mad or they're sad, you know, it's just that affirmation of, I understand, like, that you are upset, you know, because of this. Like, let's talk about it, you know. And so I think really it's not, you know, it's the emotional and physical touch of it, but really letting your kids understand that you know why they're feeling the way that they are feeling, and it's okay, and let's deal with it and talk about it.
There's a promotion right now. Get a free copy of the book April 30th and May 1st through Amazon Kindle. You are an amazing woman and mom, and we thank you for being vulnerable and sharing this and touching the lives of others.
Thank you. I really appreciate being here. So,
Thank you, Kouri.
guys.
Thank you.
How much...
How to deal with...
Whoa, hold on. Hold on. Do you think they just, like, paid money to promote the book on that show? Obviously, right? How much money do you think it costs to do that? How much does it cost to sell your soul to endorse a fucking murderer? I want to see what this is
Coming on
quick.
the show. Appreciate it. All right, Dina, let me start with you. Did you see anything about her? Was there anything about the interview that...
Oh, wait, we're interviewing the people who interviewed her? Or they're getting heat now? I was just thinking about this. Yeah, they should get heat. Why the fuck did you have this lady on? That's why I was like, I'm assuming they're just hosting the show. They're not the ones playing the strings. I'm sure the producers probably came out and was like, this lady gave us 10 grand to promote her stupid kid's book. Just fucking talk to her, you know? But I didn't know that this is what this is. Awesome. Okay, what did they say?
that you guys were doing with her that made you suspicious?
Nothing at all made me suspicious.
And that's why we did it. Yeah, that's the right answer.
I didn't have any spidey senses going off, meeting and talking to her.
We're all just airheads over here. I'll be nice, sorry.
I did think she was a little emotionless, maybe lacking a little bit of warmth, but everybody grieves differently. And I didn't want to judge. So I thought, you know, maybe she's still numb. It's only been a year. Maybe she's on autopilot. I didn't have anything that seemed out of the norm to me.
Sue-Ray, let me play a little piece of sound.
But you could have like positioned questions in a way. If you should have been a little suspicious, right? How come no other mom has written a book like this before after their husbands died? And that might be a valid question. And then she might. I would be curious about her answer. You know.
This is one of
great journalism. Yep.
the questions.
That's why it's obviously a fluff piece for her book. They're not going to ask her any hard questions because then that would be counterproductive to promoting the book, which is what they're probably getting paid for, right?
You actually asked her during the interview. Let's listen.
So you actually wrote this book with your children.
I did.
And it's only been a year.
Are they going to be like, that was a lie?
How did you process and say you go from processing death to I need to write a book and
Yeah, that guy's interrogation is creepy.
help others?
You know, I just watched the struggle that my kids were going through. And I actually, you know, I went on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and trying to find something that we could use to cope at nights. Nights are the hardest, it seems like, for everybody when, you know, dealing with anything. But I just wanted some story to read to my kids. at night. And I just could not find anything. I couldn't find anything that really, you know, suited them or helped them find comfort and peace. And so, you know, I was like, let's just write one.
I hope they were like, we got her internet search history from it being subpoenaed, and she didn't search for any books. She just searched for dildos.
Ray, it seems that
that'd be funny.
you thought at the least it was a bit odd that she was able to grieve and write the book and get it published within a year.
I think people process things in different ways in their own time. But yes, a lot of times on our show, Good Things Utah, it's a lifestyle show, and we allow people to share their stories and however they process it. And I put myself a lot of times in their shoes, and I think I would never be able to grieve in that amount of time and then write a book and then also take care of my 3 small children who are 10, 9, and 6.
Right. So where were your fucking spidey senses?
So I did find it, wow, I can't believe that you've done it. So I needed to ask that question, like, how did you process this whole year and then write a children's book and then come on a show to talk about it?
So, Dina, I assume when you guys heard the news, you were stunned. What is the key evidence thus far that prosecutors have released against her?
Well, here's some really interesting things that happened. So she had come on the show. She wrote in to us. Our executive producer then booked her. We do the interview. Well, the night of the interview, an email comes into the station that's totally anonymous, but it says, you know, she killed her husband. We all kind of looked at that, didn't think much of it at the time. We
Get on Reddit.
a lot of crazy emails.
I think Reddit's good for it. They'll dox everything. They'll be like, this is where you get all this information. Well, where's my foot pedal?
At times. Then a couple of days later, I got a personal message to my Facebook from an account that I don't know, you couldn't really see who it was, but it said, you need to investigate her. She's a suspect in her husband's murder. So at this time, we're starting to think, what is going on? But didn't know anything until everyone found out when this went public on Monday. So right now,
Someone literally directly told us point blank, but we didn't know what was going on.
we don't have any other information.
I get like they need to. If someone's just saying something, that's not evidence of anything, right? But it just sounds silly to say that.
Than what has now been made public. We were sent the search warrant. We're, watching for all of the new details coming down. We're completely shocked to have read through the search warrant.
And apparently they say that they believe it was a financial motive. I'm out of time. Sue Ray Chin and Dina Manzanares, thank you so much for coming on the show. Really appreciate it. Banfield starts now. Thank you.
This is the news. F5 with this guy. Who is this guy? Should we just start a news channel? The cult's gonna need a news channel. I guess I'll run that. Anyways, back to this. So yeah, she wrote a children's book.
The loss of a parent.
Oops. Sorry, I forgot their audio, so I gotta put that up. I'll put it back just a smidge there.
Book on how to deal with the loss of a parent. And she promoted that children's book on local television and local radio. The state will present to you this evidence and more through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Kouri Richens' own words. As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations. The first is the evidence will prove that Kouri Richens murdered Eric Richens, but also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richens did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richens had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richens. But please consider the evidence that proves no one else did. Consider
Your stupid face. Hold on. Do I have a pen? I do. You're gonna lose.
the evidence leading up to Eric Richens' death that proves that Kouri Richens murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Kouri Richens' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege, and success.
So this lady is alleged to have killed her husband, both.
Let me please highlight two of the judge's instructions that he just provided. The first is, stay focused on the evidence.
We can pretend to be jurors. Stay focused on the evidence.
What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please stay focused on the evidence. Please take notes. As he said, you will probably only hear from a witness one time, and that is when the witness testifies. At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here.
What happened to the boyfriend? Like, Josh? I don't know. I think Josh testified the other day, but we gotta get caught up to that point.
In closing argument, we will analyze the evidence. We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed
I don't
me
know.
on. And the state of Utah will ask you to find Kouri Darden Richens guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richens, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richens, 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March
Are they still together, Josh and her?
the 4th, 2022. It is 8:30. Medical examiners place
No, they're not.
Eric's
Wow.
body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richens has not yet told them that Eric is dead.
Yeah, see, that's weird too. I mean, I feel like the kids should know, right? They have a right to know. She put off telling the kids for a while.
And she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richens' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
These images the defense tried to have withheld from evidence, and they tried to say that the DA just got these from Reddit or something to make her look bad, when these were the images she looked at right after he was wheeled away. And this is what I mean with the phone shit. Like, did you guys know? Did you guys know, like, you basically know every single thing that you're doing on your phone with timestamps, like images you have saved, looked up. They know when you've seen them. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. But good, get the bad guys. Look at her face. Don't give a fuck.
Is your mic on, Miss Nestor?
Katie to be connected?
She is.
Okay.
It's a black screen at the moment. Is that intentional?
Turn.
Katie.
It's a black screen, is that supposed to be? So this is the defense, and you'll see what I mean by they're fucking clunky.
You ready to go? My apologies. One moment.
Hell yeah. I hate losing power. Come on.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
The 911 call. So this is, I guess the defense is going to try to present this as a woman who was just so distressed about her husband dying. But to me, it just sounds like she's delaying information and them getting there to save him.
My husband's not breathing. He's cold.
I hope not.
Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court. Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 1987.
Wouldn't you just be like, my husband is dying or dead, and you get to this address? Send people now. Send people. I'll give you the fucking callback number after. I'll be calling back if we get disconnected. All right, you know what I mean? But she's I just like I would have handled the situation completely differently.
Okay,
if I were innocent.
It's gonna be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on?
She's mumbling.
I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold.
And don't you think this would be a little emotional for her to re-listen to, especially if like she was this upset at the time, and you're being accused of murder now?
Cold. My husband, I turned the light off. And he's not breathing? He's not breathing? I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay.
Those were the sounds
Of a bad actor.
of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and Kouri Richens were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal that her company had ever done.
We're gonna be $3 million more in debt. Hooray! Celebrate good times. Come on.
She was about to close on something called the Midway Mansion. Slide 2, please. A sprawling...
Slide 2, Kate. Apparently the person operating the defense's slides is really bad at their job too.
multi-million-dollar home in Midway that had been abandoned before construction was completed. And the plan was to fix it up just enough to resell it. In other words, repair the windows, make it look nice. There had been vandalism inside, clean it all out, get it ready to flip and sell. And the concept is to sell it for millions more than the bargain basement price they got, because it was just a dilapidated, falling apart.
Yeah, because it's dilapidated and falling apart. So where are we going to get the money to put into fixing it, right? And that's a lot of work. It doesn't look like she knows how to work. Thank you for explaining the concept of flipping property. Defense.
Abandoned property. And the plan was to flip it for so much that she was going to make millions of dollars of profit, at least $2 million for her and for all of her investors. And Eric was a part of this. Eric,
Because all of her deals thus far have been so great because she's in so much debt. You know what I mean? Come on.
Eric had been out at the property that very day, the day that he died, spreading gravel to make it look nice for open houses, and so that it'd be ready as soon as they closed. These two had other things to celebrate on March 3rd, besides this big deal that was going to make them a lot of money. One of the things they had to celebrate was that Eric's business was doing great. Can we have slide 3? Eric worked as a stonemason, and you're going to see, this is 2020. This isn't even the year before he died. So his income kept going up and up. But he declared to the IRS that he made over $750,000 that year. That was just...
Can you, just the inflection and her tone of voice and stuff, like, I really hope the jury isn't brain dead. it's just, he was a stonemason. He made so much money.
In 1 year of what Eric was bringing into their marriage and their family. They also lived in a beautiful home.
Why would she kill him? He was a stonemason.
Slide 4. It was a beautiful home. They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage. You get half of a home as soon as you live in it.
Yeah, but if you have a prenuptial agreement, which they did have, and I guarantee you that he would have divorced her if he knew she was having a fucking affair, then she doesn't get the house. Right? That's the whole motive for the murder.
They also had a 2-story garage that you can kind of see in that picture.
Also, she wanted to get rid of this house, so I don't even know why she's bringing up the house.
A little bit back from the house. And it was filled, slide 5. It was filled with exotic animals. Eric was a huge hunter. He went on trips all over the world. They had the kind of money that they were blessed with. He could travel to Africa and travel to Mexico, which he did 2 weeks before he died. He was in Mexico hunting an exotic sheep, actually. They had four-wheelers. They had lots of vehicles. They had snowmobiles and ATVs and ski equipment. They were very blessed. They had a lot to celebrate. They also had a wonderful family. Slide 6. The one thing that I don't think anybody in this courtroom is ever going to challenge, us included, is that Eric and Kouri adored their boys. They were their world. They were in that place that those of us who've had kids have all been in, where you spend your days driving them around to soccer and all their activities, and they're just the center of your world. And that's how both of these parents felt about their kids. They loved them a lot. And what's
And now they don't have a dad.
more important is that the boys adored their father, adored them, adored him. And Kouri knew that about her sons and about her family. Their marriage had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. They'd gone through a really bad year where they'd both contemplated divorce, and they did what a lot of couples do. They went to marriage counseling, they worked it out, and they decided to stick it out, and they did. You're going to hear testimony from one of Eric's closest friends that in the few weeks before Eric died, he and Kouri were the happiest together that he'd ever seen them. And you're going to hear that from one of
But it's a lie, because she was cheating on him.
Eric's closest friends. Now on March 3rd...
So even if they appeared happy, like, it's not... It's obviously things weren't that great, right?
Eric started sending excited texts
Marriage counseling obviously wasn't working.
before their celebration to Kouri, saying, hey, let's get together. Let's have some celebratory shots. Slide 7, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to read that. It's really small. But it basically says, you want to, thank you. You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate about...
I can't celebratory shot tonight. I gotta do all this final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. And then I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her 1 to 2 because we didn't have any time yesterday. I'm sorry. Do you think she was actually with Josh instead during this time? I bet you she was with Josh.
About the big closing. When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been...
Wouldn't it be easier to get a divorce and then be on your way than to take all this time to plot to murder your husband? See, if they got a divorce since they had a prenuptial agreement, she wouldn't have got anything, and then she would have been in a massive amount of debt. This Josh guy doesn't seem like a real winner. They're not even together anymore. And so that's why. That's why. She wanted to basically get out of debt, rent this place out for $12,000 a day to stay competitive in the market with Josh and raise some kids there or whatever. But no, morally, yeah, you should just fucking divorce this guy if you're not into him. Like, Jesus jumping.
Been out at the property, spreading the gravel. He got home and they all had dinner together as a family. Kouri's mom dropped by. They visited with her mom. Her mom had actually been out at the property the same day with a carpenter trying to get some bids and get it ready to start getting it fixed up. Kouri's mom left. They tucked their boys into bed. And around 9 o'clock, they decided to have their celebratory shot. A friend had given them a gift of some of those, I'm sure you guys have seen them, those copper Moscow Mule cups that you make like in breweries and in bars. And they decided to try out their new cups. So Kouri made what's called a Moscow Mule. And they also had a little shot, which is Eric's idea, of a little lemon drop. They had their drinks. They actually didn't finish them and set the cups in the sink at the house, right there. Around 9:30, they were getting ready to go to bed, and they heard one of the children who suffered from something called night terrors, where they scream out, they have nightmares. One of the children was crying out. So Kouri went to sleep with her son around 9:30 that night. You're going to hear the police. Kouri also told the police the day that they came to the house that she believed Eric might have had what we call a marijuana gummy. You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. And the police found a whole...
They try to use like this... I forgot about this. They're going to try to say that one of the gummies was like, maybe it was laced with fentanyl and it was an accidental overdose. With fucking not. I forgot about that. I forgot about this. So, trigger warning. Not marijuana. I know. They just want to they just want to have some plausible deniability, because then you won't know without a beyond a reasonable doubt that she murdered him. But with just let the state cook. They'll show you. I'll show you.
Whole bunch of them in the house, in his things, in his...
It's just like, how can you sleep with yourself at night trying to get a fucking murderer off? What a Ursula looking devil woman.
Clothes in his closet. You know, he was a marijuana gummy user. Slide 8. These are all gummies that the police found in Eric's things. Some of them, you can tell, had commercial bags where he bought them from dispensaries. Some were in clear bags that he bought from somewhere else, the location unknown. So you take it down. So as they're getting ready to go to bed, you're going to hear that after Kouri left the room, Eric was on his phone. And he was talking to a friend named Scott Wagner. And you're going to hear that Scott Wagner talked to him at 10 o'clock that night. That when Scott Wagner talked to him, he did not sound drunk. He did not sound high. He did not sound like he was on fentanyl or anything else. That there was no sound of the wife or children in the background. That he was alert, that he was having a totally normal conversation with Scott, and this was at 10 p.m. Shortly after 10 p.m., you're going to hear, forgot to mention, when Kouri left the bedroom, she has always maintained from beginning to end that she left her phone in the room, in the charger.
Well, there's no THC in her spot. Sorry, I was sending someone a clip of something. Well, there you go.
Next to her bed, which we all do at night. When we're about to go to bed, we charge our phones. Nothing unusual there. After 10 o'clock, around 10:30.
Yeah, no, the meds were like from 2016 or something.
So this is an hour after Kouri's left the bedroom and is in with her son. Kouri's phone is unlocked and moves just a few feet. Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. And you can kind of see why he probably was doing that, based on what you've already heard from the state.
Did you cheat on him?
Maybe he had good reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that.
But he was dead. How? Come on now. It's like the coroner can determine a time of death, so he wasn't unlocking her phone. He was fucking dead.
At about 10:30, because we have proof that the phone opened and closed. Moved a short distance, like maybe walking around the bedroom, and then closed again. And that is the last thing we know
How do you unlock the phone? He knows the passcode?
for sure that Eric
Face ID, right?
did the night that he died. Sometime after that, we don't know exactly when Eric died.
So no, like, let's actually entertain this stupidity here for a second. If he knew the passcode and he knew that she was cheating on him, why didn't he get a divorce? Why wouldn't he get a divorce?
Slide 9. When Eric died, his Apple Watch was hanging on a charger, nice and neat. His phone was in a charger on the nightstand. He was lying in his underwear, like when you go to bed, and he was on his back on his side of the bed. So it appears pretty clear that Eric went to bed and fell asleep and died in his sleep. You're also going to hear, slide 10, that there was an empty pill bottle right next to him in his nightstand. And I want you to pay careful attention to this. The empty pill bottle expired in 2016. Made out to him for pain pills. That's going to become important later. Sometime after 3 a.m., Kouri wakes up and comes back into a dark bedroom. You're going to hear she unlocked her phone. Probably, we're not going to dispute the times that the state just mentioned. The phone gets unlocked shortly after 3 a.m., which is what time Kouri says from...
Okay, sorry. So the time... She's claiming that Eric unlocked Kouri's phone at like 10 p.m. before he died. Why? Why would he? What was he in the point? I thought she was disputing her unlocking the phone after he died. But she's not going to even contest that? She's going to be like, yeah. What's going to be her excuse?
Day one that she got up. She always tells the police, I got up at 3. The phone verifies that. The phone moved around the house a little bit. You're going to hear the distances in the house. There's going to be investigators that are going to tell you how many feet from the master bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen. They're going to tell you about how many feet are in that house if you're walking around the house. It appears clear she walked around the house just a little bit for a few minutes. And then the phone stops being active, which is indicative of being back in the charger, indicative of not moving anymore. And a few minutes later, you hear the 911 call that you guys just heard. So that gives her enough time to crawl into the bed, touch her husband, and realize he's cold. Just about 3 minutes. That's all it took. And she picks her phone up, calls 911. You're going to see that the phone records prove all of this. At that time, I believe everyone's going to agree, and I think the state even admitted it in their opening, that's pretty clear he'd been dead for several hours. And you're going to actually see a photo when we pass, our blood pools in the position that we lay in. It's not circulating anymore because our heart's not working. And you're going to see a picture of his back. And you're going to see that the blood he had been dead long enough for the blood to pool on his back because he was laying on his back. So that usually indicates he'd been dead for several hours, and the medical examiner is going to tell you that. So those 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., somewhere in that time, Eric Richens died. somewhere in that time, he ingested a fatal dose of fentanyl. What you will never hear after 4 years of investigation, where as recently as 2 weeks ago, they were back searching that house. After 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear is how that fentanyl got inside of him.
It was her. She picked it up after trying to kill him with the sandwich and then dosed him. How? What?
Because there is zero evidence of that.
Whoa, look at this guy's mustache. That's a crazy mustache. What about the dealer? What about her friend? What? He doesn't seem too concerned.
To this day, slide 11, please. You're going to see that his death certificate, that's the wrong thing, Katie. Just take it down.
Fucking Katie.
Sorry about that. That's the wrong thing. His death certificate reads
He doesn't care.
that the manner of his death is still unknown to this day.
I don't know. I don't even think he was taking the pills. They're just expired pills. It's just a bottle he forgot about. In my opinion, that's what I think they were.
You're going to hear testimony that a medical examiner has the ability to declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide, it can be suicide, it can be accidental overdose, it can be murder.
Why wouldn't you try to kill him with the old pain pills and then just say he took the old pain pills? Would that have been an easier thing to do than go to a dealer twice and be like, I need something to kill my husband?
Murder, it can be anything. To this day, the medical examiner, the professional that's the head of declaring how people die in the state of Utah, has never been able to determine the manner of Eric Richens' death. Now, you're going to hear first responders and law enforcement tell you that no fentanyl was found in the bedroom the night of his death. But you're also going to hear them that they didn't search for it. You know, we've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder, right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out. It becomes a crime scene. You search everything. You search the closet, you search the bathroom, you search the vehicles, you search the house, you search the office. They didn't do that.
Doesn't mean that wasn't a murder. It just means it wasn't presented as such at the time.
All kinds of friends and family, and you're going to see video of all the people that were in the house that day. There was no restrictions on anybody. And guess what was sitting in the sink? The cups. They were sitting there. They were never taken. They were never tested. Nothing. The nanny ended up...
There hadn't been an autopsy or anything yet. So as far as people know, they don't know the cause of death yet. So they wouldn't be treating it like a murder. Am I crazy?
Putting them in the dishwasher the next morning, and they still had fluid in them. You're going to hear the day after Eric died. Kouri, or I'm sorry, not day after, day of. They started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to. As far as the timing, as far as what happened, never. Law enforcement secretly recorded her phone conversations for over a year after this incident. 2 years later, listening in to her conversations with her family to see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're going to hear it never changed. You're going to hear that before Eric's body was even taken out of their bedroom, Kouri was told the body was going to a morgue for an autopsy. So within an hour of the cops getting there, she knew there was going to be an autopsy of his body. And what happens when you have an autopsy? You figure out how someone died. That's what doctors do. They test your blood, they test your bodily tissues. So she knew that. But did she tell the police or the medical responders or the EMS, hey guys, you might want to check for fentanyl, my husband used it all the time? Did she do that? Because with one sentence, she could have taken all suspicion off her and made this about a drug overdose.
I think she's too stupid. I don't think she was thinking like that, but okay.
But she didn't. As a matter of fact, she could have staged a whole drug overdose scene with fentanyl pills on his stomach and everything all over the place and say, gosh, you know, I tried to get him in rehab for years and I
But she didn't. She did this thing instead.
couldn't. But she didn't. And you know why? Because she told her truth. She told her truth
That's such a stupid thing to say. I don't even know why she said that. You say she told the truth, not her truth. What?
over and over again, and it's exactly what she told that 911 operator that you just heard and you're going to hear over and over in trial. I don't know what happened. Now you're going to hear that Eric Richens' family simply could not accept that. They needed someone or something to blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. And that's totally understandable. No family ever wants to believe that behind closed doors, someone they love is using drugs. No one wants to believe that. But the family's need to make sense of Eric's death went way beyond what you would expect a normal grieving family to go through. You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a heart attack, if he had an aneurysm, a lot of people were talking about aneurysms at the scene, and you're going to hear that. Nobody knew yet how he died. The sisters were telling the police, Kouri probably did this. Kouri probably did this. Day one. His sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had
So they weren't idiots, basically. They knew what was up.
recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust, and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge, and that Kouri didn't like that. She told that to the police at the scene. So Kouri already knew before Eric ever died that his assets were protected in a trust and didn't automatically come to her if he died, that there were legal things you had to go through. You're going to hear that it didn't stop there. The Richens family hired a private investigator, and you're going to see how much they paid that private investigator, and it's almost $100,000. And they paid that investigator to spend every waking minute digging up as much dirt as he possibly could on Kouri Richens to try to implicate her in Eric's death.
Why do they put fentanyl in lollipops? It just seems like a bad idea. Like kids eat lollipops, right? That's a candy for kids. Is that to prevent overdosing? Like if you start feeling too loopy, just stop licking the lollipop opposed to just like popping a pill and oh no, you're gonna die now?
Even though the state already had all the evidence from the scene that night that would show what happened in those 6 hours, right? The investigator goes looking for skeletons in the closet. And boy, did he find some. You're going to hear that after an exhaustive private investigation into every single thing about Kouri Richens' life, he uncovered plenty of things that I'm quite sure she's not proud of. She's not a perfect person. She's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. But the prosecutor just turned some of her most intimate, personal correspondence into entertainment with bubbles and slides. And they're going to continue to assassinate her character throughout this trial, so get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind. So let me assure you, no marriage.
Yeah, I mean, like if she didn't make any of those Google searches and she didn't meet up with a drug dealer and if she didn't have a motive and if she wasn't having an affair, maybe I'd be like, yeah, everyone's being really mean to Kouri, dude. But why is everyone on this chick's ass?
Which is what it appears on the surface. What happens when we close our bedroom door is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial, and I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have about her sexual morality, her personal decisions, about her marriage, and about her family. The prosecution is going to spend days and weeks
Laura saying assassinate your character isn't a great choice. Yeah, it just seems like, I don't know. You don't have any counter evidence. You're just trying to be like, no, they're just being mean. They're just trying to assassinate my character.
Telling you all about arguments Kouri's had with her husband in years past. Problems in their marriage, yeah, they had them. Disagreements, infidelities, ups and downs in their marriage, all true. They're also going to tell you all about Kouri's business. They tore it apart. They examined every bank account, every real estate deal she ever did, her taxes, when she made money, when she lost money, if she paid her taxes on time, if she bounced checks, if she borrowed too much, if she didn't
Yeah, it's called an investigation.
borrow enough, if she borrowed wisely, if she was too risky in her business. You're going to hear all of that. None of that has anything to do with those 6 hours, but you're going to sit through it and you're going to listen to all of it. And you're going to hear testimony about her most intimate personal and business affairs going back years before Eric died. The family and the private investigator even became convinced that Kouri had tried to kill Eric before on Valentine's Day when he had an allergic reaction to a sandwich, drank some Benadryl, may or may not have taken an EpiPen shot, took a 2-hour nap, and then drove his kids to soccer. That's the evidence you're going to hear about Valentine's Day. You're going to hear that he had discussed with Kouri that he was going to drive the kids to soccer. So they're asking you to believe that she secretly put narcotics in her husband's food right before he's going to drive the 3 things that matter the most to her in the world to soccer.
Do they matter that much to her? She didn't even console them when their dad died, and she killed their dad. I don't know how much. I mean, and then she made the children's book and fucking monetized the death. Like, I don't. It doesn't seem to me like she really gives a fuck. It seems like she cares about money. Seems like she really cares about money for some reason.
You're going to hear that Eric that this incident wasn't even a blip to Eric. He had a professional allergy doctor that he saw very shortly after this incident. He never even brought this up. Never even talked about it with his doctor. You're going to hear that he laughed about it with one of Kouri's friends who visited shortly after. He thought it was funny. Interestingly, you're also going to hear that people who use oxycodone or hydrocodone, like that bottle said, also tend to have allergic reactions. They can have very similar symptoms if you use pain pills to the symptoms described of what Eric experienced on Valentine's Day.
I've never heard of that. What?
Here's what you're not going to see in this trial. You're not going to see one single bit of evidence
I haven't experienced that either. So what is she talking about?
showing what was in that sandwich, if he went to a doctor, if he had any tests run, because he didn't. No evidence at all. Now, the family's investigator regularly updated law enforcement on his investigation. He sent them everything he found. He sent them witnesses.
To release histamine? Do they? I don't even know if that's true or not. I just have never met anyone in my drug using times or myself have ever been like, whoa, you ever like take too much oxys and start having allergic reactions to sandwiches? I've just never heard of this before.
To interview, he sent them
Oh, yeah, I guess it'll make you itchy. But the way she was making it sound it's like it was a sandwich, like the sandwich brought it on, but maybe I just misunderstood.
interviews he did of the witnesses first. You're going to hear this very same private investigator took Eric's computer before the police got it and had it for a long time. In his
Yeah, if I was dosed, right, and he's taken hydrocodone before though, for his back. That's why it's prescribed and that's why that bottle was there from 2016. So he should know, I guess, what the effects of opiates or opioids feel like. So maybe that doesn't. If I was dosed and I didn't know I was dosed, would I think I'm having an allergic reaction? I just don't think I would. I'd probably be like, oh fuck, I'm high and itchy.
his possession, looking through all of Eric's computer.
I feel really good.
You're also going to hear
and itchy.
Eric's family went and hired experts. They hired experts in toxicology, in finances, in handwriting analysis, paid them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state to testify against Kouri. You're going to hear that the family had constant communications with the prosecution team right up until they decided to charge Kouri a year later. Now, as you've already heard from this prosecutor, they're going to spend weeks in this trial trying to convince you that Kouri had reasons to kill her husband, because they can't show you that she did kill her husband. You're not going to hear a single one of Eric's family, Kouri's investors, Kouri's friends, her lover, her accountant, her broker, her lawyer, her marriage counselor, her accountants, her husband's friends, her husband's co-workers. Not one of those people is ever going to be able to tell you what happened in those 6 hours. Not one of them. You're going to hear me ask each one of them in this trial, do you know whether or not Eric Richens knowingly ingested fentanyl? Do you know whether he accidentally ingested fentanyl thinking he was taking another kind of pill and it had fentanyl in it, and he took it and accidentally ingested it? Do you know whether he mixed fentanyl with alcohol after Kouri went to sleep? The answer every single time from every single one of these witnesses is going to be no. Now here's what you will hear. You will hear that Eric suffered from pain a lot. That he suffered from knee and back pain related to his work. He did hard work. He was a stonemason, lifting heavy stones. And he also was a huge outdoorsman. He was hiking, snowmobiling, skiing, hunting, and he had pain in his back and his knees from that kind of activity.
And lots of people can do all that stuff without taking drugs.
He also had been diagnosed with Lyme disease. He believed he had it, and he claimed to people that were very close to him that he suffered with intense bouts of pain that he believed was related to Lyme disease. But this is a man's man, this guy. He's a hunter. He's a macho guy, right? He didn't want to show weakness. He didn't want people to know he was suffering. He didn't share that with a lot of people. You're going to hear that Eric was so dependent on the drugs like the gummies that gave him relief from his pain that he would even take it and smuggle it in his luggage when he went on trips out of the country.
It's fucking weed gummies. There is a huge difference between a weed gummy and an opioid. You can't even put them in the same category, bro. Like, that's... Just take my word for it. This is stupid.
And out of the continental United States, when you got to go through TSA, that's how much he needed that relief. Now you're going to hear on one of the calls that they were recording when Kouri was talking to her family, she tells her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. She purchased them from a woman named Carmen that she knew who cleaned her properties for her. And she knew Carmen had access to people that had drugs. You will hear that she asked Carmen to get oxycodone. Oxycodone, which is very similar to the hydrocodone that you saw in that pill bottle right there.
Your Honor, apologize. May we approach?
I wonder what they're talking about here. So the DA doesn't like something she's implying here. I guess it's about picking up oxycodone. I guess they're going to say there's no evidence of Eric requesting her to pick up oxycodone. I mean, if there is, I'd be interested in seeing it. So far, I'm on the state side, if that isn't obvious. I think there's way too much evidence against her, but maybe she'll pull out some kind of underdog triggers. I just don't show emotion because I'm crazy, but I'm innocent. I was afraid. It was the kids. No, that's not gonna happen. Be very unlikely. Hey, Chris. We can skip ahead. I don't think we're gonna. They mute it when this is happening. So. I like the judge though. He seems Pretty chill. He's got a nice calm energy. He seems fair.
It's gonna happen a lot over the next 5 weeks.
It's gonna happen a lot, guys. That's evidence that we're innocent because they don't like me bullshitting.
So get ready.
You interrupted him first, and way sooner into his opening statement than yours was.
You're gonna hear that oxycodone is a fairly low dose pain pill that you can get prescriptions for. Most prescriptions for oxycodone are around the range of about 10 milligrams per pill. That's about, if your doctor gives you oxycodone, that's about what you usually get it for. If you want stronger oxycodone, like up to 30 milligrams, you generally either have to have a special prescription from a doctor or you're gonna hear that you can get it on the street, right? And the state has talked about this gentleman, Robert Crozier. Robert Crozier sold higher strength oxys, up to 30 milligrams. He's gonna testify that back in 2022, before Eric died, that's all he sold was oxy. That he didn't sell fentanyl at that time. It hadn't really got into the country yet, like it is now, right, where it's everywhere. It hadn't really happened yet. He was just selling oxys, and he sold the stronger dose. So you're gonna
Fentanyl has been around since like 2013. The fuck are you talking about?
hear, and you're gonna see evidence that Kouri asked Carmen for something stronger. And that Carmen, you're gonna hear from Mr. Crozier, purchased 30 milligram oxys from Crozier. Crozier.
That's why when they made like oxys illegal in Canada, there was videos of them putting them all in like a pit and destroying them and shit. And then it was like, you could do fentanyl or you could do heroin. And I was like, they're trying to fucking kill us. So I quit. And I've only done oxys. Oxys and Percocets, Molly Percocet. Fuck heroin and fentanyl. So honestly, I think they should have just kept oxy. Well, maybe not. I'm glad, in a way, there's a silver lining. I'd probably still be on opioids if oxys were still around. But they made oxy neos. You couldn't. They're like gel. You couldn't snort them if they don't really get you high. My foot pill's not working.
That is what he sold Carmen Lauber, was 30 milligram oxy pills. You're also going to hear that in Eric's autopsy, there's no oxy in his system. So
I thought she said this is a doctor, but not his doctor. If it was his doctor, he would have had a script, right? And this would be way more... Like, Kouri wouldn't have needed to pick it up from a street dealer. I don't know if the defense is intentionally doing that, like trying to mislead the jury, but I see why you might be confused.
pills that were purchased by Carmen Lauber
I
could
misheard.
not have been the cause of Eric's death. The fentanyl had to come from somewhere else. You're going to hear Carmen testify now that Kouri asked her for fentanyl. But what you're going to hear is that that was not Carmen's original story. That when Carmen was originally interviewed, she said no mention of fentanyl. It was all about oxy. There was no fentanyl. Carmen talks like she doesn't even know what fentanyl is, right? Guess when she changes her testimony? She changes her testimony when the police say, hey, you know what? We caught you. We caught you with drugs. We caught you with guns. And if you don't say what we want you to say, you're going to jail.
Did we get to see the interview? I hope we get to see that interview.
For a really, really long time, federal and state. But we're going to give you a ticket. We're going to give you a free ticket to get out of all the trouble you're in. But you got to say Kouri said fentanyl, and she changes her story. You're going to get to evaluate her credibility and what you think of her. You're going to hear that just a few weeks before Eric died, guess where he was? Mexico. Guess where the fentanyl comes into this country from? Mexico. Now, after you've listened to all the evidence in this case, after you've looked at all the exhibits, you're going to be asked to determine what happened in that 6 hours. Not the 3 years.
The cops dropped the ball with Carmen?
Years before.
Carmen's like the middleman, right? Like there's the dealer, and then Kouri asked Carmen to get the drugs from the dealer, right? Like Kouri doesn't have a direct connection to a dealer, apparently. Well, how did they drop the ball with her?
Not the 2 years before, not the 1 year before.
They literally say, give us what we need to ensure Kouri gets convicted. Oh, that's fucking stupid. What the fuck? Yeah, well, yeah, the cops are really fucking stupid then.
Those 6 hours, you're going to have to decide if Kouri Richens intentionally and knowingly poisoned secretly her husband, ending the life of the father of her kids, knowing that she was going to cause those little boys to feel pain every day for the rest of their life for the loss of their father, and that she did it for money, and that she did it for money that was less than what she was about to make on one of her own deals. For way less than what Eric Richens would have earned over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Way less than you knew she was guaranteed to get, because she knew about the existence of the trust. She knew there's no guarantee on the assets or the home, right?
13% on Kouri's side. Probably troll votes.
Finally, you're going to be asked to determine whether or not the sandwich incident was an attempt to commit a murder. That's going to be an easy one for you. You're going to be asked to whether she lied to the life insurance companies, and I presume the state's going to argue that the lie was that she didn't cause his death. Because if you cause someone's death, you can't get the life insurance. So I guess that's what they're saying the fraud is.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a little flyer that she got in the mail, that we've all gotten in the mail, that if you're a credit union member, about
She throat punched Eric's sister because they wouldn't let her get in his safe. What?
once or twice a year, you get this little thing in the mail that says, hey, we'll give you $100,000 free life insurance, just sign here.
But they won't let that come into this trial. How did that get found out? Like on social media or something? That's fucking crazy. Let me see if I can find that.
Because we are so glad you're our credit union member. And so she signed that a little while before Eric died for $100,000. $100,000. That's, Eric Richens made that in 2 months, right? 3 months. And they're saying she forged his name on that little flyer when she mailed it in. In order to prove that, they have to prove that Eric didn't allow her to do it. Now, I'm telling you right now, wives everywhere sign their husbands' names on a lot of things. You've got to find that she did it without his knowledge, and I don't know how they're going to prove that.
No, I can't see it.
Now, there is one piece of good news as you evaluate this evidence and the facts in this case. There is some good news for you. There are going to be a lot of facts that we actually agree on, that we're not even going to challenge. We'll just be like, yeah, that happened. Hopefully.
Killed Casey? I don't know who Casey is, but she killed her husband, Eric.
That's going to help the case move a little faster for you guys. But interestingly, even though we're not going to dispute the facts, we sure are going to dispute what the facts mean. Sometimes you can look at the same facts and see two very different results. Let me show you what I mean. Katie, can you put up slide 12?
Katie.
Is it up on your screen, Katie? 1 second, please.
The judge has to give us the pass to get into the
This
screen.
happens from time to time.
See? The judge has got a nice calming voice. I like him.
Brittany. Can you do me a favor? Disconnect from table 1. Plug back in.
I really think Katie's either an intern or maybe the defense is just really mean to her. But she's always like, Katie, pull that down. Pull this up. That's the wrong one. Do this, do that. Now she can't get the thing up. Poor Katie.
Okay, 1 moment.
And then I think Eric's sister's name is Katie, so then there's 2 Katies at one point.
There it is. So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat.
Why are we looking at this for?
See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose. mouth. There's going to be times in this case
I don't see a witch.
where
Where's the witch? She should have done the duck and the bunny. That one works better. I'm really trying to see a witch. Where's the witch?
state is going to discuss facts with certain witnesses.
Wait, hold on. I think I got it right at the end there. I think my brain saw it for a second. No. I thought maybe the chin was supposed to be the nose or something. I don't see a witch.
This case, where the state is going to discuss
What a bad example. Let me get a better example for you guys.
facts with certain witnesses, and they're going to show you the witch. And I'm going to take those same facts and those same witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow.
Here. Just because she wanted it to be like that. Look at this. This is a way better example. So this, you could either see a duck or you can see a rabbit, right? So that's like the duck's bill, and that's its eyes. But also you could see like this is where the bunny's mouth would be, and that's its eyes, and that's its ears. So that's what I think she's trying to do with that picture, that I can only see a woman in a fur coat. I don't see the witch at all, but whatever. What a silly defense attorney.
At the end of the trial, if you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. The judge has instructed you that the burden of proof in this case lies with this table. Katie, can you put up slide 13? Can you make it a little bigger, please? The law
I saw a woman in a fur coat with a feather on her head.
presumes the defendant is not guilty of the crime charge. She's innocent right now, and you have to accept that to do your job. The presumption
I mean, you do. Like, we're going to see the evidence. We're going to see the evidence. We were already told this before.
persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Katie, can you put up slide
So O.J. Simpson got away with this shit.
14? This burden, this is a heavy burden for the state. We know that. And our Constitution gives them that burden. Our Constitution, that same Constitution, promises Kouri Richens a fair trial by a jury of her peers, and that's you, her fellow citizens,
In case you forgot.
who took an oath to swear that you will stand between Kouri and the government and make them meet their duty before they can get through you. And they've got to meet it by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. More powerful than just more likely or not that she did it. It has to be firmly convincing you. There are very few things we know with absolute certainty.
Just going to go pee quick while she's explaining how the law works. I'll be right back.
The criminal case doesn't require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. But if you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. And that's the burden that's on your table. When you go back into that jury room, that's going to be on y'all's table. We're asking you to be courageous, to pay attention, to stand strong, and to hold the government to that burden that's on their table. Hold them to it. And at the end of this case, you will see Kouri Richens is innocent. She is counting on you to do your job. And the only proper verdict to return in this case, which we are going to ask you to return at the end of this case, is to find her not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
All right, let's let you stretch your legs, take a restroom break. All rise for the jury. Have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a restroom break?
No, Your Honor, maybe just a reminder to those that are subject to the exclusionary rule to, I guess, not return.
Let's have some clarity about that. I appreciate that.
Want me to do it? So, Your Honor, just to let the family know, so DJ and Ronnie cannot sit in for the trial. Miss Doreen can. We will let you know when you need to step out. And any other family members, Lisa can stay for the trial.
Okay, so this, I don't know if this is necessarily important.
No, and any other people can stay because there's no other witnesses we expect.
And I want to make clear to DJ and Ronnie, the fact that you can't be in the courtroom is the functional equivalent of an order that you cannot listen to the testimony or talk to anybody about it. So you cannot watch the live stream.
Yeah, they're just telling these guys you can't, what they can't do. This is... Who's this guy? We'll see who this guy is.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's first witness, please.
It's the
Thank
state's
you,
first
Your
witness.
Honor, the state-
I think this is his dad. I think this is Eric's dad.
Calls Gene Richens.
Gene, if we can have you step up in front of Brittany.
You'll please raise your right hand.
Yeah, I really don't like the fences opening. It's pretty fucking...
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you, sir. Please watch your step.
What is in my fucking hair?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. May I ask you, sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic than it is the chair, candidly, so.
I kind of noticed that.
Okay, go ahead.
What, sir, is your name?
Eugene F. Richens.
And do you spell your last name Richins?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Eric Richens?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Eric is my son.
I don't know exactly who they were. I don't think it's fully explained. We'll find out. We'll find out what.
Scott, can I get 842 Romeo?
Just in terms of events, do you want to show it to him first and then publish?
Your Honor, I think if perhaps we could
Right.
show it to everybody but the jury.
Done.
Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who does it depict?
This is my son.
Is it an accurate depiction of him?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 842R.
No objection.
842R is admitted.
Can the court please publish it?
There we go.
Sir, how old was Eric when he died?
He was 39.
Do you know Kouri Richens?
I do.
How do you know her?
She was the wife of my son.
Do you see her here today?
I do.
Can you please point out where and describe her?
Right here with a black blazer on.
Did you raise Eric?
I did. And my wife also. Both of us did.
What, sir, was your wife's name?
Linda Carter Richens.
Were you actively involved with him as a child?
I was, very much so.
Oh yeah, was family members who were testifying to not be in the courtroom at the time?
How so?
Well, as I was raised and as I tried to raise my children as families number one, so we did everything together as a family. Education was extremely important for us as a family, as was a strong work ethic, as was religion. So those were kind of my top priorities of how we raised our children.
And in raising your
Dr. Phil.
children, especially Eric, what kind of activities did you engage in?
Eric was very, very into the outdoors, very athletic young man. He was also a very, very good student, very smart young man. We did a lot of things. I have a cattle operation, a cattle ranch that he helped with constantly from the time all the kids were extremely young. In my opinion, that's what gave him the work ethic of what they have right now to be successful.
Were you also involved in his life as an adult?
I was.
How often would you see him?
See him or talk to him?
But both, actually, if you could take them in turn, please.
You bet. I'd see him at least once, twice, 3 times a week. I'd talk to him every day on the phone.
And where would you generally see him?
Ball games. One of the kids' ball games at the ranch. Basically all over the place.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric had a very, very fun-loving personality. He had a very likable personality. He loved people, and people loved him.
You mentioned that you raised him to have a strong work ethic, be grounded in family, and to do well in school. Did you see those qualities in him as an adult?
I did. I was very, very proud of him.
Did you get...
See, like, I don't know if I like, they're just, I guess they're trying to show the jury how good of a guy Eric was before he was killed. But it's making, like, it's like that dad's getting upset. It's not evidence, right? This isn't evidence of anything. Like, just get to the fucking evidence.
To interact with...
Poor guy.
Or I guess observe Eric interact with his 3 boys.
I did, constantly.
Can you give us some examples, please?
Eric was their coach, but their father, but most important was their very, very best friend. He coached soccer. We both coached basketball. We both coached baseball with him. So
I guess like this, which if they're trying to go for like I don't know, a sewer slide angle or something, they could say no. He obviously had a lot to live for, and he wasn't like that, so you can't say he did that.
We were constantly involved in all their activities.
Did he bring the boys to your ranch?
Constantly, yes. They were. The oldest one loves to rope, so that was his thing in life, and liked to rope, and the other ones loved to just ride 4-wheelers or whatever it may be.
Was Eric a good father?
Eric was an excellent father.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans together when he died?
We were. We were going to buy a cabin together up in the Uintas. And then, you know, believe it or not, I'm getting older, and I would like to retire someday from ranching, and I'm trying to put it into him and his other siblings' laps.
Did there come a time in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022, when you received a phone call about Eric?
I did, yes.
Who called you?
Kouri did.
What did she tell you?
She said that Eric wasn't breathing.
Where, sir, were you when you received that call?
I was at my home.
Is that the ranch?
Yes.
Is it in Hennifer?
It is.
What did you do next?
I got over there as quickly as I could.
And by over there, do you mean Eric's house?
I did, yes.
And is that in Camas, Summit County?
Yes, Francis.
Francis? Do you recall about what time you arrived at Eric's house?
I would say that 4:15, 4:30, right through that.
Who was there when you arrived?
My daughter Katie was there. Kouri was there. The first responders were there. Kouri's mother Lisa was there. My son-in-law Clint was there. And my two granddaughters were there, as the three boys were there.
About how long were you there that morning?
Oh, approximately to 10:30, I believe.
During that morning, what, if anything, did Kouri Richens say to you?
Nothing.
You know, I don't recall her saying much of anything to me.
Did she?
When I came in and my daughter Katie told me that Eric was gone, they helped me onto the couch, and I don't ever recall of even talking to Kouri, to be quite honest with you.
Did there come a time later when Kouri Richens told you what caused Eric's death?
There was. I can't tell you the exact date, but it was between Eric's funeral and when the medical examiner had declared what he had passed away of. And she called me and said that she had just talked to the medical examiner, and they had determined that he died of the same thing Linda did, and COVID.
And Linda was your wife?
And COVID?
Wife, right?
Linda was my wife, yes.
What, sir, caused your wife's death?
She had an issue with fungus in her lungs.
What, if anything, struck you about Kouri Richens telling you that Eric died of the same thing that his mother did?
Well, right after I finished talking with Kouri, I called my daughter, Katie, who in turn called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from Kouri.
Your Honor.
We're going to admit this answer only for the effect that it had upon Mr. Richens to explain what he did or didn't do next. You cannot.
Oh, okay, and this is what Kouri was telling him, right? This isn't what, I don't know if this was actually what was the cause of death.
Consider it for the truth of what he's about to say.
Please, sir, continue.
Help me again.
Sure.
Where were we?
What, if anything, struck you about Kouri Richens telling you that Eric died of the same thing that Linda died of?
Well, as I said, I called my daughter, Katie. Katie, in turn, called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from Kouri. They had not even released the results from it yet.
Renew the objection and move to strike, Your Honor.
Same instruction. That answer only explains what comes next in terms of what Gene did or didn't do. May I call you Gene? I'm so sorry.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Please.
Not for the truth of whether those things that he just described actually happened.
I think they actually happened.
Sir, were you with your wife as she was battling the lung fungus?
I was.
Did Eric Richens suffer from the same symptoms that your wife did?
No, not at all.
You know, Kouri just said some shit so he'd stop asking questions. Oh yeah, it was like a hereditary thing, COVID. Not fentanyl. He wasn't on a drug overdose.
Sir, I need to take care of some business now regarding some handwriting samples, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
It's the collection samples. Your Honor, I'm handing the witness Exhibit 8-49, which is a collection of handwriting exemplars. Mr. Richens, can you please turn to tab 14?
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize the documents at tab 14?
I do.
Are they labeled K14?
Yes.
Are they receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
Yes,
Did you pick up those receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
I did.
Did you then hand those receipts to your daughter, Katie Richens-Benson?
I'm sure I did, yes.
Thank you. Can I retrieve that? Sir, I don't have any additional questions at this time, but the defense may, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Sir, we're very sorry for your loss, and we have no questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Gene, you can step down. Do you mind taking that glass of water with you?
Might need another one.
Fair enough.
So,
Mr. Bloodworth.
no real smoking gun there or nothing.
Your Honor, the state calls Katie Richens
But it paints a picture.
Benson.
I think she's in the lobby. Is that correct?
So this is the sister. And then they muted. I don't know why they muted.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Feel free to move that chair wherever you're comfortable. You can also move the mic.
Okay,
There you go.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What is your name?
Katie Richens-Benson.
And is your last name spelled Richins-Benson?
You got it.
Okay. I'm going to stand here because I would like you to address the jury. And I'm hoping that if I stand close to the jury, if you mistakenly shift to me, you're still addressing them. Do you know
I think this is just like sad for the first bit.
Eric Richens?
Yes, he was my brother.
Did you grow up with him?
Yes, yes. We were only 2 years apart, so we were inseparable.
What was your relationship like as you grew up together?
So we did everything together. We went to school together. We worked on a ranch. So we have a family ranch that's been passed down for generations. We worked on the ranch together. We fished. We hiked. We did everything together.
How has that relationship continued into adulthood?
I don't think this woman likes Kouri for obvious reasons, right? So I don't know if maybe something she says might be influenced by that. Like, for example, she criticizes how Kouri was dressed and stuff. She described something that was just factually incorrect too. It just makes her the rest of her testimony less credible, in my opinion.
So my brother and I were very close. We talked constantly. We spent holidays together. We had our families together, so our kids are very close in age. We did a lot.
And I'm sure they talked to the attorney before as well. Like, they have a game plan going in, right? They're gonna say, all right, we're gonna bring you in. You're gonna talk to the jury to really show the emotion of your connection with them and stuff. But I don't know. They probably should have. Maybe they did rehearse it. The rehearsal.
Lots of activities with our kids together. Like I said, we had them on the ranch all the time together. Talked on the phone almost daily.
Yeah, really nervous.
What was Eric's personality like as an adult?
Eric was one of the most likable people. I'm sorry, guys. Okay.
There are tissues if you'd like.
Okay. So, he was one of... Sorry, I'm trying so hard. He was one of the most likable people you've ever met. So Eric was the kind of person that loved everyone. It did not matter who you were, where you came from, where he met you. Everyone thought they were his best friend. If you talked to him, they all said, I'm Eric's best friend, because that's the way Eric made you feel. He was upbeat. He was positive. He literally would give a stranger he met on the side of the road his jacket, anything to help anyone out. That's the kind of person he was.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like, if she obviously knew something was up too, because she had that conversation with the detective in the driveway saying, like, look, their marriage isn't the best. You might want to look into Kouri before just saying that this was an accidental death somehow. So she could have seen this coming from a mile away and is upset that it came to this. Like, he could have got out.
What did he like to do? How did he spend his time?
So, the number one thing that Eric loved was his kids. So he would do anything for his boys. He was the best dad you would ever see. He was a phenomenal uncle. If there were kids involved, he was there. He would show up. So whether it be soccer games, so he coached my nephew's soccer. And he was the dad that coached, that went and got all the signs that were special, so he'd get there before the soccer games, put all the signs up so the kids had their team name everywhere. He also was adamant about making sure they learned how to work. So my parents were very focused on teaching us how to work, to have that strong work ethic. So he had his kids on the ranch, teaching them how to work. He loved the outdoors. He loved to play sports. Anything that revolved around his family, the outdoors, is what my brother loved.
Did he plan for his children's future?
Yes. So there's not a waking moment that my brother was not focused on his kids. So he had money set aside every single month to go into a fund so that by the time the kids got to college, they could pay for their college and hopefully have some left over for like a down payment on
Did Kouri drain that? Did Kouri drain that for the stupid kids book or some shit?
a house or something like that. He had every aspect planned. This is the kind of dad Eric was. So
Yeah, you guys can have whatever opinion you want of these people. This is all very new to me, so I mean, I got no dog on this fight at all. I'm interested to see how it turns out.
I told you we have a ranch. I love horses. My brother did too, but not quite as much as me. He liked ATVs a little bit better. So his oldest son, Carter, loved horses from the day he was born. He and I share that. So Eric tried to get Carter with me as much as possible on the horse because that's what Carter loved. I would ride the horse with my little nephew in front of me, and my brother would be to the side of me with an ATV with food, snacks, anything that Carter needed. He would have it right there so that Carter didn't have to get off the horse because he wanted Carter to be able to do whatever he wanted. And if Carter would fall asleep, which he would sometimes, Eric would take him into the side-by-side, hold him until he woke up, bring him right back up to me, put him back on the horse, and let him go the rest of the day.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes. So my brother and I are very close. And so when he was an adult, he played sports all growing up. But when he was adult, he liked to play adult softball.
A hardball softball.
He did get hit a few times. He got hit by a ball, and these games would go to like midnight, 1 o'clock. He would call me at 1 o'clock in the morning if he got hit to tell me my leg hurt. I don't know if something happened, if it is broken a little bit, if it's just bruised, and I would answer the phone.
I think I broke my leg playing softball. You guys have played softball before, right? It's one of the most boring sports. It's one of the least physically. How do you break a bone playing softball, bro? This must be some pretty intense softball that I'm not familiar with.
No matter what time it was, and say, hey, do you need me to come get you? What can I do to help you? And he'd be like, oh, I think I can toughen it out. I'll call you in the morning and let you know. But honestly, it didn't matter if he was in another country. He called me from other countries to tell me he didn't feel well. So if his mental or physical well-being was ever in question, he would call me.
Never played softball. We're
Other
not
than
missing much.
allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use an over-the-counter drug?
The only thing I've ever seen him use is Advil.
Have you ever seen...
It's a lot of standing around and waiting. No matter what, whether you're batting or if you're in the outfield or infield. Maybe you're pitching. You throw that ball a lot if you're the pitcher. But if you're just like waiting for the ball to fly out there to catch, it's a lot of just standing around and daydreaming, basically. Like, you're just as boring as fuck. And then if you're batting, it's like you're just sitting on bench waiting for your turn to bat. And sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. And then if you run, it's not that far to run around. And it's like you barely, I don't know, I'm not good at hitting balls, I guess. So just swing 3 times, sit back down. This is baseball. Like, I swear, you could be pretty overweight and be a pretty good baseball player. Because if you can hit, as long as you can hit the ball out of the thing, you can take your sweet ass time, run around the bases. It's not like you need to be fit for that.
Eric use prescription drugs?
No. Socializing game. It's like one little level above golf, I'd say.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
No. Growing up, my mom was a drug and alcohol counselor. She was...
That's why I can't picture anybody breaking their bones playing softball. Like, that's the other thing, too. The ball's soft, right? It's softer than hardball. Like, if you're getting hit with a softball, you shouldn't be breaking bones.
She taught us
in the beer league
the dangers of those, and really ingrained that in us.
I've never played cricket. I don't even know if I know what cricket is.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans when he died?
Yes, so we were planning a trip to Disneyland that year to take our kids.
What is happening right now? Hold on, I gotta replicate that. Look at this. When you type cricket sport, watch what happens. No, oh, nothing? There was like fireworks and shit going off. Are you really gonna... Oh, I put Crockett sport. Oh, that might be why. Hold on. Look! What is happening? India's champions. Alright, so this is cricket, the sport. They're really happy. I just want to see... Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like baseball. A very interesting... They don't have gloves. I guess they won. They're pretty happy. Whoa. Calm down. Calm down.
He also has...
My computer's going crazy for a second.
A child. His middle child,
Fancy,
Ashton,
fancy.
is extraordinary in math.
Crockett sport. I was like, what? Gaslighting me.
We were finding programs to get Ashton enrolled in that summer for coding so that we could kind of harness that math. He was only 7 at the time, but he's just outstanding. So we had just barely gone to the zoo together. We kind of just planned our lives together. We talked all the time.
Need a golf cart.
Are you familiar with the home that Eric lived in when he died?
Yes, I owned it and I sold it to my brother.
Scott, if you can bring up 1-1, please, for Your Honor, for everybody but the jury.
Small little cups for water. I wonder if that's so I don't have to pee. Oh my god. I bought a 24 water bottles on the 4th, like March 4th, and they were gone by today. So in 4 days, I somehow drank 24 waters, which is like 12 liters of water in 4 days. I don't know what's happening with me, but I'm peeing a lot. And I'm thinking maybe if I consumed water in little glasses like that, like they have, I wouldn't be peeing so much. Thank you for for becoming a member, Emily. Welcome to being a good little angel.
Recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Super
Is that
hydrated.
the home that you
Yes.
sold to Eric and he lived in?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that home?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 1-1.
No objection.
1-1 is admitted. Bear with me. There you go.
Where,
Say
Ms.
Polo?
Richens-Benson, is that home located?
That is in Francis, Utah.
And is it, it looks like it's on a cul-de-sac. Is it on a cul-de-sac?
Correct. It's on a cul-de-sac.
When did you sell him the home?
I wouldn't even know what polo was if it wasn't for polo shirts, which I thought was a minotaur or a centaur with a fucking stick or something for the longest time. So someone's like, no, that's a sport. That's just a guy riding a horse.
The latter part of 2012.
Had you been to the home regularly between then and when Eric died?
Yes.
Do you know how many homes are on that cul-de-sac today?
So on that cul-de-sac, there's 7 homes with driveways that go into that road and cul-de-sac.
And do you know how many homes and roads were on, homes and driveways were on that cul-de-sac in 2019?
Yeah, all the homes were built out by 2016.
In 4 days. So I was drinking on average 6 Mountain Dews a day, so it probably would have been the same amount. I guess like this is just as much liquid as I intake, but Mountain Dew would just absorb into my body. Like I'm pretty sure my bloodstream was just weed and Mountain Dew, and now it's whatever humans are made out of, I guess. Which might be why I've lost my powers. Remember I was saying, like, you remember Spider-Man loses his powers? That's what I feel like right now. Maybe this is why. Like,
Scott, can you bring up 4-1? Can you scroll through it, please?
I've just recently replaced my caffeine because I was drinking coffee and then I found out about the cockroach thing. So I didn't want to drink coffee anymore. The Mios is what I got going on. What Brooke drinks. Mio Energy. It's actually like, it's pretty cost efficient. You get 10 for $3, like $3.25 or something. I did the math. It equates to, if you do the conversion to American, it's like 27 cents per serving if you're not including water. If you are including water and you're getting like $3 per 24 case, it's like, I think just under 40 cents per serving. And that's including water. If you just use tap water, it's less than that. So that's good. I don't like that it has aspartame in it, but until I make my own drink, I gotta wait for the spring. Or I don't know when those things harvest. I can't remember the name of it. I forget the name of it again. Anyways, I'm gonna make my own drink in the summer. It's way too much Mountain Dew. Nah. It wasn't enough.
Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is my brother's prenuptial agreement with Kouri.
And how do you recognize it?
I saw it the day they signed it. So on the day of his wedding is when they both signed it, and I read
That's what it was, yeah.
through it with him on the day. of his wedding.
Your Honor, state moves to admit 4-1.
No objection.
4-1's admitted.
That's the prenup, I think.
I'm going to leave it up there just for a minute for the jury.
It's for the jury to see. I want to see too. It's fucking small. Premarital agreement. The blurriest thing you've ever seen. This agreement made on this day between Eric and the chickie. Recitals, contemplation of marriage. The parties of the agreement are contemplating marriage, but are, as of the date, herefore unmarried. Disclosure by husband, disclosure by wife. Husband has substantially disclosed to wife the nature, extent, and value of his property interests, including, without limitation, what is something and something income, his present and potential income from various sources, and including, without limitation, his business and investments interests. This is how I see without my glasses, so this is why I can read this. But why would they not clean this up a bit? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Imagine I didn't have my glasses on top. I wouldn't be able to see shit. Actually, no, that doesn't help. Wait, does it help? Wife has substantially disclosed to husband the nature, extent, and value of her property. Interacts, inhaling, interests, including. Okay, I can't read it better. The contrast is better for some reason. That's really weird. Without limitations, her present and potential income from various. Okay, basically the same thing. Mutual agreement for good and valuable. Is available. Consideration, including. Without I think this isn't even anything. I think we just wasted time reading something really blurry.
I'm going to come back to that with them later. I'm not going to discuss that with you. Okay. Thanks, Scott. I would like to turn now to the morning that Eric died. Did there come a time in the early morning of March 4th, 2022, that you received a phone call about Eric?
Yes, it was early in the morning.
I just don't like artificial sweeteners because of the effect the potential effect it could have on your metabolism, which honestly, my metabolism needs to slow down anyways. I can't gain weight to save my life, so it's not going to be the worst thing. If my brain is tricked into thinking like sweet things don't have any calories, so when I start consuming sweet things that have calories, my body won't know what to do with it. Also, Michael J. Fox got all wiggly, supposedly from aspartame. I don't want that to happen.
Who called you?
My dad did.
What did he say?
It's not easy. He was screaming and crying. It said, "Eric's not breathing. Eric's not breathing."
This I'm a little confused about because I thought during the dad's testimony that she had sat him down, like he had come to the house and she had sat him down and told him. But in this, what she's saying is that the dad called her and told her. Unless, is there another daughter? There might be another daughter, and I might be confused.
Where were you when you received that call?
So, my daughter was sick. She was only 3 at the time, and she had just thrown up. I had taken her out of her room and brought her into my room, and I had just set her on the bed, and my husband had gone into the room to check on my other daughter that was a little bit older to make sure she was okay. I had just set her on the bed, and I had my phone with me. I set it on the bed, and I saw my dad calling, and I picked up and said, "Dad, how did you know I was up with my sick little girl?" And he started, whew, that's when he said, "Eric's not breathing, Eric's not breathing." I screamed. I fell to the floor. My husband heard me and came running in, and I was screaming, he's not breathing. My husband thought that it was my daughter, since she had just thrown up. So he ran over to her and said, she's okay, Katie, she's okay. And I said, no, it's Eric. And so I picked up my daughter that was right there. My husband went and got my other baby out of bed, and we ran out of the house.
Like maniacs. I don't know. I've never fallen to the ground after hearing news. Have you guys ever done that? Maybe I just haven't received devastating enough news. But like, I don't know. I've received some pretty devastating news. Maybe I haven't because I've been standing. I don't think I'm gonna do that. But maybe that's a stupid thing to be focused on right now, to be honest. She obviously really loves her brother, right?
Did you go to Eric's house?
Yeah, we went straight to my brother's house.
Who was there when you arrived?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've quit drinking coffee till I can get a grinder, coffee beans, and a new coffee maker. So that's like on the horizon at some point. That'll be like whenever I get an air fryer. Whenever I'm out of debt and I can splurge on things again.
This was the worst day of my life. I'm sorry.
Amy is the one that Kouri punched. Okay, so there is another daughter? This isn't the daughter that she punched? Or he punched? She punched?
When I got there, there was a bunch of emergency personnel, police officers, and Kouri and her mom, Lisa, were there.
Oh, that's really sad. I'm sorry, guys.
That was one of the first things I did, was try to find my nephews. They were in Ashton's room. I don't know how to orient you guys to the house. So as you walk in, Carter's room was to the right, and then you walk down a hall, and Ashton's room was the first room on the left, then it was Weston's room, then a bathroom, and then my brother's room. So the boys were located in Ashton's room. So there were police everywhere, there was EMS. I didn't know everything that was going on, but I didn't want the boys right there where everyone was. There's police right outside their door. So I went and got them and took them upstairs. So in my brother's house, you go up some stairs, and over the garage, there's a bonus room. And they had...
Bonus room? What is that from? Mario? Is it Mario? Do they call it the bonus room?
everything in there. They had a TV and
Dead Ops Arcade? That's what it's from. That's what I'm thinking.
Nintendo, all their toys in there.
Bonus
So I
room.
took them up there because I didn't want them by all the hustle and bustle of all the police and everything. So I took them up there, got them situated, then ran out.
Yeah, I guess we should take into consideration, right? So we're not too judgmental. You guys can be as judgmental as you want. But yeah, people who aren't used to being on camera and stuff, if I unprivated my old videos, like my first videos, I am really fucking awkward. I'm just an awkward fucking guy in general. So imagine like me not knowing how to be on camera and stuff. And it's just, this is also like really traumatic, and you got a whole courtroom of people and stuff. So yeah, I didn't even think of that, to be honest.
Outside to my car to get my husband and my two daughters so that my husband could watch the boys and make sure that they were okay.
We'll talk more about the boys that day.
Okay.
It's a lot of pressure too. You don't want to say something wrong, and I'd like have the murderer of your brother get away with it because you fucked something up on the stand.
Observe Kouri Richens that morning.
Yes, I did.
When you walked into the home,
I mean, like, this is just people's perception of what's going on, right? So like, if I doubt anybody from this trial is going to see this stream, but like, let's say on the off chance that they do, like then they know for the future. Like, this is how your actions were perceived, whether they were genuine or not. I don't fucking know, but so you know for next time.
What were your immediate observations of her?
So like I had told you, we had gone on plenty of family vacations together. Kouri had been on the family vacations with us. I walked in, I kind of flung through the door, and I saw Kouri standing on the other side of the staircase. She just shook her head at me. Sorry guys, bear with me, I apologize. And I knew right then my brother was gone. And I fell to the floor. She stayed over there. I observed that she was
Just falling all over the place.
She was not how she normally was when we would go on overnights. She was very well put together. She had a matching pajama-esque outfit on. Her hair was all done up. She wasn't crying like I was. She wasn't hysterical. Just stood there and shook her head no at me.
So, I mean, yeah, I don't know what the point of describing what she was wearing has anything to do with anything, but she's wearing fancy pajamas and her hair was in a bun.
What, if anything, did you observe about Kouri Richens' interactions that morning with her boys?
There weren't any until later in the morning. So, like I told you, my husband stayed up with the boys. I went up and down.
Look, all I'm gonna say is thank God it's not, the case is not resting on this person's testimony. All right, that's all I'm gonna say.
My sister came up and down. A few people came up and down to check on the boys. I did not see her go up and check on the boys. And I repeatedly asked her, when can we tell the boys? I think we need to tell the boys. I kept coming down saying, I think the boys need to know. It wasn't until they wheeled my brother's body out and I stood by the stairs, at the top of the stairs, to make sure my nephews didn't come out to see, because we didn't want it to see, and my husband was in the room with them. So they wheeled my brother's body out.
This poor husband. So the husband is looking after his two kids. One of them is sick. He's trying to look after his dead brother's two kids in this bonus room, while this lady is falling all over the floor, rolling around, being crazy, criticizing people's outfits. And I just, why are you not trying to help him?
My husband did his best. My daughter was throwing up, and he was trying to block it from the boys so that they didn't see my brother being wheeled out. The boys did see my brother being wheeled out. My husband came out and told me that they were upset. And so we walked down and talked to Lisa, Kouri's mom, and Kouri again, and I said, the boys are really upset. They just saw Eric wheeled out. I think we need to tell them. And Lisa said, I guess we better. And Kouri said, yep, bring him down. So then we brought him down. And that's
why I don't think she's a good person to be giving a testimony. It's like, I shouldn't be picturing like this turning into a Blue's Clues episode in my head while it's a murder's happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm just picturing Steve from Blue's Clues like trying to juggle all these things while we keep Magenta and Blue from finding out the mailbox died. It's mail time. I know it's mail time, but just give me a second. I have to figure out what the fuck we're doing here. Mr. Salt and Pepper, save us.
the first I saw her interact with him.
Were you there when Kouri Richens told her sons that their father had died?
Yes. So my husband and I brought the kids down. We're sitting on a couch, and in my brother's living room, they have a couch that kind of goes like this, like kind of curves around. So my husband was sitting on the edge with our daughters. I was sitting next to them. Weston, My brother's youngest, that was 5 at the time, was sitting in between me
Weston's a popular name these days.
and Kouri. Kouri was on the other side, and then the other 2 boys were in front of us.
I've never even met a Weston. Have you guys met a Weston?
And what did she say?
She let them know that their dad would not be coming back, that he was gone.
Just like that?
Yes, to my recollection.
I don't like people saying that either, to my recollection. It's either like yes or no. Maybe don't bring it up if like to the best of your like that's just my opinion. If I were a lawyer, I would say don't say that. Say things that actually happened. If you don't know they happened, don't even mention them. If the defense if the defense asks you a question that you don't know the answer to, maybe say that, but not in like she's getting asked questions by the state. She shouldn't be saying to the best of my recollection, in my opinion.
Did there come a time shortly after that when she spoke alone with her middle son, Ashton?
Yeah, so right after she told the kids, Ashton got upset and went to his room. So his room was that room that they had been in. I went and checked on Ashton multiple times, and he was, I remember him on his bed. He was on his bed with his covers pulled up, and I sat on the bed and I tried to console him, but he wanted his mom. I tried so hard to console him, but he wanted his mom. So I came out and told Kouri that Ashton was very upset and I thought she should go in. Took me a couple times of coming out to tell her, and I finally came out and I said, Kouri, I'm not his mom. I'm not his dad. He just lost his dad. He's very upset. I cannot console him. Can you please come in and talk to him? So she came into the room to talk to him. He got out of bed and ran to her. So they met kind of in the middle of the room. They held on to each other and then sat down on the floor, and I sat right next to him.
What did they discuss?
She was just consoling him, so just trying to get him to calm down. Right, that with Ashton, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What did they discuss? She was just trying to console him.
Did they discuss Eric's Apple Watch?
They discussed Eric's Apple Watch later.
Okay,
so
we'll get to that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richens was consoling Ashton there and she was interrupted?
Yes. So Brianne Sorensen, which I believe was Ronnie, Kouri's brother's fiance at the time, I think they were engaged at the time, she came in to talk to Kouri. It was really interesting because Kouri was consoling, and then she immediately kind of stopped and focused on, they would call her Bree. And Bree started talking about the closing of the Midway Mansion.
Do we need to go into that, Mr. Bloodworth? I guess what I'm saying is anything further regarding that necessary to develop the upcoming testimony?
Your Honor, the state's next question will be, how did Kouri react?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sustained. What Bree said is not admissible. Don't consider it.
Well, Your Honor, the content of the call, the content of the discussion.
Well, Kouri's side of it is not what they're objecting to. I think it's just that fact. Am I right, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We're objecting to what Bree said.
Take it from there. I understand the contours here.
It doesn't matter what Bree said. It just like, that doesn't matter.
Let's wait for the next question.
Okay. How did Kouri react to what Bree said?
Kouri was very businesslike, very telling Bree exactly what to do, and
Look, it works just fine. Bree could have literally came in and said gobbledygook, doesn't fucking matter, but Kouri's reaction to whatever was said matters, especially if she was consoling her kid at the time, right?
I was dumbfounded. And I looked at Kouri and said, you can't tell me you're going to close on that Midway mansion when my brother just died. And she looked at me matter of fact and said, yeah, absolutely. He has nothing to do with it. The money's already gone through. It's all my business. I'm going to.
What about the Apple Watch?
She looks angry.
So the Apple Watch, Ashton, once he eventually came out of his room,
Like, inappropriate time to even have that conversation, right? Right on the heel of a death when you're consoling your kid. But yeah, of course they're gonna do the deal. That's how they make their income. You want them to be homeless? So I don't think the fact that the deal was gonna be made either way. Like, what, we're just gonna stop her lives? I mean, obviously, if she was innocent, they're not gonna stop their lives. But at the same time, they probably could have waited to have that conversation. I think it's what the lawyer is trying to, is the lawyer's point, hopefully. Hopefully he's a smart lawyer.
he went and got my brother's Apple Watch. Kouri was standing by him. She took it from him and he said, I want my dad's watch. So I watched her take the watch, delete the entire watch, everything off of it, and then give it back to Ashton.
On the morning that Eric died, did Kouri Richens say anything about the house that they were living in?
Yes, she told me, so the house, the 282 Willow Court that they were living in with their kids, she told me she was going to sell it.
Did anything about that strike you as odd?
Yes, I honestly could not function. I couldn't even figure out like what was for dinner that night. I had just lost one of the most important people in my whole entire life.
I'm not trying to defend Kouri, but other people react to things like completely differently. Some people just go into like survival mode. Like you're just gonna start doing stuff because you can't process it. So I don't know. It's not a very good point for them, in my opinion.
And she was planning on selling the house that he had just been wheeled out of, closing on a multi-million-dollar mansion. I could not wrap my head around it.
Like, if I was the defense, I would argue that she was doing that for the kids because her significant other just died and she needed to step up and make sure that, like, we keep shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't think her making money is a good point. That's all. I see, like, immediately she starts selling houses. I'm like, because of them dying. But, I don't know, if she wasn't making money, they would be criticizing her. And I'm not on Kouri's side.
The point that Eric died, who did the house belong to?
When Eric died, the house belonged to Eric. Eric was the trustee of his trust. So the house was in a trust.
Yeah, people freeze. People don't know how to react sometimes.
And Eric was the trustee.
And then once he died, who became the trustee?
I became the trustee.
After Eric died, did Kouri Richens have the ability to sell the house?
No, she did not.
That morning, did Kouri Richens say anything about Eric's stonemasonry business?
Yes. She had a plan for how she was going to run his stonemasonry business. She was going to hire one of his best friends. His name is TJ. TJ worked for Eric's business partner.
If she had all of this planned out the day of him dying, that is super suspicious. It's super suspicious to just have everything already figured out. That seems premeditated.
Dad, and had grown up working with Eric and Eric's business partner Cody, and Cody's family. in their family business, and he still worked with Cody's dad, Shannon. So she.
Well, that's the thing. They didn't get divorced, right? That's the whole thing. That's why people say that Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain too, is because like if Kurt Cobain had divorced Courtney, he would have gotten full custody of his kid, and Courtney would have had anything. But instead, he died, and then Courtney got his estate, right? So, that's why the whole, if the prenup didn't exist, would he have got murdered? He probably wouldn't have got murdered. He probably would have just got divorced. He would have taken half of his money, which would have sucked, but he wouldn't have been dead. So probably just don't get a prenup. I mean, like, I understand prenups. If it's a mutual agreement, then hey, all the power to you. But I just like it. Look, if I'm going to be married to somebody, and if something were to happen to me, I wouldn't want a prenup to get in the way of that. And I'm kind of like, I would want to be with the person forever. So if shit fucks up, then they should be entitled to half of whatever, I guess. And then you don't die. Look, then you don't die. Then you lose half your shit. We're playing divorced men. You'll have more of a drive to get shit done if you're only making half of what you made before.
She said that she was going to hire TJ to run Eric's portion of the business for her, and that he would take care of all of it.
So am I right that the morning of Eric's death, Kouri Richens told you her plans on purchasing the Midway mansion, selling the home she lived in, and running Eric Richens' business?
Correct.
Do you recall a family meeting that was held on March the 5th, 2022, the day after Eric died?
Yeah, I don't like life insurance. I don't like life insurance.
Yes, I do.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to start preparing for the services for Eric.
And who participated in the meeting?
So myself, my husband, Clint, my sister was there, Amy, her husband, Andrew, my dad, Gene, his friend, Tisha, Corey's brother, Ronald Darden, or Ronnie.
Family has a big cattle farm. You can see a prenup being a requirement to get married. Oh, because like if he owned part of that, like a percentage or something, and they didn't, like the family wouldn't want her to own, like let's say they own 10%, she would be entitled to 5% if they split up or something. They wouldn't want that. Like I could see maybe the family not wanting that. Is that what you mean?
As they call him, her half brother, DJ.
Keep it in the family. Yeah, maybe. I guess like, yeah, there could be certain circumstances, right? I guess just in my life, I don't give a fuck. We always sort it out legally as well. You know what I'm saying? If I ever had a really successful business, I don't want the person who's divorcing me to get half. I'd just be like, look, I'll pay you out. I'll just buy it for double what it's worth just to shut you the fuck up. But you're not owning half my business.
Her, I believe Bree was there as well, his fiance.
I'll run the business into the ground and make a whole new one if I have to.
And then her mother, Lisa.
Did you know Eric's wishes regarding burial?
Yes, my brother wanted to be buried.
As opposed to cremation?
Yes, my family is very big on burial and not cremation.
Did in the course of that family meeting the topic of cremation arise?
Yes, so we had gone through and planned the whole funeral. My brother would be buried by my mom, where he would be buried at, who the pallbearers would be, everything to like who would talk, who would say.
She forged Eric's signature and took out a home equity loan on the house, and that's why Eric took her out of the trust. Ooh, I didn't know that. They haven't got to that yet. That's pretty... He wanted to protect his kids. Yeah, I would want to too.
Prayers, stuff like that. And at the very end, when I thought we kind of had it all wrapped up, Lisa Darden, Corey's mother, said, when are we going to talk about that Eric wanted to be cremated?
Did you observe Kouri react to her mother raising cremation?
Yes, I did. She looked shocked, like she was caught off guard at first. And then she went into it and said, oh yeah, he told me that he didn't want any bugs crawling on him after he was dead. It freaked him out, so we're cremating him. And I went on to ask, I said, Kouri, why did we just do a whole entire funeral based around the casket, the burial, the pallbearers, sorry, excuse me, and now you're just bringing up cremation? And she played it off and said, oh, well, isn't that what you do when you cremate them? And to that point I said no, and then my dad started getting visibly upset because he knew his son wanted to be buried.
We should all make a will, just in case. So people know what we want when we die. I'm assuming he didn't have a will. He was in his 30s. I don't have a will. Maybe that's what I'll do tonight. I'll do my taxes and my will. If I die, everything goes to mud pit.
I need to take care of some business with handwriting samples now, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Of course.
I'm handing the witness 8-49. Ms. Richens-Benson, are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Nice.
Generally, what is it?
So these are all handwriting samples from my brother, whether it be when he signed his name for stuff at work or for his will, any of that stuff.
Can you please just thumb through each of the tabs? I think, is there 14 of them?
16.
16.
That'd be something, huh? If I died, and then, like, Mudpit gets the channel and all this stuff. You just see her playing The Sims on this channel after my death.
Do I have to pay super close attention, or am I okay?
No, I just want to make sure you know what they are.
Okay.
You've seen them before?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Okay, if you're comfortable that you've seen them before, there's no need to slip.
Yeah.
For K1, did you get those
I'm not sure.
documents?
Should we ask Google? Do rich people usually cremate? Rich people do not necessarily cremate more than they are buried. Rather, their choices are guided by personal, religious, or environmental preferences, rather than financial constraints, while cremation generally is less expensive than traditional burial. Wealthy individuals often choose for reasons such as convenience, environmental sustainability, or to have their ashes scattered in a significant location. There's also people, I guess, who don't want to be, like, cloned or something. There's people who, like, burn their fingernails after they clip them and stuff. So I could see those kind of people who have, like, superstitious ideologies maybe wanting to be cremated opposed to being buried, so they can't have any voodoo take place on their soul or some shit. I don't fucking know. But there's the more you know. I have to pee again. So I'm drinking too much water. I'm gonna smoke. So I'm just gonna. I'll let this play. I'll listen to it in the background. I'll be like a couple minutes.
From the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Correct.
And are they accurate copies of what you received from the lender?
Yes.
Did you then submit those to the Bennett Tueller law firm?
Correct.
On K2, did you receive those haircut receipts from Kouri Richens?
Yep. So they are also receipts from, like, Wasatch Steel, different. I know there is a haircut one in here, but yeah,
Okay,
they're all different
Did you
receipts.
receive those receipts
Yeah.
from Kouri Richens?
Yeah.
Did you provide them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
Turn please to K3 or tab 3. Under that tab, did you receive some tax documents from Greg White, some payroll documents from Integrated Solutions, and a hunting license?
Yes, these are all my brother's documents.
And did you submit those under tab 3 to Bennett Tueller?
Yeah. only one I'm not 100% sure about is the hunting license, if I submitted that or not. I can't remember that one.
Okay. On K4, did you receive the check there from Allison, right?
Correct.
And did you get the loan documents on K4 from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Yes.
Did you submit those documents to tab 4 to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
Tab 5, did you retrieve that driver's license from the mortuary that Eric's body was taken to?
Yes.
And did you submit that to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
For tab 7, skipping 6, going to 7, did you receive those various construction contracts from Kouri Wright?
Yes.
And then did you give them to Bennett Tueller?
Correct.
For K11, did you obtain those healthcare records from IHC? Was
Yes.
that Intermountain Health something?
Yeah, Intermountain Healthcare.
Got it.
IHC's their old branding.
Did you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
For K12, did you receive copies of those checks and C&E business records from Allison Wright?
Yes.
And did you give them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
For K13, there's some materials from a Ford dealership. Did you receive those from your husband, Clint Benson?
Yes.
And did you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
Finally, for K14, is that a document from Weller Recreation Center that you received from your father?
Yes.
And did you give that to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
And did you give everything to Bennett Tueller in the same identical condition that you received it in?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I don't have any further questions from you at the moment.
Okay.
The defense attorneys probably will, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, excuse me. This is going to be a fairly lengthy cross. It's going to go past noon. I don't know if you want to break now or if you want me to just plow in and then we'll break in the middle.
Will you approach for a minute?
Yes, sir.
Oh my god. You approach the bench. I was mid-toke. Ay, ay,
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're going to come up with a plan here about what to do about the lunch hour. I just need a few minutes to figure it out. Okay. Please rise for the jury.
Ah.
Discussion about how to handle. Okay, let's have a discussion about how to handle witnesses that are on both the state's list and the defendant's list.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, what is the defendant's request?
So here is our request. There are probably,
Your Honor, can I pause? Can we excuse the witness?
Yeah, that's fine with me. She can
That
sit.
would make sense, yeah. Do you, and is that so that she doesn't hear this discussion?
Correct.
Yeah. Do you mind stepping out into the lobby for a minute?
Yeah, should I leave this here?
You can take it with you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your cup.
Well, I'm alive.
Coming because of conversations we've had with witnesses, but there are multiple witnesses that the state is going to call, including Ms. Richens-Benson, who also have information that relates to our case. She's just one, there's lots more.
So this is the defense trying to. I mean, I don't understand this argument. When I first heard this, it was like she wants to cross-examine them, but she can cross-examine them. She can do that right now. So I don't know why she's like, no, let's try to find out.
Obviously, if the state is going to shut us down from asking any topic that he didn't cover in direct, then we're going to have to recall all of these people. And this trial is going to get a lot longer, inconvenience a lot more people.
Well, it's the exact same amount of time. Tell me why it would be longer. It
Because
just complicates the directed verdict motion.
because of the fact that all of these witnesses will be required to come back twice, get re-sworn. We're going to have to lay foundation again that's already been laid to refresh the memory of jurors. We're going to have to go back over topics that have already been talked about just to refresh the memory of the jurors. We're going to be using exhibits that are already here, keyed up, ready to go. This court has the ability to control what happens in this courtroom. If you want us to call all these people twice, we will, but it seems a ridiculous imposition of burden on not only the witnesses, but the jurors to have to say, we're going to hear from them now and in 2 weeks from now. There's perfectly within your power to say.
So this is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the state presents their argument, right? Like they're presenting their evidence and they're calling their witnesses so they can give their testimonies and everything to lay their foundation to state why they think that Kouri is the murderer. And then during that, they can cross-examine. But then the defense gets a chance to do that themselves. Like they get to be like, all right, so that this is our defense and everything, where they'll recall witnesses after cross-examining them. So what she wants to basically do that while the state is also doing their thing. Is that what I'm understanding? Is that what she's trying to do here?
We're going to do everything this jury needs to do now. The state has the ability to come back on redirect and address anything that we bring up that they didn't bring up. But it seems a very inefficient way to run a trial, and it seems to be super hard on these witnesses to have to come back here twice and go through this.
I don't think it's that hard.
2 weeks apart. And especially what happened.
I think she just wants to derail them. I don't think she wants them to get in a rhythm to like start showing everything like back to back to back, because if people are going to be like, oh yeah, okay.
What happens if something happens to them? What happens if she gets sick or she leaves the country and I'm stuck and I didn't get a chance to redo her? Then we've got a real problem in terms of the trial and the record. So, I mean, I've just never had a judge require me to do that unless it's just really unusual circumstances. So we're asking that every witness where we have information that the state decides not to go into, to let us do it now, not have to recall this witness, and then finally excuse her from her
Okay, so it is how I understood.
subpoena responsibilities.
You understand that to the extent the state raises relevance objections to your direct of this witness or another, I'm only going to have what's in the record so far. I won't have the whole picture to rule on that relevance objection.
I am not worried about anything we're going to talk with her about being decided to be relevant. I mean, it's clearly relevant. I'm just not worried about that.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we're only talking to her about what happened with Eric, with this case, we're not going into anything outside of that.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth?
Don't let her.
Your Honor, the state prefers to present its case in an order that the state believes will provide a proper narrative to the jury without interruption.
Yeah, because that's all they want to do is interrupt, bore people, get them thinking about other stupid shit that has nothing to do with anything, filibuster, fucking nah. No. Let them get their shit out. Let them cook. You can cook after, and you get the last word. So what are you worried about, really? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Sometimes a proper way to present a case is not most efficient way to present a case. And in an aggravated murder case, propriety has to take precedence over efficiency. So far, all these witnesses are local. I could see perhaps if there's an out-of-town witness rather than inconvenience in
That mustache, man.
the witness with an extended stay or repeated travel, we could make an exception. But as ruled, this trial is no different than any other trial where, pursuant to the rules, the scope of cross-examination is limited by the scope of direct. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, we'll take this on a witness-by-witness basis. With respect to Ms. Richens-Benson, I imagine she's going to be in the courtroom every single day. And if she's not, she's certainly subject to the subpoena power of the court. And has somebody subpoenaed her so she can't beg out of appearing?
I mean, Katie appeared today pursuant to the state's subpoena.
Okay. And that subpoena lists the entire trial, correct?
It does. I have not yet released her from it, as
Right.
we do some witnesses.
Right. And so as long as I make clear to her that pursuant to that subpoena, she can be recalled at the order of the court, any danger that you were describing, Ms. Nestor, is mitigated.
I think this is all bullshit because I could be wrong, but I think she wasn't even on the defense's witness list. Like, I think they're just trying to fuck shit up. Like, they're just trying to interrupt shit.
It also means she can't stay in the trial for the rest. She's going to have
No, I love the mustache. The mustache is fucking dope.
to be excused under the exclusionary rule.
Is it Katie or Amy that's
Amy.
the designated victim rep?
Amy.
Your Honor, the state had designated 2 victim reps, and it was Katie and Amy.
We object
I
to
understand you objecting to the 2.
that. We do. We object to 2. We don't object to Amy.
Right.
Right.
The state has to make a choice. If you'd like to proceed as you suggest, you're entitled to do so. That's fine, especially because Katie is subject to the subpoena power of the court. We can make sure that she comes back. But the statute talks in terms of 1 victim rep. The exclusionary rule says what it says. So the decision before the state is, do you want to, for this witness, allow direct to occur today so that there's no basis upon which to exclude Katie going forward, or proceed with the presentation of the testimony as the state sees fit, understanding that may require exclusion of Katie. And I apologize for using first names. There's a lot of Richens. It's just easier. No informality is intended. Exclusion of Katie until her direct is completed in the defense case.
Your Honor, how about this? Was the court about to take a lunch break with the jury?
Well, is food here?
No.
Okay, so it'll be a bit. So I want to keep using time. So I thought we could use another, it would have been an hour, now 45 minutes.
Sure, Your Honor.
He seems super fair. Like, he seems like if shit gets too crazy, he's gonna be like, calm down, guys. All right, we can figure this out. It'll be okay. You know, I like that. I like that in a judge.
Can we use that time for examination within the scope of direct? And then we take a lunch break. It will allow me to consult with Eric's family regarding
exclusion.
The exclusion. It will also allow me, Your Honor, to refresh my memory. We had at the time, the state had appointed 2 victim representatives. Despite the language of the statute, we had briefed case law which expanded that language. And I just need to look back at that.
Yeah, I'm happy to be educated. But Ms. Nestor, may we proceed stepwise in that fashion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we'll invite Katie back in, we'll invite the jury back in, we will complete cross-examination of Ms. Richens-Benson. We'll take a lunch break, we'll sort out whether you want to proceed with her, whether I will allow you to proceed with her direct examination in your defense case today.
So I think what happens when they come back from lunch is they're like, yeah, no, she wasn't even on the witness list, so why the fuck are we relying on this? I think that's what happened. I could be wrong.
Also, just
We'll find out.
to make sure I'm clear, so Mr. Bloodworth brought up to Ms. Richens-Benson the
You almost got bit by a rattlesnake. That's not good. I'm glad you're not. I'm glad you didn't. That's scary.
fact that she was the trustee. She testified about that, about the trustee and the assets being
Yeah.
the trustee, and that Kouri could not sell the home according to her.
That was her understanding, right?
Correct. So that means I can go into anything about the trust?
Well, it
It's
means you
that-
can ask her, you can seek to show that her understanding was incorrect.
Well, I have a pretty lengthy cross dealing with the trust, and I want to bring in the actual trust itself, the document, and I do believe the door's been open, so I'm just clarifying I can go into all that as part of following up on what he brought out in direct.
Well, you gotta be a little bit more. Hold on. My apologies. Missed call. My bad. You're speaking in generalities, so it's hard for me to give you a ruling.
So one of the documents I want to use is the trust document itself.
Sure.
The state has not introduced it, but they have opened the door to it, in my opinion.
Well, they've opened the door to questions about what is your understanding based on.
Perfect.
Why do you think that?
Perfect. That's what I
Have you
need.
ever seen this document?
That's what I need.
But the trust is, to my memory, several pages long. I don't
Well,
know
yeah.
that her testimony relates to most of it.
I probably won't even admit it. I'm just going to use it for her to look at it to refresh and when she's answering questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, just to be clear, that within the scope of Kouri Richens' ability to dispose of the home.
Yeah, more specifically, Ms. Richens-Benson's personal subjective understanding of
Correct.
Kouri Richens' ability to dispose of the home.
And not all the myriad of other
Yeah,
subject
like there's all the
matters.
C, like isn't the trust going to all the C&E masonry interest and all that stuff?
It does, Your Honor.
Yeah, she didn't testify to any of that. Okay, all right.
Well, I assume they'll object and let me know if they think I go too far.
As both sides
Yes.
of the V do in trial. Anything further before we invite Ms. Richens-Benson back in?
No, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Let's do that first. Great. Did we just guess at what they want, or did we ask them?
Do they got to swear her back in?
If you just stand with us, let's invite the jury in, please.
They let get the jury out too? Oh, mamma mia. Court. Fucking court.
Thank you for your patience. We'll proceed with cross-examination of Ms. Richens-Benson. Then we'll take a lunch break. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Nestor, take it away.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've never officially been introduced, but I know we've seen each other a whole lot. But again, my name's Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about, I want to go back a couple of years before Eric passed. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you are the trustee of a trust that Eric created. Is that right?
Correct.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Of course.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked as IMP KRB1.
Okay.
Take just a second and look at that document and tell me if you recognize it. I certainly don't expect you to read the whole thing, but just tell me if you know what that is.
Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Sure, no worries. Take your time.
Mamma mia. Just fucking I'm gonna read the
Ready?
whole thing.
So do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
It's the Eric Richens Living Trust.
And is that the trust that you were referring to in your direct examination?
When
Mr. Bloodworth was questioning you?
With the house. Yes. Yes, this is the trust.
And that's the document that makes you the trustee if Eric should pass away.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to introduce this as Defense Exhibit 3001. On the impeachment, we're going to start it with the number 3.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, no objections to the admission of the document. The state, of course, is going to admit it. I plan to admit it through the witness that prepared it. The state's just pausing on the nomenclature. We've referenced this document in other briefings by other exhibit numbers, which...
We can resolve that going forward. We can come up with a common vernacular at some point.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, but as to admission, no objection.
So just so the record is clear, if anybody ever has to read this, the Eric Richens Living Trust dated November 3rd, 2020 is admitted.
All right. And that's going to be Exhibit 3001, Your
For
Honor.
the time being.
Yes.
We'll see if we come
Change
up with
it.
a different vernacular going forward.
That's fine. Okay. Can you turn for me to Section 1.03 of the trust?
And Ms. Nestor, will you let me know when you're ready to publish whatever you want to publish to the
I
jury?
will. Thank you.
Thank you.
They have sheets on the tables.
Do you see that? Does that list the objectives of the trust? Just to refresh your memory, let me know when you're finished reviewing it.
Oh, there it is.
Why don't we just ask her a question about what are we doing? Taking like 5 years. What is the question?
Okay, sorry, what
That
was your
refresh
question
your
again?
memory a little
Yeah.
bit. So is it fair to say that Eric's objective, as put in writing in the very beginning of this big old trust document, was to provide for both my wife and our children during any time I am incapacitated and after my death?
That's what's in there, yes.
So
Your
it's
Honor,
you-
I'm sorry. Can we publish this to the jury?
Sure.
We're seeing it on our screens, but the jury's not.
Yeah, she didn't ask me
Can
to.
you
that's fine.
publish?
Would you like to?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. That would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. And you agree?
Is there even a point to these questions? Come on. She
that
gotta
it was
get
your
with it.
understanding that this trust would provide for both Kouri and the boys. Is that right?
It would provide for the beneficiaries, and those 4 are the beneficiaries.
And Kouri was a beneficiary of this trust.
She was a beneficiary of the trust.
And that's what Eric wanted.
So Eric knew he was being cheated on. That wouldn't have been his wife. They would have divorced. Hey, Jeremy.
I think the document
Your
speaks
Honor,
for itself.
objection.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think her point is like, well, the trust says like if he dies, she should get all the money, so just give her the money. She murdered him though. I'm pretty sure murder makes it null and void.
Okay. So basically there was as trustee, what is your understanding of your role as trustee? What is your role?
It's to administer the trust.
And what does that mean to you?
So to carry out my brother's wishes.
And with respect to the reality of that There's a trust that holds assets. Is that your understanding? It holds his assets, whatever they are.
Correct.
And that includes cash and money and items, right?
Yes.
And you're supposed to see over that money and those assets
Correct, as the trustee.
and protect them, right?
Correct.
And distribute them to the beneficiaries as needed throughout their lifetime.
Based on what the trust says.
And that's your understanding of kind of your job, right?
Correct.
And as trustee, you get paid.
No.
You're not taking a fee.
Did I ever move? No.
I have, so.
Was I moving? I don't know the money to move, man. I have to do my taxes and shit. Views are shit. I don't have a job. I don't know what am I gonna say to a landlord. I'm a YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? So no, I didn't move.
My brother did put in the trust that I could be paid and I could reimburse myself for the time spent. I have never once been paid for the time that I spent. So I chose not to.
That's very generous of you, and that's because you want those boys to get everything they can, I'm sure.
I want all the beneficiaries to get everything they're entitled to.
Okay, thank you.
She's doing better in cross-examination than direct.
So let's say 2 months after Eric died.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, when they were doing construction and the internet was like the worst in the world. Yeah. It snowed, so the construction stopped. It better not pick up in the summer again. Oh my god. And then we might actually have to move in. I have to figure it out. That was a bitch. I hated that.
Wanted to buy a car. She could do that, but she would have to ask you first, right? As the trustee.
Can you reframe that? So with money from the trust, yes, she wants to buy the car?
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of litigation. So she did a lawsuit 3 weeks after my brother passed to try to set aside the trust.
Okay.
So there's a lot of litigation. So I would work with my attorneys to figure out what was proper.
Let me ask it this way. What is your understanding of what, if there was no litigation, what you as the trustee of the trust were meant to do if one of the beneficiaries needed some money, if one of the boys wanted to go to private school, if Kouri wanted to buy a car? What was the process from your understanding?
So the trust was actually just split into 2 separate trusts. One for his 3 boys, who are the primary beneficiaries, and then another trust for Kouri. And you'll have to forgive me, I don't have the whole thing memorized.
Oh, of course not.
But it said in there what the money could be used for.
All right. So if Kouri wanted to spend some money out of the trust that was authorized, in your opinion, under the trust.
Kouri or this lady? Kouri is for sure.
It would be your job to say, yes, here is the money, and give her a check, right?
Correct.
And one of the things the trust...
No, he wasn't a cop. This is, I think it's just a stonemason? Stonemason?
Authorized was care and maintenance of their home. Is that right?
So that the home is a trust asset.
Okay. So if the house needed repair, the trust could pay for that?
Correct.
If the trust could pay for the mortgage payments?
Correct.
The trust could pay for insurance on the house?
Correct.
So in the year after Eric died, how much money did Kouri ask you for to pay for anything related to the house, to her, to anything?
Pause for 1 second.
Okay.
Your Honor, objection in reference to the discussion.
Exceeds the scope.
Yes.
Sustained.
Okay. Did the trust pay any
No, he didn't ask that.
mortgage payments on the home after Eric died?
Ms. Nestor, it's the same objection.
Okay.
You just objected. It's the same question. What the fuck? I'll just ask it the exact same way. I like to ask it more directly.
Sustained.
Yeah, not Casey Anthony's lawyer, that's for
Has
sure.
the trust reimbursed family members for costs paid to a private investigator?
Pause for 1 second. Go ahead.
Same objection scope, Your Honor.
We're well outside the scope of direct, Ms. Nestor. Sustained.
I think she knows she's not going to be able to like ask her director. She's trying to fit as many other questions in as she can. Back to the cross-examination notes, which are in yellow.
Sure.
Ay, ay, ay. No, now we're gonna go talk to them. I forgot her name. Kouri Richens. I was about to call her Casey Anthony. This lady, Katie, the other Katie. Not the one who can't operate the computer, but Eric's sister. Back to Kouri. Some people in the back. Who are they? I don't know who they are. I don't even know what they're doing here. And this is online. Those seats look very uncomfy. They look like pews. Your ass would hurt. You can just sit at home like this. Why are we here? Yipping and yapping.
Death.
Whoa.
All right. All right, I want to talk to you about the day of Eric's death. You mentioned, I believe you mentioned that when you got there,
There's no transcripts. Yeah.
Kouri looked put together.
Correct.
She was in pajamas. Is that right?
Like a matching sweatsuit.
I think some voices are too low, so I couldn't transcribe them or something. I don't know. Maybe they didn't turn it on.
She was in a matching sweatsuit.
Like sweatsuit, pajamas. I don't know the technical.
Okay.
What they were sold as.
And you
sorry.
said her hair was fixed?
It was pulled up.
It was pulled up in a messy bun?
Yeah, see, these are the cross-examination questions.
Do you recall?
Yeah, it was pulled up, neatly done.
Her hair was neatly done. That's what you recall.
Yeah, looked similar to today, just on top of her head.
And you also said that you went to the ground and she just stood there and did not comfort you in any way?
Jennifer Dora.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Katie, can you please, just for the witness only, Your Honor, we'd like to play a clip. This is State's Exhibit 1-4.
Pause 1 second. Does this have sound? It won't now.
Doesn't have sound, I don't think.
Okay.
So only for her to review.
Well, hold on a second. It's real hard for me to do only the witness.
Oh, I mean the witness and counsel.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Bloodworth.
It's S1-4.
Of course.
What's happening? So I guess we can't see the video. Yeah, Kouri's got those shark eyes. Oh wait, is that Katie? I think that's Katie. With the computer. They're trying to tell Katie how to do her job.
Up their amended one that they just served like 2 days ago?
What?
Okay, I think we're gonna pull up their amended one that they just served like 2 days ago.
No
The
problem.
video? So we can see the video?
Table. Scott, you let me know when you're ready to go. Just a moment.
Maybe. I don't know.
Sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
This is no one's fault. This was a brand new version that we have not even seen yet, so we're trying to
Yeah, Katie's the sister. There's another sister to Amy.
accommodate their new version.
No problem.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Oh, you mean the okay? So there's Katie, the defense's tech lady. I don't know. The one who like pulls everything up. It's basically, you know how Joe Rogan has Jamie. It's the defense's Jamie. But she's really bad because they're really yelling at her.
Something we need to do throughout the case. The exercise of caution, we just want to make sure we blur those before we publish them. This is going out to the world. It's not just the people in here.
So they're blurring kids' faces, basically.
Fair to you. So, let's give you a lunch break. Counsel, we have brought lunch for the jury in today. Is a 30-minute lunch break agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. We will take a break until 12:40. Katie, if you'd sit tight for me for 1 moment.
Okay.
All right. Please rise for the jury.
Mustache Man is Scott. Echo the Dolphin.
It's as if you are still on the stand, and it's not a take-home exam. So I need you to isolate yourself, not talk to anybody.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's 30 minutes. Just keep to yourself. If
Okay.
you need to grab a sandwich or from somebody else, that's fine.
Okay.
We just can't have you conferring with anybody about anything.
Okay.
Make sense? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
Your Honor, can I retrieve 849 from the witness?
Of course. Ms. Nestor, anything further?
No, sir.
We'll be in recess until 12:40. Thank you for your patience.
And then they go to recess. Which is like, if we're covering this live, we could go eat. Maybe I should get hummus.
This is how we've been operating before. Your Honor, the state has just filed a motion to designate. This is how we've been operating before. I'm trying to find the original designation, but to designate Kouri Richens-Benson a victim representative. The statute provides for plural victim representatives. The, beginning with defense counsel's cross-examination today was the first time that the state had any notice that the defense wanted to call Kouri Richens-Benson as a witness. She's not been subpoenaed. She's not been on any of the Rule 16 designations.
Yeah, see, they didn't even have. They had no plan to fucking call her. They just wanted to. You know what I think they actually did? I think they saw that Katie was bad on the stand, and they were like, "Ooh, she would be really easy to get. Like, let's just like pull some shit together real quick here and trying to derail some shit." Because otherwise, it doesn't make sense. They didn't even have her on the fucking list. What are you doing?
And so we have proceeded. We called her early so that she could get her testimony out the way, and proceeded in a good faith understanding that she would then be.
Oh, is the mustache man his Jamie? Like, is this mustache man his Jamie?
Allowed to participate in the, in watching the remainder of the trial without being subject to the exclusionary rule.
I understand the state's position. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
Well, we don't want to call her as a witness. We want to cross-examine her, and they're stopping me from doing that.
No. Stay focused on the issue at hand here.
Hold on, let me run that back. Let me. What did you just say?
And they're stopping me from doing. Well, we don't want to call her as a witness. We want to cross-examine her, and they're stopping me from doing that.
That is not what your argument was before. What the fuck are you? No, you were cross-examining her, and you started going into territory that had nothing to do with the state's direct line of questioning, and you were trying to get. What the fuck are you talking about right now?
No. Stay focused on the issue at hand here. Co-designation of Ms. Richens-Benson.
We object.
And tell me why.
Because the statute provides for one.
It doesn't. It provides for up to more than one. If you look at the language of it. And so, do you have another reason?
I don't know why there's special circumstances that require them to have two in this case.
It's not a requirement.
I kind of like incompetent Katie. Like, I feel bad for her. She's the underdog. She's like stuck with these idiots. She's being treated like the idiot. So I don't know. I do like the mustache man though a lot, and he's on the state side. I guess Katie's the only one I like out of the defenses. Shit, because they're making him look bad.
Requirement, they're asking for permission.
We object
Tell me why.
because it's going to interfere with my ability to cross-examine her if I have to recall this witness and she sits through all of the testimony.
Me, have you ever listed her as a witness in your case?
We were not aware that they were going to stop me from doing this until about a day ago.
Stop you from doing what? You can cross-examine. What is this lawyer trying to do?
So, as
That
far
I know she's never been listed as a witness.
she has never been. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just answer the question.
She's on our witness list.
Oh, she was this whole time?
Okay. Are you sure? I don't think that's right.
For example, if I search for the name Richens on
Right.
your witness
These guys don't know what the fuck they're doing.
list, it does not appear.
No, but we are happy to file an amended witness list and add her if I can't cross-examine her now.
You
I'd
can
prefer to cross.
cross-examine her within the scope of direct, regardless of whether she's on your witness list and regardless of whether she is a
See? I'd be like, what? Where? Okay, first off, where'd you go to law school? Second, are you listening to what the fuck I'm saying right now? This guy's very calm and he's got that nice voice. He's like, listen to what I am saying, all right? I'd be like, what is happening? Did we all wake up on fucking Mars today?
victim representative. The only thing this impacts is whether there's any prejudice to defendant if she's a co-witness representative who is not excluded.
So here's the problem. So if she's allowed to sit through the trial, then it affects my Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine her because she's been impacted and heard the testimony of every single witness in the case.
Would you pause there? Do you mean cross-examine or direct examine?
Well,
Because you said she wasn't on the witness list.
direct, when I recall her. If I cross her now, I would do it now. But if she gets to then have the benefit of sitting through the trial and hearing everyone else's testimony, and then
She wasn't on your witness list.
when I direct her,
Or maybe she was. Katie says she was, but Katie doesn't know what the fuck is happening.
she's hostile, so I'll probably ask to cross her because she is a hostile witness and I am entitled to do that. And if that happens, then that does prejudice us because she's got the benefit of being able to shape her testimony around everybody else's that she's already listened to. So it is a prejudice, and I don't know that there's any compelling reason to let her stay that outweighs that prejudice, or just let me do it now. I mean, that's their decision, but that is a prejudice, and that's very real.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
All right. Under.
I'm surprised he let her get that in because it's a gobbledygook.
Utah Code 7738-9, subsection 2. The court shall designate a representative or representatives of the victim. The legislature, in crafting that language, contemplated situations in which more than one victim representative would be appropriate. An aggravated murder case is certainly among the situations in which the family of a decedent might want to spread that burden and duty across two family members. The court finds that the state's request to designate Ms. Kouri Richens-Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is supported by the language of the statute and a good faith request. Moreover, the defendant's arguments regarding prejudice are not persuasive for two reasons. One, Ms. Richens-Benson has never been listed by the defendant as a trial witness that they intended to call in their defense case.
Right?
And more practically, the court finds that she likely already knows all of the admissible and inadmissible evidence in this case, and there is no additional or marginal prejudice by allowing her to be in the courtroom during the testimony of other witnesses. The state's request to designate Ms. Kouri Richens-Benson as a victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is granted. On that basis, the court does not have the authority to exclude her under the exclusionary rule. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
So, defense get fucked. Katie can, the sister Katie can still listen to the trial, and we're good to go.
Are we ready for the jury and the witness, Ms. Nestor?
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Did we swap it? Everything's okay.
Do we want to take a look at it before?
I think we're good. I think we've all agreed on it.
Let's just take a quick look.
Do you want to show it real quick, Katie?
And is it a clip or just a still?
It's a
Katie?
clip.
Okay. Is that the clip? Okay. Very good.
Where is the clip?
Let's invite Ms. Richens-Benson back in. Very good. We ready for... Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ms. Richens-Benson. So when we took a break, I had confirmed with you that it's your recollection that Kouri had a sweatsuit, a matching sweatsuit, and fixed hair, and that she did not comfort you when you fell to the ground. Is that correct?
To my recollection.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to watch a clip from that
To my recollection.
morning that was taken off of an officer's body cam and see if you can confirm that that's in fact you and Kouri that morning. Katie, can you play it?
Katie.
Is that you in the clip?
Why can't we see it?
That's me.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to admit as exhibit maybe 3001 for now. The clip.
3002.
I'm sorry. 3002? Yeah. 3002, that's correct.
Yeah, because 3001 is the fucking trust. Ah!
Your Honor, no objection to admission. We'll figure out nomenclature later.
Sounds good.
And just for the purpose of the jury, just a short explanation that we will supplement this with a blurred version, but for now there's just a black box over where the children's photos are since it's being played publicly. But that'll, if it goes back to the jury room, that box will be removed and the pictures will just be blurred.
You can play the clip.
Thanks, Katie. All right, so as you're watching this clip, there's an officer there, but that's Kouri right there, right? And she's squatting down to hug you. Is that right? Katie, could you play that again?
I'm sorry, this is hard with two Katies.
There are two Katies. I'm sorry. I'll call you Ms. Richens-Benson. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that's Kouri. Freeze it right there, Katie Nestor. Okay, and that hair right there, that's what you're saying she had fixed? Just her hair up and messy like that?
Yeah, as you can see, mine was down and messy and didn't have contacts in anything.
Up and messy, down and messy. I don't know. I don't think it's a very solid argument to begin with, but it doesn't even look like it's that bad. So.
Sure. So both of you had messy hair, and she's also clearly wearing pajamas. Does that refresh your memory that she's not in a sweatsuit? She was in pajamas.
I am not a fashionista, so to me that's a sweatsuit or pajamas, just to be honest.
Okay, and then keep playing, Miss Nestor. And that's her squatting down to comfort you while you're on the ground, and that's y'all hugging, right?
Like, they must have had, like, the state must have had that. She must have known this existed, right? It just makes it look like they're trying to paint her in a worse light. If she's a murderer, she's a murderer. You don't need to paint her in a worse light. So it's just, that's why I was like, this is fucking stupid. They shouldn't have even brought this up.
Correct.
So your memory about that was clearly wrong.
To be fair, it was 4 years ago.
Okay. And everything you're testifying about here about that morning was 4 years ago, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You can take that down, Katie. Thank you. Other Katie. And shortly after this scene, where Kouri hugs you, and obviously everyone's completely understandably upset, was there a time where you went out into the driveway and spoke with an investigating officer that morning?
I went and spoke to an investigator in their car out front of the house.
Okay, maybe not in the driveway. Might have been in front of the house.
Correct.
Your Honor, objections.
Your Honor, she's testified about her memory of that morning. This happened that morning.
I'll give you a limited latitude here.
Thank you. And who was the officer that you spoke to?
Detective Woody, I believe.
All right. And that was just to help, because there's so many officers that are going to testify in front of this jury. It's a female officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And
well, it does show. It shows that the defense really doesn't have fucking anything. If you're nitpicking fucking fashion shit, what they're trying to do is make you question, be like, oh, she's lying about the clothes. What else could she be lying about? Like what else did she misremember? You know what I mean? So that's why they're doing it. But if that's the only thing you got, you don't got much, and it's fucking, that's why they shouldn't, the state should have been like, even if Katie was like, I really want the people to know, like, this is my brother who died, I have the right to say this, the state should have been like, yeah, but this is what's going to happen, and describe this situation that's happening right now, and be like, we're not going to bring that up. That's what I would have done. But I'm also not a lawyer, so maybe, I don't know, maybe he didn't even know about the body cam.
And when you talked to Officer
doubt it,
Woody, or I think she was a detective then, did you tell her that you believed Kouri was involved in your brother's death?
No.
Did you tell the officer that you were suspicious that Kouri may have been involved in your brother's death?
Pause there.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm going to allow her to answer that question, then we'll have a conversation. Sure. Go ahead. You can answer that. I'm sorry.
I let her know that Kouri had stolen money from my brother, and I thought she needed to know that.
And what else did you think she needed to know at that moment?
I left at that moment to go back in the house.
You didn't tell her anything else?
My recollection is that I told her that Kouri had taken money from my brother.
Oh, is that the 250,000?
A lot of money, and that there was tension.
And what did you tell the officer was the reason for the tension?
May I have a quick conversation with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
My apologies, counsel.
Yeah, shouldn't have let her bring it up. If Katie's just here to build Eric's character, now the jury's gonna start questioning Eric's character, because that's the only thing she was useful for. Like, nothing else is really like hard evidence, like a smoking gun that Kouri murdered Eric, right? At least in Katie's testimony, not that I've heard anyways. Like, you could get motive and character building, but not actual evidence of the murder.
Your Honor.
Oh.
Interruption, folks. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And now I forgot where I was, so let me think about it again. We were talking about what you asked the what you said to the police officer when you were outside. And this is before that police officer has ever entered the house, right? This is your first time to see this officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you felt it was important that this officer know that your sister-in-law had a motive? What was your reason for telling the officer that information?
In case she murdered her brother, she would be looked into. Hey, if she didn't murder him, she'd get cleared, right?
I had an overwhelming feeling come over me that I should let someone know.
Why? What was your overwhelming feeling?
That I should let someone know.
Because you believed it was suspicious? The death?
Honestly, at that time, I had no idea what was going on. I just had an overwhelming feeling I had just barely talked to my brother. He was fantastic. When I talked to him just a couple hours before, I had an overwhelming feeling I should tell someone about this, so I did.
Because you thought Kouri was behind it.
I did not say that.
Did you tell the...
Like, everyone should be investigated. She would have been a suspect anyways. The spouse is usually always the number one suspect before. Like, you always rule out the spouse first. If there's been a suspicious death, that's the first thing you're going to do. Then you're going to look to outside things that could have happened.
The officer that Kouri had a reason to be upset with Eric because she had found out about your being a trustee over the assets before he passed?
No, not to my recollection.
You didn't mention being the trustee of a trust to this officer?
I knew that I was the trustee of the trust.
Did you share that with the officer?
Maybe. There's a potential.
So you can't remember?
Just give me a second. It's
sure. Take your time.
I mean, I did know that I was the trustee, so I definitely could have shared that with her.
And did you share with the officer that Kouri had been upset with your brother about that before he passed?
No.
So if an
Not
officer,
to my recollection.
If an officer says you said that, that would be wrong? Or you're just not sure?
The questions are a little difficult. They're really vague. So not to my knowledge.
Okay. You mentioned that Kouri's son asked if he could have his dad's watch. Is that right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that Kouri just reset the watch and gave it to him.
Correct.
So Kouri didn't go through the watch trying to pick certain things out to delete, right?
I just watched her swipe it and give it to him, or delete it and give it to him.
If she hadn't swiped it, and I'm not an Apple Watch person, so maybe you know this better than I do, but that would have meant her son could read everything her husband had ever put on his iPhone, right?
I'm not an Apple Watch person either, so I can't answer that for you.
Is it your understanding the watches match the phone, basically?
Mine doesn't always, so, but again, I'm not an Apple person, so I can't tell you.
Do you agree there could be a lot of reasons why a mother would not want a young child to have access to everything his adult father had saved on his phone?
In a hypothetical, yes, I guess.
Okay. You also mentioned that...
So the Apple Watch angle, I don't know if like it's supposed to be, you wanted to have pictures of his dad or something. The way that I see it, especially if the watch is being worn when he died, like that could be evidence. Like there could be evidence on the watch that you wouldn't want to just delete the whole thing. Obviously there's going to be things on the watch that a kid shouldn't see, but you can delete that stuff. Honestly, like, I don't know, you probably should just give it to the police, in my opinion. But, yeah, I don't know.
That Kouri told you that morning that she was going to sell the house.
Correct.
And this is the house her husband had just died in.
Correct.
Yeah, she waved her phone too.
And she was pretty traumatized about her husband just dying in the house.
That I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
In their bedroom, right?
What's the question? Sorry.
Do you think there's a lot of reasons why a widow would not want to continue to live in the bedroom where her husband died in front of her?
I mean, that's a good point. I personally wouldn't want to.
Honestly, I can see some people would and some people wouldn't.
Okay.
That's a fair answer too.
You also mentioned just now, and also when you were on direct with Mr. Bloodworth, that you never knew your brother to use anything other than Advil. Is that right?
When he asked what I had seen him take, correct.
Okay. Are you aware that your brother did use other substances?
After his death, from his medical records that I got, it said that he occasionally took it for back pain.
Took what?
THC.
Okay. Which is?
Marijuana. So when he was alive, he didn't share with you that he used marijuana, did he?
Not directly, no.
And you talked about your mom, which I think is great, was a drug and alcohol counselor.
Correct.
And that it was important to her that your family not be engaged with the use of drugs when she was alive.
No, I said prescription medication.
Okay. So your brother knew that it was important to your family. Sobriety was an important thing to your family.
I'll be honest with you, my mom was not against marijuana use.
Okay. But you said you were?
I said prescription medication earlier.
Okay. But for whatever reason, your brother didn't share with you during his lifetime that he used marijuana.
No.
Look, marijuana is not going to kill anybody, right? They're trying to make him out to be this pill popping, opiate addicted guy because he was a stonemason. He didn't want to tell anyone about it because he was a big tough man. He fucking ate weed gummies, and they're trying to be like, I think it stopped there. He had a prescription from 2016.
And I know you were here during the opening statement, excuse me, Your Honor. You saw this slide of all those gummies that were seized from Eric's. You didn't know that was in his house? He didn't share that.
I knew that Kouri had some in there. He had shared that with me.
But he didn't tell you he did?
No.
Okay.
Imagine they're all Kouri's gummies. Like, they're not even his gummies. That'd be crazy.
And you also, did you know that your brother drank alcohol?
I knew that he socially drank, but he was responsible.
And he chose not to do that in front of you. Is that fair?
Correct.
And it's also fair and totally understandable that your brother's not going to talk about his sex life with you.
He actually did.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Did your brother share with you that
That's weird.
he was taking testosterone?
Yes, he did.
And you knew that?
I don't talk about my sex life with my sister. Because that would be fucking weird. What? They got some weird relationship going on, the sister and the brother. I don't know if it's mutual. I don't know if he's weird about her, but this sister's definitely weird about her brother. In my opinion. Why are they talking about their sex life? Maybe they're just really close. And I'm crazy.
That?
Yes.
Hopefully.
Did I'll strike that. Did you go through your brother's phone ever?
No.
The morning after he passed, was there a period of time where you saw your sister Amy with his phone?
She did have his phone.
And how long did she have his phone in her possession?
Honestly, I wasn't watching Amy very close, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Did you ever have his phone that day?
No.
State renewed scope objection.
Same morning, Your Honor.
Let's keep moving. The objection is overruled as to that last question.
That morning after Eric died, did you ever, well, let me ask it this way. When you arrived at the house, had the police cordoned off any portion of the house and said you could not enter it?
There was someone at the hall, and they said that you weren't supposed to go back down the hall. So
Once they removed your brother's body from the scene, and I know that was traumatic, and I'm sorry. Once they removed his body, were you allowed to go anywhere in the house you wanted?
Yeah.
And did you see the police searching the kitchen?
Yes.
All right. What
Just
did you?
the garbage in the kitchen, that was all.
That was the only thing you saw them search for. Was the garbage.
Yeah. I wasn't around them all the time, so I don't know what else they did.
Okay, that's fair.
So they weren't treating it as a murder, right? Because I don't know if they knew it was a murder yet.
At any point that morning, did you hear Kouri being interviewed by police?
They're Mormons?
No.
So you weren't present when they questioned her about what happened that night?
No.
Did Eric share with you that he had used hydrocodone in the past, like in that pill bottle that we saw on the screen?
So Eric and I had talked about that. So that pill bottle on the screen, it was old. It was 2016, right?
Right.
Because Eric had a procedure, but Eric did not want to use much of it. So actually, Eric and I had several conversations. When his back hurt and everything, I actually set him up with an acupuncturist and everything so that he didn't have to use any. So
let me stop you right there. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Let's just break it down.
Okay.
So you knew that he had used hydrocodone in the past for pain?
He did not like to, but if it was extreme,
he did use it.
Yeah, but he would never like take the whole finish of prescription.
And well, as far as you knew.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew that he had back pain.
Correct.
And you knew it because you're the person that he would go to when he was in pain.
Correct.
And you helped him try to find an acupuncturist for his pain?
Yeah, he went to an acupuncturist.
How often did he do that?
I set up the appointments. They actually helped really quickly. So he went to a couple appointments to I can't give you the exact amount, but.
And when, okay, I'll strike that. You also talked about the prenuptial agreement.
Correct.
That you saw Kouri sign at their wedding, is that right?
I saw it before she signed it.
Right. And is it true that in the prenuptial agreement that Kouri knew that if something happened to Eric, she would not recover? She wasn't entitled. She surrendered. Let me ask it this way: were you aware that as part of the prenuptial agreement, she was surrendering any claim on his business of C&E?
Objection. The prenup's into evidence. It says what it says. I don't think that's an accurate characterization.
I can rephrase.
The question is about what Ms.
She
Richens-Benson understood.
That's what I was going to say.
And so you will be able to point out later whether her understanding matches the text or not.
So was it your understanding that she was surrendering any claim to his business at C&E in the prenuptial agreement?
Only if they divorced. If he died, then she would get the business while they were still married.
Okay. But if he died, once you became trustee, you were aware that his business would actually go into the trust, not to her, correct?
The business is a trust asset. His partnership is in the trust.
Okay. And that was done before he passed?
Correct.
And again, you don't recall telling the officer that Kouri was upset about that prior to the officer coming in the house?
No.
Okay. The morning that you were there, was there any period of time where you were in the garage?
Yes, I went into the garage.
And what was your purpose for going into the garage?
A medical examiner or some medical person, had asked me, do you know if Eric took any kind of pill today, an allergy pill, anything? And I said, I'll go check his truck. I know he takes allergy pills, but I'll go check his truck. So I went to the garage to check his truck.
And when you were checking his truck, was there anyone back there with you?
Lisa Darden, her mom, and Bree, I think it's Swerenson, followed me.
Okay. And when you were in the truck, how long were you in his truck?
Not long at all.
Okay. When you got there, was Amy in the truck?
No.
At some point, did you see Amy in the truck?
No, not to my recollection.
Okay. All right. You also mentioned that Kouri mentioned to you when she said that she was going to sell the house. I believe Mr. Bloodworth asked, could she have sold the house? And you said the answer was no. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason the answer is no is because why?
Because the house was not Kouri's asset. It was in Eric's trust. Her name was not on the deed, anything like that.
But she was his spouse under the law, right? Right?
She was his spouse under the law, yeah.
And she had a marital interest in the house, right?
Now that's all in civil court. I can't.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about before the body was removed. Were you present, or did you have an understanding about where they were going to take the body?
No.
Did you hear a conversation, or were you a part of a conversation that discussed that there was going to be an autopsy?
I know I heard that day that they were taking him for an autopsy.
So before he even left the house, there was discussion that he was going to be autopsied. I think that's a verb. I'm not sure.
I can't tell you if it was before or after.
But there was a discussion in the house about it. You all knew it.
That they would take him for an autopsy? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the conversation that you testified about, where there was a discussion about cremation or burial with Kouri's mom.
Correct.
At that point, the autopsy was over, right?
I don't know when the autopsy was over.
When was that conversation?
That conversation was on the 5th.
So 2 days after he passed. And where was the body at that time, to your knowledge? I'm so sorry. I thought you were finished. I apologize.
Okay.
The question
can you
was
ask?
on the 5th.
Yeah, it was on the 5th when we talked about the burial.
So 2 days after they'd removed, or 1 day, I'm sorry.
1 day.
After they'd removed his body from the house.
Correct.
So when you were having that conversation, where was your understanding of where the body was?
It would have been in one of two places, either at the medical examiner's office or at the mortuary.
So bear with me then. At the point that his remains were finally interred, either through cremation or burial, that autopsy already would have happened, correct?
Honestly, I remember talking to the mortuary. They were watching to see when it was done. They said that it could take a couple days because it was later. So I can't tell you if it was done or not. I can't remember.
Let me ask you this way. They weren't going to let you bury him or cremate him until they'd finished that autopsy and released the body to the family, correct?
I mean, I would assume so, but I've never dealt with this with the medical examiner's office, so.
And once you all had that conversation with Lisa and Kouri about whether he wanted to be buried or cremated, did Kouri agree to bury him?
It went back and forth for a little while.
And then did Kouri agree to bury him?
Yeah, we buried him.
That's right. The handwriting samples that Mr. Bloodworth asked you to identify, is it fair to say that you organized an effort to gather a bunch of signatures of Eric's to compare with the signature, another signature, to see if you believe Kouri forged his signature on something?
Yeah, it was for the civil.
I'm pretty sure they even be like, yeah, everyone signs their spouse's signature later on in the trial, which is like, why are we even gonna like fucking pretend like that didn't happen?
Lawsuit that we were going through, and yes, it was to see if that was his signature or not, because he had told me he did not sign it.
And you personally took responsibility for that effort of gathering those signatures, correct?
So my duty as personal representative is to look into any claim that the estate may have. So yes, I did.
And you sent that information to the prosecution team in this case?
I did not personally send it, no.
Okay. You did hire an expert to look at it, right?
Yeah.
And
Yes, I just told you that's my fiduciary duty as a representative of my brother, so over his estate, to look into any claims that the estate has.
And who was the expert that you hired to look at those handwriting samples?
His last name's Throckmorton.
And it's Matthew Throckmorton?
I only ever met him once. I think his first name's Matthew, yeah.
And you guys paid him a fee to do that?
I actually didn't pay him. My law firm did, but then it went on the bill, so I didn't directly pay him.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Where is she? She doesn't have her shit together. Katie.
Yes.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked INPKRP3.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I actually do not. I have not seen this before.
Okay. Okay, I'll take it back. Thank you so much.
What is it?
Did you pay other experts in connection with this investigation?
I did.
Who were the other experts you hired? Was Brooke Carrington one of them?
Your Honor, objection, point of clarification. When she says this investigation, the criminal investigation or the civil investigation?
Provide a little more foundation, please.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to. Did the trust hire a woman named Brooke Carrington to do a financial investigation on Kouri Richens?
It's really tricky. It would actually be the estate that did, not the trust that did.
Okay.
So Brooke Carrington worked for the estate.
And were you also in charge of the estate?
Correct. I am a personal representative for my brother.
And you personally paid Brooke Carrington?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How are we not outside the scope of cross-examination again? Damn Katie again.
All right, I'm handing you another document asking if you've seen this before.
Yes.
KRB2. What is that document?
So Brooke was a financial forensic accountant for us, looking into any claims that the estate would potentially have. So I paid her for her work on that.
And what is that amount that you paid Brooke Carrington?
$14,625.
And is that your signature on that check?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit that as Exhibit 3003, Defense 3003.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 3003 is admitted.
Can we publish that to the jury, please?
Ready to go, Katie. One moment. There you go.
Okay. What's the date on that check?
6/21 of 23.
All right. And are you aware if that was after Kouri had been charged with this crime?
Let me think of dates really quick. Yes, it was after, because once Kouri had been charged, Brooke quit working for us, so she sent a bill and I paid the bill once.
And why did she quit working for you?
She started working for the state and we hired a different forensic accountant to work for the estate.
And who provided her name to the state as a potential expert?
I'm not sure.
That wasn't you?
I actually never even talked to any of the prosecution or anything before that, so no, it was not me. I did not even know who they were.
I'm sorry, you said you hadn't talked to the prosecution prior to June of 2023?
Prior to her being arrested.
She's trying to imply like this woman has any pull in who the prosecution's gonna get for their forensic examiner? What?
Let me clarify to make sure that I don't impeach you for something you're not meaning to say.
Oh, okay.
When you say the prosecution, you mean the actual people sitting at the table, not their investigators.
Oh, yeah, them.
Because you had talked a lot to the investigators prior to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to investigators. I had never talked to these guys.
Totally fair. I just didn't want to come after you.
Sorry, I did.
Nope.
The difference.
Thank you. I want it to be right. So to go back to that, you had talked a lot to the investigators that were investigating this case on the criminal side prior to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to them.
And as a matter of fact, on March 21st of 2022, so before there was an official finding of Eric's cause of death, isn't it fair that you sent an email to the chief detective, the same one you talked to in the driveway or outside the house, with the timeline of everything suspicious that Kouri had done in the last multiple years?
I can't remember the exact dates.
Okay, let me approach. May I approach, Your Honor?
Oh, sorry, yes. Counsel, I trust you folks. You can have leave to approach the witness as needed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They take forever to walk up here, apparently.
Okay, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as KRB6. Just take a second, as much as you need, and tell me if you recognize that document.
It takes forever to read. Hold on. See?
Now that I was just talking. Okay, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And is that the email that I was just talking about that you sent to Detective Woody on March 21st of 2022?
Correct.
And attached to that email is what you called a timeline, is that right?
Correct.
How many pages is that timeline you provided to Detective Woody?
Oh my goodness.
9, if I'm counting right.
Okay. And what was your purpose for sending that timeline to Detective Woody?
Because I'm not a detective. Eric's death was suspicious, so I wanted to get it to the professionals.
And everything in there is about Kouri, right?
No, not everything.
Did you identify anyone else you thought might have been involved in Eric's death in this timeline?
It talks about...
Well, don't read it because it's not in evidence, but you can just generally talk about the topics.
I know it talks about Lisa in there. I saw as I was flipping through it, talks about Ronnie's fiance or girlfriend, Bree. Talks about a lot of different people.
All right, and that timeline goes back years probably. Is that fair? Does it start way before he died?
Yeah, 2016.
So you go all the way back to 2016 in the information you gave the investigators.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then do you remember shortly after that you did some investigation into Kouri's business online and forwarded that to an investigator? Do you remember doing that?
I did not personally do the investigation, but if you show it to me, I can definitely tell you.
Okay. All right. May I approach her? I forgot. Sorry. It's habit. That's federal court. I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as KRB 11. See if that refreshes your memory a little bit. Is that your
Shark
email
eyes.
address?
No color.
Correct, it is.
So
They are Mormons.
So that's
apparently.
you forwarding to the investigator background information on Kouri's businesses?
Correct.
All right. And then do you also remember forwarding on March 28th to the same investigator reporting that Kouri had asked for her wedding ring back from the medical examiner and you thought that was suspicious? Remember doing that?
Can you show me the email
Sure.
again?
Just get that vibe. Just get the Mormon vibe.
Showing you KRB 12 and see if that refreshes your memory a little bit.
Thanks.
Yeah, March 30th.
Not her wedding ring, my brother's.
I'm sorry, the ring that he wore.
Correct.
On his finger. And she was asking for it back, right?
Correct.
And you thought the detective should maybe test the ring, or you thought that was suspicious and you reported that?
Yeah.
Okay. Also in there you talk about ring cameras. Did you share ring camera information with the investigators?
I did not have the ring camera information.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 2022 suggesting with the officers, the investigating officer, that Kouri may have tried to kill your brother on Valentine's Day with a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my brother talked to me about it.
Okay. As far as you know, had that information ever been imparted to them before you gave that to them?
I would have no way of
Yeah, I think tomorrow is day 9 or 10. I think tomorrow's day 10.
Knowing that.
Okay, fair. Did you also do some online sleuthing into her mom's Venmo and Susan Kohler's Venmo?
I did not personally.
Did you forward that information to the investigators to use in their
Can I see
investigation?
the
Sure.
email, please?
Yep. I'm showing you KRB 14 with an email dated April 25th. Does that look like your email address?
Correct.
Okay. So the answer is yes, you did that?
Yeah.
All right.
Your Honor, objection, misstates the email. There was no sleuthing into Susan Kohler's Venmo. It was just into Lisa Darden's.
I'm sorry, it does mention Susan in there. You want to see it again?
Do you want to just show the jury what it says instead of just talking about it?
Sure. I move to admit the exhibit. And Katie, can you pull that up?
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection.
Okay. Give me the number one more time, Ms. Nestor.
It would be 3004.
Okay. So this will be D3004. This is, for the record, an April 25, 2022 email from an email address in bold print indicated as Richens-Benson. We'll publish it now.
Judge is a cool guy.
Can you blow that up, please, so Jerry can see it? You see that there you were looking into two different people's Venmo accounts, Susan Kohler and Lisa Darden?
Yeah, those are the two people that are on there.
And you also investigated the background of Susan Kohler and shared that with the prosecutor?
I did not personally.
But you forwarded it?
Correct.
Okay.
She wanted to find out who murdered her fucking brother, bro. I think the defense is trying to position it as like Katie was trying to frame Kouri. But no, she just this is the look, telling them when to look and stuff, and no problem looking into things. If you're innocent, you're innocent.
At some point, didn't you also get access to Kouri's banking records?
Not for a long time down the road.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Gosh, I'm gonna quit doing that, I swear. My brain is wired that way.
Mormons commit a lot of crimes, but they're so nice. At least they come off as nice.
Mark for identification is KRB 16. A letter dated November 7th of 2022, which was a few months after Eric died. Can you just read that for a minute and tell me if you remember that letter?
Their polygamy.
Honestly, I've never seen this before.
Okay, totally fair.
Do you want me to keep reading the whole thing?
If you can't identify it.
Okay.
You read everything anyways. What, this is gonna be the first thing you don't read? What is this? What is this, a letter?
I might have read it.
Uh-uh.
Do you remember being asked how you obtained Kouri's private bank records without her permission? Did anyone ever confront you about that?
I think we're talking about two different things. The only bank records or banking that we have received is through the litigation for the civil lawsuit, when the trust was granted a constructive trust. And so that's the only thing.
So in your role as trustee, you went about to get her private banking records?
No, it's all litigation and it's really hard for me to go through it. I mean, my lawyer's here. He can speak to it a lot better than I can.
I definitely don't want you to have to become one of us, so don't worry about it. You also had multiple interviews with the Summit County investigators. They came to your house once and interviewed you, is that right?
Correct.
And you also interviewed with Detective Woody, I think here or in this area, in this complex somewhere.
Correct.
And you also had
Cody Brown.
multiple phone conversations with the prosecution. All this before Kouri was arrested. Is that right? I mean, we just looked at a bunch of emails.
We have to be more precise. Precision matters in this business.
Is it fair
And
to
the
s-
prosecution
I'll withdraw.
Is different. The prosecution may mean different things.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. I'm happy to.
Thank you.
It was a little confusing, so let me try that again. Is it fair to say you had regular communication with the
Did we find the microphone? What the fuck?
investigators in the criminal case almost immediately after your brother's death, even before they got into the house and after?
I did talk to the detectives, yes.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Corey's been charged with financial crimes, which they can't talk about. Is it an ongoing thing? Is that why they can't?
Okay,
They've been
just a
convicted.
minute. Were there occasions where you sent potential witness names and contact information to the investigators on the criminal side?
That was in the email you sent. There were some names.
Okay. Do you remember, well, strike that.
Fraud? It's a separate
Because you were
case.
the trustee of the home, you guys were in charge of, well, let me rephrase it this way. How long did Kouri stay in the house after her husband died?
Till her arrest, I believe, on May 8th of 2023.
So for that year, Kouri remained in the home with her boys, is that right?
Correct.
All right. After that, you became in charge of maintaining the home once Kouri was arrested, is that right?
I did before as well, too. I fixed water leaks, paid off the mortgage, stuff like that.
Right. And you fixed a water leak in that house on Willow Court?
Correct.
When was that?
It was in February. It was when it was January or February. There was a ton of snow on the ground, so I had to pay people to shovel all the snow to get down to it.
Okay. And that was Kouri and Eric's home?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, at the trust house.
Okay, so this is from... Oh, I don't know, KPCW? Kouri Richens charged with dozens of additional financial crimes. The former real estate agent awaits 2 separate trials, one for murder, one on financial allegations. The scope of the latter may just have grown. So Kouri, who stands trial for murder next year, engaged in a felony pattern of unlawful activity in the 2 years before her husband died on 2022. The Camus mother of 3 was charged with murder in 2023. Blah 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 blah. Prosecutors originally included the financial crimes when they first charged her in the third district court, claiming that they were part of an alleged motive for murder, and then the judge later separated the murder charge from the financial wrongdoings at the request of the defense team. It's been scheduled for the financial crimes. Richens initially faced 7 financial crimes, 4 of which were broken into a separate trial. Instead of the 26 prosecutors draft. 26, okay. So I want to reference those alleged misdeeds in the murder trial, but the judge hasn't decided whether to admit the financial evidence yet or not. You guys are saying that it can't be admitted. Interesting. And what was the scope of it? Like, what was she doing? So she lied to mortgage lenders about the bank balance to secure loans to buy and sell homes. The 5 months prior to Eric Richens' death, Richens Realty realized $170,000 in revenue, while this monthly debt exceeded $250,000. Oh, money laundering. That's always good. Friend sent $45,000 to Richens Realty. Prosecutors say Richens agreed that would go towards a down payment, but instead used it to cover her company's debts and other expenses. I think you guys were saying that before. Someone in the chat was saying that she took $45,000 from somebody. They put in a down payment for their house, but she just paid off debt with it. It's like, fuck you. All the alleged financial crimes supposedly happened between 2021 and 2022. She could already spend life in prison if she's convicted of the murder. And then the financial charges could carry a similar sentence. Because they're all second or third degree felonies. Wow. She's fucked. She's so fucked. What was this lady thinking? Karma, man. It'll always get you. Karma will always get you.
Got it. I understand. During that time, were there times where law enforcement needed access to the house to search it?
Are you talking after?
After Kouri's arrest, sorry.
Yeah.
Corey sold that house and her friends got evicted. This. What a shit person.
Yes.
All right. About how many times did you guys have to provide access to law enforcement to search that house?
I don't know off the top of my head.
If I were to say around 10, 11 times, does that sound completely out of bounds or does that sound about right?
So I put my husband over all of that. So I'm not going to have the best knowledge of that.
So that would be your husband.
Correct.
Right. But the private investigator that you guys hired answered to you, right? Not your husband?
He was hired by the estate.
So he communicated with you directly?
Both me and my husband.
Did you give him unfettered access to the house?
No.
How many times would you say that investigator was in that house?
That's going to be better to ask my husband as well, too. My husband went with him every time.
Totally fair. Did you guys have the video equipment set up inside the house?
Like camera?
You can fix Kouri?
To monitor? Yeah, yeah.
When did you guys put that in there?
I apologize, but that is also better to ask my husband. He was over all of that.
All right. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, when do you get paid? Oh, I don't know. I'm actually a con artist and I run my own real estate company, so Friday? How do payday loans even work? How do payday loans even work like that? How do you show proof of income? They're doing a huddle. Is Katie gonna know how to use it? Is Katie gonna know how to pull it up?
So do you remember when you retained Todd Gabler to investigate Kouri Richens?
The exact date, I can't remember. I think it was at the beginning of April of 2022. Could have been in March. I don't have the exact date with me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah.
Within a couple of weeks of Eric's death.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
At some point, did you guys plan a celebration of life for Eric beyond the funeral, like a celebration of life?
No. Did I? No.
Yes.
No.
You weren't involved in that?
No, we had the funeral.
Okay. And just one moment, I need to check one date. Hold on. What was the date of Eric's funeral?
I'm really sorry if I'm wrong, but I think it was the. Let's see. I have to see a calendar. I think it's March 11th.
She took out life insurance policies on her kids too? What the fuck?
So
I think
within a week or so of his death, probably, give or take.
Yeah, it was quick after.
And wasn't there a celebration of life on April 1st? Do you remember that? Were you involved in that at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
Totally fair. Ms. Richens-Benson, that is all we have. I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for answering our questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, any redirect within the scope of cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Please.
Ms. Richens-Benson, you just discussed with...
Just trying to get ahead of the game, Scott. I don't know what caused that, but let's avoid that in the future. Keep going, Mr. Bloodworth.
What happened?
Okay, Ms. Richens-Benson, you just testified in response to defense questioning about a civil lawsuit.
Correct.
Did the civil lawsuits begin on March the 28th, 2022, about 3 weeks after Eric's death?
That is when it was filed. It was threatened very quickly after Eric's death.
And who filed the lawsuit?
Kouri did.
There was a mustache man?
Against who?
Against me as trustee of the trust.
And to defend against that lawsuit on behalf of the trust.
Correct.
You employ Mr. Throckmorton, or your lawyers employ Mr. Throckmorton and Miss Carrington.
Correct.
And then Kouri Richens was arrested on May 8th, 2023.
Correct.
After May 8th, 2023, did the estate or the trust employ Mr. Throckmorton or Miss Carrington?
No.
The defense counsel asked you about a timeline where you presented certain information to the investigators, right? The detectives.
Correct.
And they referenced that information related to some financial information?
Correct.
Did that include your reporting that Eric went to get money from his bank and found an empty bank account?
Correct.
Did you also report that Kouri signed his signature on a $250,000 home equity loan against his house without his knowledge?
Correct, and that's what I told the detective that day.
That would be relevant information to tell the detective, I think, right? This woman drained their bank account and has fucking signed his name to $250,000 debt. Yeah, I think that's relevant.
Did you also
And then he's dead.
tell them that Eric found multiple credit cards pulled in his name that he had nothing to do with?
Correct.
And that he talked to a divorce attorney?
Correct.
It's almost like she bled him dry, and then when there was no more money to get, she killed him. Fuck, bro.
New are 401, 403, 404B. I'm also stating for the record that I think he's now kicked the door wide open. I want to recross on all the things I would have had in my direct because it all deals with this stuff.
You're going to have a longer conversation about the last piece. Your
Okay.
401 and 402 objections are overruled.
And 404B. All the financial stuff that we've litigated already. I think I have to do it when he tries to put the evidence in.
I know, but please approach for a minute.
No, we're gonna go have another talk, guys. Oh, no. Nefarious. Fucking nefarious, man. Oh, Scott's going up too. Everybody's there. Making my client look bad. Yeah, she's evil.
Ms. Benson, do you still have some water?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, your next question, please.
Hello.
Did you also provide the police with information on Eric meeting with a divorce attorney, Christina Miller,
Yes, correct.
and Eric meeting with a trust and estates attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the police with information about a separate house rented in Oakley, Utah?
Yes.
Did you provide the police with information about a change in life insurance beneficiaries?
Yes, I did.
Important stuff to know. So does she have another house that he didn't know about or something? Was she shacking up with Josh at? She was real estate agent. A bad real estate agent. I don't even know how you could be a bad real estate agent in the economy now. How houses just go up in value. You have to be an idiot to be a fucking bad real estate agent these days. Look at Peggy Hill. She worked on fraud. Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
Did you provide the police with information on friends of the defendants and Eric's that they should potentially interview?
Correct.
Yeah, no, not the guy. The Kouri. I think they said husband killer.
Did you provide the police with information about
The boyfriend was living at one of the flip houses. Of course he was.
discussion involving the trust and control of the house 2 days after Eric died?
Correct. You're referring to the altercation on that, right?
I am.
Okay, yeah.
Someone was gonna buy me a house, apparently. They didn't even tell me about it. They told someone else about it. Imagine if I was in one of these fucking situations somehow.
And then did you provide some information to the police regarding, I think you mentioned earlier, like a demand notice as it relates to the civil lawsuit?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, why don't you perform any recross that you think is within the scope of that redirect? We'll take a break, have an additional conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be happy to. I need to grab that back for the
No problem.
email. Okay, so just to put in perspective, which has happened, all those things Mr. Bloodworth talked about that you told the police about, we're talking about March 21st, before y'all even know how Eric died, right?
Yeah, it's relevant information.
Correct.
And he talked to you about a HELOC, is that right?
Correct.
And what's a HELOC? Tell us what that is, what it stands for. Do you know what it stands for?
I do not know what it stands for.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
What do you know it to be?
Like a home equity loan?
That's what it stands for.
Okay.
Home equity line of credit. Does that
Okay.
sound familiar? Okay. So tell me as far as the HELOC goes, it's your belief that Kouri got one of those on the house without Eric's knowing about it, right?
Correct. Eric told me.
Okay. And one of the documents that you executed as trustee, when you became trustee of the trust, was something called a durable power of attorney. Do you remember that?
That I executed?
I'm using fancy lawyer words, I'm sorry. A document you had to sign. Where the trust gives you power of attorney over all of Eric's assets. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I was his power of attorney.
Right.
Yeah. I
And
don't
that
think it
was-
was durable. I think it was power of attorney.
Just leave that word out, it doesn't even matter. All right, so you had a power of attorney, and that was before Eric died, right?
That I had a power of attorney before Eric died?
To be
She was power of attorney for him before he died. Like in the event of him dying, she'd be power of attorney. Is that what the same thing said?
trustee, if he ever did die. Do you remember?
I would have to ask my lawyer that too.
No
I am
worries.
sorry because I know all of it's very different, and I.
No worries.
I don't want to turn you into a lawyer up there.
Okay.
This is actually really important.
Okay.
So there was a time where you had to revoke all prior power of attorneys that were granted by Eric in order for you to have the final power of attorney, right? Do you remember that?
Is that on like the letter's testimony? Or
Let me
have to show it to me. I'm
will.
sorry.
Let me pull it up. Katie, do you have the revocation? Yeah, just a minute. Let me look at what the number is. It's KRB 5 or 6.
I want to hear what Josh says.
This one, it's probably. Do you see it? The revocation? Okay, can you pull that up on the screen? Only for, Your Honor, we only want to show this to the witness and counsel
Understood.
for right now.
That document is in front of the witness and counsel.
Do you see the document?
Yeah, so that's something my brother signed to revoke any power of attorneys after he found out that she used his. That's not something I've signed.
That's
Hey.
Sorry, objection. The copy I'm looking at is not signed by anybody.
Yeah, and this one's
That's
not
okay.
signed.
Well,
Yeah.
I can follow up on what you just said, because it sounds like you know what I'm talking about.
Do you have an objection?
I just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. She said signed, and I'm not seeing it.
Oh,
You
okay.
two are looking at the same document.
Yeah,
Whether it's the same document.
it's not signed,
Pause
Brad.
for-
That was my bad.
Pause for one moment for me, Katie. Whether Ms. Nestor's referring to a different document, I don't know.
Understood.
I think I can clear all this up, and I don't really care too much about the document itself. I'm trying to
Okay.
refresh your memory. It sounds like it's refreshed.
Katie pulled up the wrong document. Don't worry, guys.
So you remember that
Oh, well, that Katie.
Eric had to revoke power of attorneys that Kouri had previously had.
Yes, Eric did revoke it.
And you remember what that means is she had a previous power of attorney from Eric. Is that right?
She did have a previous power of attorney, but he did not know that she used it and
Okay.
took out the money.
But the power of attorney she had, and he was upset about it and wanted to revoke it so she couldn't do it again. Is
But-
that fair?
No, to be fair, he said he never signed that one, so there's a lot of litigation on if that's actually proper or not, because he said
So he didn't. She fucking forged that, and then he had to sign a thing to revoke it, and then make his sister. Is that what I'm understanding? Like that wasn't even. He didn't even fucking know, bro.
that he did not sign that one. But she did have the
Your
signature
Honor,
on
hold
it.
on just a minute.
Yeah.
I thought it was just the home equity or whatever, the 250,000. She was like signing his signature all over the damn place, or what?
Your Honor, we did not ask her to say what Eric said specifically. I would ask that
You wouldn't have to forge his signature if you had power of attorney, right? So this fucking chick.
we strike that, or at least tell the jury it's for purposes of why she did what she did and not to take it for truth of the matter.
So let's be careful here. There have been times when Ms. Richens-Benson has given an explanation for why she did or didn't do a thing, and that may have included her recollection of what Eric Richens told her. Those comments so far are inadmissible hearsay that cannot be considered for their truth as to whether Eric actually did those things or not, or thought those things or not. Rather, they can only be considered as context for why Ms. Richens-Benson, as the listener, the hearer of those comments, did or didn't do whatever she did or didn't do next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that clarification. So to go back, it's your understanding, I just want to I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but I'm hearing you say that you knew that there was a previous power of attorney that had been given to Kouri, whether Eric signed it, didn't sign it, that there was a dispute about
Well, then it wouldn't have been. Oh my god.
that, and at some point before he died, he said, I'm going to revoke all previous power of attorneys, including that one.
Yes.
That's what I needed. Thank you very much. Also, Mr. Bloodworth just asked you about Eric seeing a divorce attorney. Do you remember when that was?
the dates and everything, it was in 2020.
So
it was before he did his will.
About 2 years before he passed, he saw a divorce attorney, right?
A year and a half.
And is it true that you or your husband are the person who set that meeting up with the divorce attorney?
Correct.
Which one of you?
My husband.
And did you just know this person? So you're like, hey, use this lady, or why were you involved in that?
I wasn't. I just said it was my husband, so you'd have to ask him on that.
Totally
Sorry.
fair.
You wouldn't know? Look, if my wife was offering divorce attorneys up to people, I'd be like, how do you know this divorce attorney? Are you thinking about divorcing me? Like, I would want to know how they know him or why they were doing it, whatever. She doesn't know. She didn't even ask. So I don't need to know.
Also, Your Honor, because, may I approach just to be safe?
Yep.
More of this, and then they zoom in on Kouri.
When you were previously being questioned by me, I asked you a question and we decided we weren't going to go into that, but we are going to go into it now, so I'm going to ask it very specific, okay?
Did Kouri ever ask the trust to pay her any money in the year after Eric's death, separate from the litigation? Did she ask you to make any disbursements to her or the boys in the year after Eric died as trustee?
Not that I can remember.
That's all I have, Your Honor. And we will fully release this witness. She can remain in the courtroom for the remainder of the trial.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Richens-Benson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome to step down.
Okay,
Thank you. Watch your step, please.
I'm okay just to go sit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Counsel, should we take a...
So let's get, like, she can watch the rest of the trial now? They're not going to be brought into direct by fucking the defense because she wasn't even on the witness list to begin with. I'm surprised they let the defense get so off into the weeds like that.
brief restroom break before the next witness?
But the judge is fair.
Not knowing how long the next one will take, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state will probably need 20 minutes.
Folks want a restroom break? Want to stretch your legs? Nobody. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay, let's keep rolling.
All right.
We're going to take a break. Did he just wink at us? Did the judge wink at us? Hold on. Am I tripping? No. He winked. He winked at us. Look. Oh no, I'm doing it by frame instead of seconds. Watch. Anyways, we're gonna. I just want to smoke a bowl real quick, but I want to. Yeah, winky judge. He's got that that Yogi Bear Riz. Not like who's the other Yogi Bear guy? I'm like someone reminds me of Yogi Bear. This is a cool Yogi Bear though. Where is the? Oh, it's over here. I forgot I made it this way. What's up, guys?
Your Honor, the state calls Clint Benson.
All right. Mr. Benson?
Why did they go mute? Are they? It's taking a while.
But the true subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
This is Benson.
849. This is it.
Thank you. You can track it around. Whatever's comfortable.
Sounds good. There we go.
Mr.
I was eating hummus and chips earlier.
Sir, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Clinton Benson, Benson.
Sir, are you employed?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by Salt Lake County. I'm their real estate operations and asset manager. I manage their portfolio of 1,700 parcels and about a $5 billion portfolio.
Do you have any other licenses or...
Defense Katie or Katie Richens?
Yeah, licenses. Let's go with that.
I do, yes. I'm a licensed realtor as well as licensed appraiser.
I see. You are married to Katie Richens-Benson.
Yes.
And
this is Katie Richens' husband?
Did you know Eric?
I did.
And Kouri?
Yes.
Are you
Yeah, she's nefarious.
familiar with the address of 282 Willow Court Road?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
That is one of our prior homes and Eric Richens' home.
Okay. So you lived in it beforehand?
Yes, we did.
And then what happened?
We sold the home to Eric Richens.
I see. After Eric died, where did Kouri and the kids live?
Kouri and the kids lived at Eric's home at the 282 Willow Court address.
Okay. And then after May 8th,
Well, this was the guy, right, who was taking care of the two kids. One was sick. He was trying to fucking play goalie with Eric's kids while the other Katie was on the floor going like, oh, like Brooke does. This was the guy. He seems like a FBI agent. I don't know why. Just got shit together.
who was responsible for securing
He could land a plane in the ocean.
that address?
That was me.
Okay. And what did you do to secure that home?
So on May
Yeah.
8th, I arranged for a locksmith to come and change all the locks. I also arranged for a private security company to come out and watch the home until we could get internet service provided, as well as install cameras around the property.
Okay. Once you had the internet, what happened then?
I think Corey's scared. Corey's like, oh.
That was when we could install the cameras. The cameras require an internet access in order to record.
I see. And how long did that take before you got the cameras installed?
That was as quickly as possible. So we had private security there. We had private security there for 2 days until we could get that internet up and running.
Was there a person there 24/7?
There was. Yeah.
This guy's like, I'm straight and to the point. Just like my ears. Look at the little pointy ears. To the point.
Did you take any other efforts to make sure no one entered that home?
I also taped doors throughout the property, so then I would know if a door was open and closed.
Okay. Now, did you have any real-time notice if there was some disturbance or something?
I did. So those cameras would send my cell phone a notice anytime something was tripped. So that included even something as small as bug movement would trigger on the phone. So I'd be watching that.
So did you get a lot of notices?
It was a lot of notices. Yep.
Okay. What did you do upon receiving a notice?
Receiving a notice, I would of course, pull up the footage. I'd review it, make sure there was not a person that was trying to access the home, and at that point, then I would, if there was no one trying to access it, then of course I would close it down. But
okay. If there was somebody,
I would immediately call law enforcement.
Okay. Did you ever have to call law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. Did they show up?
They did within minutes.
Did
Because they're best buddies. Look at him. They go out for drinks all the time, I swear.
Are you aware of any entry to
This is the Kouri Richens case.
the house? Let me back up. Is there a separate garage?
There is a separate detached garage.
Okay. Are you aware of any unauthorized entry of the home or the detached garage during the time you were in charge of security?
No, there was no entry.
Were there occasions when authorized personnel needed or wanted to make entry?
There was.
Who would that have been?
It would be the sheriff's personnel, and they would arrange through me if they needed to access the home.
Were there occasions when you yourself went in?
There was.
Tell me about that.
So I would go in the home if the kids, meaning Carter, Ashton, or Weston, if they had requested a specific item, so they still did have clothing in the home as well as some sentimental items, trophies, things like that they wanted in the home.
And so, how did that work? Just you did it, and no one else, or?
It was primarily me. Occasionally, there was one instance where there was a live animal in the home. Carter did have a lizard, so I had to have help to carry that out of the home. So I had a family member help me do that.
Okay, but always you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And were there occasions when, I think there's been mention about Todd Gabler, do you know him?
Yes.
Was there times when he asked to have entry?
Yes.
Were you with him?
I was.
Okay. How about defense attorneys or
really,
investigators? Did they have access?
Are the kids with them? Or are the kids still with Kouri until the trial's over?
Yes, we would. If they did request access, we would go with them to go through the home.
When you were going through the...
Did you say Komodo dragon? I don't think you have Komodo dragon.
house, did you ever... Not through the house. When you were inside the house...
Or been locked up for years? Good. She should be locked up. Why is she still all dressed up here then? She should be in her jail uniform.
Did you ever see a missionary journal?
I do recall a missionary journal. Their master bedroom had a large master closet that was attached.
Who's they?
Oh, I forgot they're all Mormon. The Mormons keep tabs on everyone, bro. They have like a whole database or some shit.
Kouri and Eric.
Okay.
Yep. So
But they're just so nice that like you kind of let shit slide. You know what I mean? You just wait, you guys. Scientology will be the first to fall, and then the rest will kind of... But I won't say anything.
the master bedroom had a large closet that was attached, and
Okay.
I believe it was on the right side of that closet.
Okay. This journal was?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether Eric went on a mission?
He did go on a mission.
During your time in the home, either during this period or other occasions, did you see some written coupons?
I did, yeah.
Where did you see?
I have no idea if the Mormons baptize people against their wishes. That's gonna be one of the rules of the cult. I'd be like, look, I'll stop my cult if every other religion and cult agrees that they're gonna stop theirs. How about that? will never happen. But no, that's fair, right? Because it's not. No one else is stopping, so we'll just start our own. Fuck it.
See those?
In the master bedroom.
When did you see that? Do you recall?
Tilly, thank you for Recounting a Little Angel.
Approximately.
I don't recall when I saw it.
After May 8th, 23?
Correct, yep.
I see.
I think it's called posthumously baptized. What? After the person has died? That's really weird. I guess they really just want them to go to heaven, though. You gotta kind of see it from their perspective. I'm sure it's that they're not being nefarious, but that's kind of disrespectful to the dead if they don't want any part of that, right? Wow.
I'd like to turn your attention.
I'm gonna tell someone this. They're gonna be, where'd you learn that, Steve? I'll be like, my YouTube live chat. They'll be like, oh, yeah, and fact check it.
To October, November of 2020. Were you present with Katie when there was a phone call from Eric?
I was.
Okay. And could you hear the phone conversation?
We'll learn the channel.
I could. She had it on speakerphone.
I see. You had met Eric prior to that. I mean, you had known him for some years before that.
Yes.
So, could you tell what his demeanor was like?
I could. He was extremely duressed. I mean, he was really upset.
Angry upset or sad upset or a little bit of both? I mean,
it was a combination of both.
I see. Did he explain to you why he was upset? I'm not asking you what he said. I'm asking, did he explain why he was upset?
Yes.
Okay. Having heard that, did you do something to assist with the situation?
I did.
What did you do?
I knew he was on his way over to our home after overhearing the conversation with Katie. In the amount of time it took him to get from where he was to our house, I was able to pull up the Summit County website, the recorder's website, where I could pull up the property address as well as the parcel ID and be able to view all of the recorded documents against the home.
I see. And when you looked at that, did you find something that concerned you about the 282 Willow Court?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a $250,000 home equity line of credit that was taken out against Eric's house.
Well, that's weird.
Did you pass that in?
The poor Eric. Imagine just being told about this from everyone around you. Be like, did you know that you're having like fucking equity taken out of the house and you got power of attorney over you and life insurance policies and he thinks he's getting poisoned and he does get poisoned, he dies. Fuck.
Information on to Eric?
Yes.
After that conversation, that passing of that information.
Being single doesn't seem so bad now, huh? A lot of you probably aren't single, but I'm single, so I'm like, ha-ha, no one's killing me. No one's killing me. Yet.
Can you relate to us Eric's demeanor from that point?
Yeah, his demeanor was still very upset and very sad in general, so.
Do you know what he did following that?
Kouri had a friend who got it from a dealer, apparently.
What he did following that, so we had a discussion about divorce attorneys while he was there as a result of finding out about that line of credit.
I wonder if this guy had a divorce, like, before he met his current wife. Or he just knows divorced. Maybe he's just friends with them.
So, how... Did you suggest a name?
I did.
Okay. Was that on request, or were you encouraging?
It was on request, and so I mean, obviously Eric was extremely upset about what was happening, and it was just that conversation we were having where it was the next step would be to get a divorce attorney involved.
And so, did you suggest a name?
I did.
Who was that?
Christina Miller.
Did you work out a system of communication between Christina Miller and Eric?
I did.
And what was that? Could you just describe it?
So I was an intermediary, so I would handle phone calls as well as emails back and forth. So Eric, they had requested certain amounts of information from Eric, and I would handle that passage of information.
Okay. Okay. Holding here, I believe we called it 8-49, Your Honor. And I overheard we have continuing permission.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to hand the witness State's Exhibit 8-49. I'd like to direct your attention to tab 13. Do you recognize what's there at tab 13?
I do.
Could you describe what it is?
It's a customer cash payment authorization form. It's a Ford paperwork.
Okay. Do you know where it came from?
Yes, it came from the Heber Ford dealership.
Do you know, did you get it?
I did. I picked this up.
Okay. And once you picked that paperwork up, what did you do with it?
I gave it to Katie.
Okay. Does it have Eric's signature on it?
It does.
Okay. All right. I'd like you to direct
Was she fucking getting cars? Forging his signature for cars too?
your attention to tab 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that a photograph?
This is a photograph.
Yeah, of that journal
Look
you
at
spoke
this
about earlier?
photograph.
Yeah.
That's that same one that you'd seen in the house.
Correct. I saw the front cover of it. It's a much smaller book. But
Okay. All right, let's turn to tab 16, please. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It's
Yeah, he's gonna be on the stand.
coupons.
You had mentioned earlier that you had seen some coupons in the house.
Yes.
Are those the ones?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to March 4th of 2022. My understanding is that you were at home in the middle of the night and the daughter was sick. Is that correct?
Yes, my youngest daughter had the stomach flu.
Okay. And you or Katie received a phone call?
Yes, Katie received a phone call.
What did you do after that?
We literally ran out of the house, left the doors open, jumped in the car, and drove over, honestly, as quick as we could. So.
When you got to the house, what happened?
See, this is weird to me, because, like, there's a dead body at the house. Let's bring the kids there. Why wouldn't one of you stay at home? Why wouldn't he stay at home? He's obviously more competent, I guess. But you should have stayed at home because it's her sister. Or, sorry, it's her brother. It's not your brother. It's your brother-in-law. But someone's got to look after the kids. You don't bring the kids around dead body. You're trying to traumatize your kids and everyone else. Like, what the fuck? Remember the day we went and saw the dead body? Remember when Uncle Rick died? The fuck?
When we got to the house, Katie went in.
That's just my opinion.
And I stayed outside for a little while. Just
brought the kids with him. He was like taking care of his two kids while also looking after their kids in the bonus room. So I'm like, why would you do that?
Because I had my daughters with me. I have two young daughters, but and then after that point, we ended up going into the home.
When you first entered the home, did you see anything unusual?
My number one priority was taking care of the kids, my two daughters as well as the boys. So yeah, I mean, I noticed some hand movements that Kouri was making, which seemed to me unusual, but
Had you ever seen those?
Was it like Heather Gillespie when she was like, today I am leaving the office. Well, not the office, the court hearing, and they won't let me do anything. Like that. People said that was so Heather Gillespie could show off her nails, and that actually makes sense. But I mean, it's just, what was it, like that?
Hand movements before?
No.
Could you?
I can kind of see why they're together now, because I was like, this guy seems like super put together to be with someone. So I don't know how to describe Katie.
Demonstrate for the jury what you saw.
Simply like that. It didn't seem to me
More
to be an
valid?
unconscious tremor, but it just almost like just an intentional movement.
Okay, like bad acting. I get what he's saying.
Once you were in the house, where did you go next?
I went up the steps up to the bonus room that Eric had.
Okay. Who was up there?
Bonus room.
It was Carter, Ashton, Weston, and then my 2 daughters.
Okay.
Still, I wouldn't bring my kids. Even if they didn't know for sure he was dead, we're not bringing the kids around a potential dead body. You know?
Did other adults come in and go out during the course of the morning?
They did.
At some point, were you aware that the medical personnel, the transportation personnel were moving Eric's body from the house to their...
Maybe that's just how I was raised, though. I don't know how my parents pulled this off. Literally, the house across the street from me, a kid died in that house. I wasn't there at the time. I was at my mom's, but my brother was there, and he remembers there was cops all outside. She had hung herself, apparently. But like she was playing doggy. I don't know. A kid died, and my brother went to school with this kid, and they planted a tree for her and everything. And somehow my parents kept her death from him, and I don't know how they pulled it off. But like that was the kid. That's how I was raised. Like my parents would have never let us around dead people, and they covered up a kid dying across the street and went to school with my brother. I guess they kept him home that day that the tree was planted, and he never read the plaque, or I don't know. He found out eventually, and me and him talked about it. Like I was like, that's crazy, man.
Truck?
We could hear that, yep.
Okay. So what was happening at
I wonder if that house is haunted now.
that moment?
So that basically those 4 hours, I was up with the kids. We were watching movies, playing games, doing things like that, trying to keep them occupied. Then we could hear the medical personnel leaving the home. I tried to stop the kids from going to the window, but I mean, given 5 kids up in that room, I mean, it was almost impossible. But
Was your daughter still ill at this time?
She is. Yeah, she was vomiting on the floor. But
Okay.
but yeah. So I stopped the kids from going to the window. They went to the window, and I think that was when they first saw their dad being wheeled out of the home and knew that he had passed.
Okay, you said they.
Yeah.
This is the dead guy's sister's husband.
Can you just use names to make sure we understand who it is you're talking
I
about?
apologize. Yep.
No, you don't have to apologize. It just...
So that was Carter and Ashton.
Okay.
Were the 2 main.
Good job, YouTube. I even scheduled it like way before too.
All right, and so what did you see?
So they saw Eric being wheeled out and put into the ambulance.
Did Carter say anything or do anything?
Carter's response was...
Why don't we focus on do first?
Yes. Did Carter do something or not?
His response was somewhat just level-headed. He knew at that point his dad was gone.
Okay. How about Ashton's response? What was that like?
Ashton's, his response was totally different. He just broke down, and he was extremely upset.
Okay. Were you present for any requests by anyone, including Katie or yourself or anyone else, of Kouri to inform the boys about what had happened or the status of their father?
Sorry, can you say that question again?
Did you hear anyone ask Kouri to tell the boys that their father had passed?
I did.
Okay. That morning, after that, did you hear Kouri Richens talk about her plans with C&E?
I did.
Tell the court about that.
She had what sounded like what I would say would be a fully baked plan of what she was going to do with that company as of that morning. She was
See, that's suspicious.
going to have...
That's premeditated.
His name's TJ Pellegrino, I believe is his name, but she was going to have him take over running Eric's company alongside with Cody Wright.
I see. Can I have one moment?
She's just super quick on her feet, yes.
You're on?
Of course.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson.
Good afternoon.
I believe we've
Scared
met,
me.
but I'm Wendy Lewis, one of Kouri's attorneys. Let's go back to 2012 for a moment. You said that that was when you
Are we gonna like this one better or worse? I don't know.
sold the home. You and your wife sold the home to Eric, correct?
Correct.
And Eric and Kouri were living together at that time, correct?
I believe so. I can't say for sure, but I
Okay.
believe so.
Well, when Eric moved into the home, Kouri moved into the home with him, correct?
I believe so.
And they were married less than a year after moving into that home together.
Yes, that sounds correct.
All right. So that home was always lived in by both Eric and Kouri from the time Eric took possession of it, correct?
From the time of possession, did they live in that home the entire time together?
All right. Yes, did they live in that home as their primary home? Not talking about when maybe some of them stayed somewhere else, but was that their primary home together from 2012 until the time of his death?
I am aware that Kouri had leased a home in Oakley where she was going to live separately for a period of time. So I can't answer that. I know for certain that they've both lived in that home the entire time.
Smart man. See? Even answers cross-examination questions good.
Are you aware that Kouri never did live in another home during that period?
No.
All right.
Just her boyfriend.
So you talked about then at that same, well, not that same time frame. You talked about then in 2020
Bart
that
She does sound like Bart Simpson.
you helped Eric hire a divorce attorney.
Yes.
So 2 years before his death, you talked about it was that he'd found out some information he was upset about with Kouri, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so you reached out to Christina Miller. You sent an email to her, correct?
Yes, I did.
Asking if she would represent your brother-in-law, correct?
I asked if she would be willing to represent him, so.
All right. And you set up the appointment for him.
Yes,
Did you attend the appointment with him?
I did not.
All right. But you described yourself as an intermediary, but wasn't it decided that all correspondence would be between you and the attorney, not between Eric and the attorney?
That's incorrect. Eric did attend in-person meetings with Christina that I was not there for.
I understand. My question was not in-person meetings, all correspondence by email, for example.
Yes.
And all documentation that the lawyer requested from Eric was sent by you, correct?
As far as documentation that I knew about. Eric may have sent additional documentation that I didn't know about, but anything that I was aware of, I did send.
All right, so as far as you know, all documentation was sent by you.
As far as I know of documentation that I was informed about, I did send that correspondence.
Understood. And you were the one to gather up the documents from Eric, correct?
It would depend on if it was an in-person meeting or not. If Eric did something in person, I do not know what documentation he brought to Christina.
All right. Let's just take a step back. Did you send the documentation to the divorce lawyer that was requested?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say you were doing this because Eric didn't want Kouri to know he was considering a divorce at that time? Fair?
Eric was aware that Kouri was watching his emails and didn't want her to know.
So he didn't want her to know he was considering divorce.
I can't speak for him, so I don't know exactly what he was thinking at that moment.
All right, but he asked all the correspondence be with you and not with him. Email and anything sent, either email or mail, was all done by you.
I can't say in general all correspondence.
I
So
understand.
I've got to clarify that. It's only correspondence that I am aware of, so whatever Eric did outside of my knowledge, I can't answer that.
I understand that. And you're not aware of any other correspondence that Eric did. You're just not aware.
No, the divorce attorney would be the best source of that information.
All right, and we'll get a chance to talk to her. So anyway, but ultimately, Eric decided that he was not going to divorce Kouri.
Correct.
And nothing came of these meetings and correspondence, correct?
Well, because of the trust was created because of this correspondence.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Yeah, so
He was, yeah.
I recommended Christina Miller as the divorce attorney. She recommended Crystal Bowman to manage and write Eric's trust.
I understand that. But nothing happened as far as a divorce, correct?
They did not get divorced, no.
Right. Fair to say that at that time, you and your family, or at least you and Katie, were supportive of him divorcing Ms. Richens, fair?
We were supportive of Eric no matter what the arrangement was. We were supportive while they were married. We were supportive of the divorce as well, so that was his choice.
All right. Now I want to talk about, jump to May of 2023. This is when you took control of the home on Willow Creek. Is that right, Willow Creek?
Willow
Did I say
Court.
that right?
Yep.
It
Yeah,
is
Willow Court.
All right. And you said you had the locks changed. Was that immediately?
As quick as the locksmith could get there.
All right. So within the week?
No, within a matter of hours, that
Hours.
locksmith was there.
And then you had cameras installed.
I installed the cameras.
You
Yep.
did that yourself.
I had the help of a family member.
All right. And you installed cameras outside the home
Cameras outside as well as inside the home.
as well as inside. Is that the only time cameras were installed? Were they all installed at that time? Or were there cameras that then were installed later, additional cameras?
The There's a substantial amount of cameras. The camera.
Why is his eyes going all crazy?
As
Is he counting all the cameras in his head?
cameras needed more batteries, things to swap out, things like that, I had to have a replacement, and so I did add an additional camera here and there in order to have a replacement on site. So yeah, I mean, I'd say that the original bulk were installed, and then later on I would add supplemental cameras for more redundancy, batteries, things like that.
All right. Both inside and outside.
Correct.
When was the last time the cameras were installed in the home?
Do you mean the bulk of the cameras, or if I brought in another camera?
When was the very last time you installed any cameras in the home? Or outside the home, to be clear?
That would have been years ago. I mean, it's been a long time.
All right. Now, you said that whenever someone needed to enter the home, you went with them.
Yes.
That's true. So every single time someone has entered that home, you have been present?
Yes.
Now, law enforcement has entered that home many times since May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And each time there was more than one law enforcement officer that entered the home.
Yes, I believe so. You'd have to check their records.
All right. And they came to execute search warrants on the home.
Yes.
Do you recall how many times they searched the home between 2023 and today?
I don't have an exact number.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
They would have a better record.
If I told you 10,
It seems reasonable.
does that seem reasonable?
Mm-hmm.
And when was, well, the last time they searched that home was 2 weeks ago, I believe today, correct?
Yes.
So almost 4 years after Mr. Richens' death, law enforcement is still searching the home.
Yes.
Are you aware if they removed things from the home every time they came into the home?
I'm not aware. You'd have to check their records.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you were aware.
That they removed, typically as a result of a search warrant, I would think they would have removed items each time.
All right. And, well, you were there, correct?
Yes.
All right, so you saw them removing items from the home.
I would receive a search warrant, and they would write the items that they were there to pick up.
Okay.
So I can't tell you for sure every time they left if they left with that item.
All right, makes sense. Now, there have been other people in the home besides law enforcement.
Yes.
People have been into the home to collect belongings for the boys, correct?
Not people. It would primarily be me, as well as occasionally it would primarily just be me. I believe in one instance I had a family member help me carry some clothing out of the home, but that's it.
There was a family friend who came in and early on and removed things from the home, true? Or a distant relative?
I wouldn't say removed things. So anything that was taken out of that home was all the children's belongings. So it would be their clothing, if they requested a trophy, if they wanted a fish out of the home that was a stuffed fish, for example. So those would be the items that would have sentimental value that the kids had wanted out of the home. And that would be me. So they would give me the items that they had wanted. I would go pick them up, and then I would take them.
All right. Okay, let's move to
Why is he doing everything for these kids? What the fuck is she doing? This mom. What a great mom.
Mr. Gabler. Mr. Gabler, this is the private investigator that you and the family hired, correct?
Yes.
How long after his death was she arrested?
Mr. Gabler was hired by Crystal Bowman for the estate.
For the estate. And, but he was paid out of the trust.
No.
Well, Ms. Bowman didn't pay him, correct?
Yeah, he was initially paid by myself.
So you personally paid him at first?
Yeah.
Okay, so the murder was on March 2022, and then she got arrested in May of 2023. So over a year, 14 months. It took 14 months for her to go to jail.
And eventually he was paid out of the trust, correct?
Correct.
So I was like, oh, maybe she was in jail, and that's why she wasn't doing any fucking thing. But no, she was just being an idiot, probably.
He was paid at least $100,000 out of the trust, correct?
Correct. You'll have the records. So.
All right. The trust that the 3 boys are the beneficiary of, correct?
The 3 boys are the beneficiary, yes.
Okay. But that money was used to pay for an investigator. Fair?
Fair. In regard to, yeah, in regard to ongoing litigation, that would be it, so.
Understood.
Yeah, she wrote a book. I mean, it wasn't a very good book, so I don't know how long that took her. Maybe just a couple of days.
Do you recall when Mr. Gabler was hired? How shortly after Eric Richens' death?
I believe it was maybe a little over a month after. Around a month.
I think that's what she's trying to say, yeah.
And part of what he did as your private investigator was to look into Kouri Richens' background. True?
True.
And he looked into everything about her business, correct?
Todd did not directly look into her business, but he in general looked into her background.
Well, he interviewed people about her business, true?
I believe so. I'm not aware. He did his own, his own reporting.
Well, you were very involved in what Mr. Gabler was investigating, fair to say?
Yes.
And you knew that he was investigating Kouri in order to try and come up with something that would result in criminal charges, fair?
No, that's not fair.
That's not fair.
No.
Well, isn't it?
Todd investigated for the truth. He made it clear that no matter what, we had to be comfortable with the truth, no matter what that answer is.
And the truth
Tell her.
that you were looking for was information to charge Kouri Richens.
I'll let him answer that. Ask that, then. Excuse me. I'll let him answer that, and then we need to move on. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry. Can you ask the
The
question?
truth you were looking for was evidence to charge Kouri Richens.
That's false.
All right. However, Mr. Gabler was supplying evidence to Summit County investigators at least as early as November of 2022, correct?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, when he would send information to investigators, would he copy you on those emails?
I don't recall if I received all correspondence with that. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Did you receive correspondence?
I did.
Yeah, we watched that at the beginning. And then they interviewed the interviewers. They're like, did she seem crazy to you? And they're like, no, not at all. I was fishy, but I wasn't fishy.
Of course.
Oh, he was just like, I thought it froze for a second.
Document.
Defense counsel showed me the document she's going to present.
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Benson, if you could just take a look at this. Don't
Yeah.
read it out loud. Just
Okay.
take a look at it.
Okay.
Do you see the date on that, Mr. Benson?
I do.
So let me ask again. As early as November of 2022, Mr. Gabler was sending information to Summit County Sheriff's Office, to the investigators, detectives in this case, about Kouri's possible involvement in her husband's death, true?
Correct.
And you were copied on that?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably download it. If someone is, just only one person needs to buy it, and then you can just upload it anonymously. What's she gonna do? She's in so many lawsuits, she's not gonna fucking file copyright. And then people can just read it for free. But you can probably, let's see if I can find it for free.
Take a short restroom break, Ms. Lewis.
That would be fine.
Okay,
Yes.
folks, let's stretch our legs. Please rise for the jury. Use the restroom if you want, but don't talk to anybody.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
We'll call you back in when it's your time.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Want to have a seat? That's fine. Thank you.
I swear, man.
Proceed.
All right, so we were talking.
Look. Someone did a YouTube video. It's 5 minutes. You guys want to read this book together? Let's find out how fucking great this book is. I have to turn the volume down. It's a YouTuber, so they probably know how to do audio right. Because I'm curious, man. What do we got here? Okay, well, this is probably copyright music. No. Hold up.
Oh, Father, always on our minds, forever in our hearts. Weston, Carter, Eric, Kouri, Ashton, and Harley.
I really hope that's not copywritten. Why do people do that?
Are you in the clouds when I look up to see you? To tell you about my day, ask about yours, and tell you that I love you? Are you at my soccer game when I scored that goal for you? I looked for you in the crowd, but you weren't there.
I want you to keep in mind that Kouri said that she wrote this book because she didn't have any book to read her kids at night before going to sleep. So this is what you're reading the kids before they go to bed?
Did you see it?
No, because he was murdered.
Are you with me on my birthday to blow out my candles? To celebrate another year and watch me grow, teach me new things, and watch me make mistakes? Are you with me on my first day of school, when I'm scared, nervous, and have the butterflies?
Why is it so depressing?
Will I make friends? Will the teachers be kind? Will you walk the halls with me that day? Are you with me on...
It's like trying to guilt trip the ghost. The ghost is innocent. This guy's innocent. It's like, are you going to be there? Are you going to be there for him? Obviously not. He's dead. What, in the afterlife?
On Christmas, when Santa delivers my presents, when I rip through them as fast as I can, because I can't wait to see what's next. Did you see what I got from Santa? Are you with me when I'm sad because I miss you? When I'm thinking about you and wondering what...
When upset that I got first place. Oh my god.
What we would be playing today if you were here?
The ghostwriter, shit. I would have totally thought that Kouri wrote this herself. Or maybe that was the... Maybe the ghostwriter's so good, they were like, yeah, I can make this sound like Kouri wrote it.
Are you with me when I'm happy? When something exciting has happened? Can you see me smiling and my heart so full? Are you happy with me? Are you with me when I'm in danger and I'm scared? When my palms are sweaty, my heart rapidly beating, and I need you? Are you there with me to make sure I'm safe? Yes, I am with you. I am with you to listen about your day and tell you about mine.
In what, heaven?
I sit next to you while you talk with my arm around your shoulder and my head on your head while we talk together. I am with you when you scored that goal for me. You couldn't hear me cheer for you, but I yelled and clapped as loud as I could, just like always. Yes, I am with you while you blow out your candles for yet another birthday. Although I'll miss the upcoming years, I stand hand in hand with you, walking with you, helping you, and praising you. I will watch you grow into a fine young man. Yes, I am with you as you walk the halls of the new school, making new friends, meeting new teachers. I will sit at your desk next to you, teaching you, pushing you to try harder, and giving you my love when you succeed. Yes, I am with you on Christmas. I'm in my Christmas pajamas, drinking hot chocolate, and I have the glow in my eyes watching you open your gifts. You can't see my smile.
No, they don't. It's not because you killed them.
But it's there. I'm here, and we're together. Yes, I am with you when you are feeling sad, when your eyes are full of tears, your heart is empty, and you miss me. I am wiping away the hurt, holding you in my arms, and telling you I love you. I am here with you. Yes, I am with you when you are happy and you are
This is the longest 5 minutes of my life. How far in are we? Okay, we're almost done.
so excited your heart could burst. I am next to you, smiling, proud, and holding your hand. You can't hear me whisper, but I do tell you that I love you. Yes, I am with you when you are scared. I am holding on to you to give you the courage to stay strong and brave. I hold you to make sure you're not alone and to remind you everything will be okay.
Because your mom
I hear
won't.
you when you speak to me and
Your mom will just write a fucking shitty kids book and make money off of it.
ask me how I am and to tell me you love me. I watch down over you, embrace you, feel you, hear you. I gently reply, I love you too. I am here with you every day, every minute, every second. Although you cannot see me, I am there. It's me in the wind. I'm the chill you feel. It's me, feeling as if someone's with you. I will forever love you, my sweet baby, until we see each other again. Yes, I am with you.
Alright, well that was from Miss Morris Reads. So go check her out if you want. I hope that's not copywritten.
About Mr. Gabler.
Oh, hold on, I gotta jack the volume up on this.
As part of Mr. Gabler's investigation, he was allowed into the Willow Court home a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And he would go into
It's scary. They should take out life insurance on the kids, that's scary.
the home and look through things all through the house, correct?
Correct.
Were you with him? I think you said you were, but you were with him every single time he went into the home?
Yes.
And did you see him move things around the home when he would go in?
Yes.
All right. And this was, well, let me rephrase that. Do you know when the first time was that he went in the home?
I don't know an exact date. You would probably know that date.
He would know what you said?
Or he would most likely.
I don't know it, so that's why I was asking.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so now none of us have to buy the book. I was like, why do we even do that? So we don't have to buy the book.
Right, but we talked about there were approximately 10 searches between May of 2023, well, actually I think April of 2023, and 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the home in between those searches, right?
Correct.
And in between those searches, he would find things and put them in different places, correct?
Todd documents everything that he does. He records it. I believe he
Well, hopefully they didn't kill anyone else that they had previously put under life insurance, you know?
records sound, does everything when he does his own investigation. So
He records, I'm sorry.
I believe he would record it if he was in the home. So sometime I believe it would be at least an audio. So yeah. I mean,
He would audio record what he was doing while he was in the home?
Yes, Todd's very specific about recording what he does.
Would he ever video record what he was doing?
I know that he would, I believe he would audio record. I don't know specifically about a video, but you would have to consult Todd.
There were blink cameras in the home, though, or
Who's Todd?
Yes.
cameras.
Yeah.
Those cameras, those videos, or those recordings over to the prosecution?
Those, they overwrite every 60 days. I believe that you've subpoenaed to get the video recordings, which we've given.
You have given those.
Yes.
To who did you give those to?
You. If we were subpoenaed, we provided the video recordings.
Right. We'll get back to that in just a minute. All right. So, did he ever take things out of the home with him, Mr. Gabler?
I don't have a specific record of what he would have taken out of the home. He would have a record of that.
Okay. Well, I don't need a record right now. I just a yes or no. Do you know if he took things out of the home with him?
I'm thinking that he may have taken some documents, but I couldn't tell you exactly. He would have a better record.
Seems like he knows. Doing the eye thing again.
If he took anything out of the home, would he provided that to the detectives or to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
Will you be there for me now I'm dead?
When you were in the home with Mr. Gabler, just the two of you, did you stay right with him throughout the house?
For the most part, yes.
All right. Was he ever allowed to just wander around while you sat down in the family room or something?
Are we alleging that this Todd guy stole something out of the home?
Typically, I was with him.
Okay. Typically, not always.
I can't guarantee that he wasn't ahead of me walking into a room when I was in the living room. So I would think typically I would have been right there.
Oh, Todd was the PI?
There with him.
So fair to say that during.
When I walk into the airport diner in Madison, North Carolina, everything fucking stops. Everybody's gonna look. It's crazy.
At Chris Era 1896 super chatted $19.99.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Thank you for the 20. I appreciate you.
All these times that Mr. Gabler was searching the home,
That scared me. I have to put up my output volume really high to hear them. I can put up your guys' volume, but that doesn't put up my volume. So then when normal sounds come through, it's like, wow! I'm like,
moving things. He was looking for things to help the prosecution.
Everything fucking stops. That's right.
No, that's not
Airport diner, honey.
What was he looking for?
Todd was doing his own analysis,
Which he then provided all to the prosecution, correct?
I believe he did provide it. You'd have to ask him.
All right. Now, there were times that you were alone in the home, true?
True.
And what were you doing in the home when you were there by yourself?
When I was in the home by myself, it would be property management type things, making sure water heaters were turning over so that way they didn't go moldy, things like that. So it was primarily home maintenance type things. Again, if I was requested to pick up an item by the children, then I would go and pick up those items. But that would be the only reason I was in the home.
Okay, so you were in and out of the main bedroom, Eric and Kouri Richens' bedroom?
Yes, there's a bathroom in there. So.
And you were in and out of the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. I have a few more questions, but can I just have one moment?
Oh, with the reaction hearts?
Your Honor.
Grabbing something. Ooh, I'm tired. How much longer is this guy? And then I'll have to go for a bit. Oh. Then we get to talk to a guard or something. Okay, not too much longer. Fucking Bart Simpson over here. Or else get bed.
Thank you, sorry. So in the last 60 days, who has been in and out of the home?
Last 60 days would be myself. It would be your private detective, or the defense's private detective. It would be the sheriff's officers with the warrant.
It's true.
And that's it.
You're providing all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the night of March 4th, 2022 for a moment. You said that you got to the house that night, middle of the night, correct?
Sorry, say that question again.
March 4th, 2022.
Okay. Yep.
You came to the home as quickly as you could, so about what time was that?
It's between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, around there.
Okay. And you came in carrying your two girls, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you saw something unusual.
Yes.
And you said that what was unusual was that Kouri was shaking her hands. Dead in front of her, shaking the hands was an unusual reaction, in your opinion?
I don't know how personal I can get. So when a person, so I've noticed quite honestly, when your hands tremor.
I do have a tremor. That's observant.
Okay, it's subconscious, isn't it? So that happens. It's subconscious, and you can see it. You obviously notice it. So there's an obvious difference, in my opinion. I'm not a medical professional, but there's a difference between a subconscious tremor and someone who's doing this.
Jazz hands. He answers questions really well.
All right, let me ask you this. Had you ever seen Kouri prior to that day, immediately after losing one of the closest people in her life?
I mean, like, if you guys want to. I don't know if I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to eat something, see how I feel after. If my body's like, we need to sleep, then I'll sleep, maybe. But if not, then I'll come back.
No.
Well, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's like, yeah, we're definitely not getting through everything before tomorrow happens. I mean, like, we could just watch the live thing tomorrow and then get caught up on old stuff while they're doing, like, recesses and lunch. Know what I'm saying?
You've never seen her grieving prior to this?
No.
So you don't know what was typical or
Nothing else is going on.
not typical for Kouri Richens, right?
Nope, that's correct.
Okay.
I'm on vacation.
All right, you said you took the boys upstairs into the playroom. I guess it's called the playroom, that sort of loft area?
Sure. Yes, correct.
All right. And how's that room set up?
I think it's daylight savings tonight. Daylight savings, man.
How many windows are in that room?
One.
And aren't there toy shelves in front of that window?
There are toy shelves in front of that window, yes.
Okay. And the boys were 9 and 7, the two older boys?
Yes.
All right. So did they crawl up on the shelves to look out the window?
At the time, I don't believe. So that home's been reorganized. So at the time, there was different furniture up there. So there were.
We're gonna have to finish Brooke's fire or something. Remember the fire? People are digging that. People want to watch that too at some point.
Couches up there. Currently, there's not couches up there. So I think the toy shelves had been rearranged. So before they could, I believe they could actually access that window.
All right. You're not sure though.
I'm positive that furniture's been rearranged in that home,
But you're not sure what was in front of the window at that time.
I can't remember exactly what toy shelves were in front of that window at that time.
Okay. And so Eric was brought out on a stretcher. He was covered, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what was visible was like what we see on TV, a body covered in a sheet.
Correct.
All right. And then you said that people asked Kouri or told Kouri, asked Kouri, I'm not sure, that she needed to tell the boys that their father had passed, correct? Actually, I don't think that's what you said. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I think what
Daylight savings, a different camera. Did you guys already have daylight savings? It says it's Sunday. Oh, maybe it is already done. Is it already done? I don't know what my microwave says. Did we already have daylight savings?
you said is you never heard Kouri.
Because I read it as it's on Sunday, but it is Sunday, and if it was like at 3 a.m. on Sunday, that would have already happened. I thought it meant like midnight going into Monday. Ours changed today. What time is it for you guys right now? Is it 10:44 p.m.?
Kouri ask anyone to tell the boys that their father had passed. I believe that's what you actually said.
Say that again.
You testified on direct that at no time did it happen to their father.
It's 10:44, and you've already had daylight savings. Okay, I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice.
To tell the
So my clock should be behind now
boys their father's passed,
instead of ahead.
correct?
No, that's incorrect. So,
All right. I'm sorry, then go ahead. What was it you said?
yeah, so I had heard people tell Kouri that we need to tell the boys.
Okay. 2 questions. First, were you aware that the boys had already told their grandmother that they knew that their father had passed? Earlier, or before, maybe even before you got there. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, and that sounds incorrect.
All right. And ultimately, it was Kouri herself who spoke to the boys and told them what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Were you there when?
Well, my microwave clock trails, so I didn't even set it. And when daylight savings time happened, like when we put the clocks back, I just didn't put the clocks back. And it's trailed a half an hour since, so now instead of it being a half hour ahead, I guess, it's a half hour behind, and it's just gonna trail farther behind because that's what it does.
When that happened?
I was in the home, but I wasn't in the room.
You weren't in the room sitting with the boys when she told them that their father had died.
No, I believe I was in the room. So if we're talking about, so there was somewhat, I think, some different instances where a boy maybe went back into a room and she talked to one of them there. There was also a time when we were all sitting in the living room,
Okay.
and they were talking about it there.
All right, I don't want you to speculate, just if you know or you don't know. Were you there when she sat the 3 boys down and told them what happened?
Yes, I was sitting on the couch with my 2 daughters. Yes.
Okay. Could you hear the conversation?
Yes, I think she was a few seats down.
All right, and she did explain to the boys?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me one moment.
Not my microwave clock.
Mr. Burmester.
Yes, just think through a couple questions. Regardless of how the furniture is today, do you have a distinct recollection of seeing the body being wheeled out that window?
I do.
Was there any occasion when you were with Mr. Gabler after charges had been filed? Well, first of all, I'll ask that.
After, yeah.
After
in the
charges
home,
filed,
yes.
ever go in with Mr. Gabler?
Yes.
In those instances, did you ever see Mr. Gabler identify something and leave it and tell the police later?
Absolutely. Yeah. Todd would not, if anything was of interest, he would immediately call the sheriff's office, and it would be documented.
Did you ever see Mr. Gabler bring items in and leave them in the house?
No.
So I think you testified that Eric bought the home in 2012
Yes.
from you.
Correct. Me and my wife.
And the next summer, 2013, is when Eric married Kouri, correct?
Yes.
In the backyard of that house?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness step down, Ms. Lewis?
Can I ask just one comment?
Of course.
My P2, I say that and I end up.
I understand.
So you just said that anytime Mr. Gabler would find something of interest, he would call the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Correct. For proper chain of custody.
So as he was looking for evidence against Kouri, he would call them and tell them to get a search warrant?
I believe so. Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Burmester, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. Leave that there.
All right, that's where we're gonna cap it for now. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Later in life, later in life. Ba ba na ba ba na ma na. Ba 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 ma 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 na. Ba na na na.